All right, good morning.
Earlier this week, Microsoft said the company's chief commercial officer will be stepping away for an 8-week sabbatical ahead of the rumored job cuts. Microsoft laid off roughly 6,000.
Okay, so markets are basically flat, trading at all-time highs. We're currently off 6 handles.
In October, alleging that 60 Minutes' editing of an interview with then presidential candidate Kamala Harris amounted to election interference. CBS has said it aired a more succinct version of Harris's interview on 60 Minutes, and the settlement comes as Paramount prepares for an $8.4 billion merger with Skydance Media, which will require approval.
Okay, New York Fan Components, there's only about 15 right now that are advancing. New York Fan Components, S&P 500. Currently, S&P 500 has, that's yesterday's close, so I can't really tell you, but let's see. Let me just look at S&P.
Which actually measures the percentage of stocks in euphoric territory. Currently sits just above 10%, which has signaled extreme frothiness.
S&P 500. It's about a 30% advancing, 30% unchanged, and 30% declining at the moment, pre-market. The way it looks, the top stocks are Tesla up today. Delivery numbers less than anticipated. My read is that number one, we're in a base. Number two, the bad news is basically baked in. We've heard everything from the president and Elon and deliveries, and we're still in this base. Okay, so we got a base that we broke out of in May. We have another base on top of this base. If you look at the weekly, you can see the trend is trying to recover. It needs to get back above the 10 EMA weekly to be long with conviction. Right now, it's long with short-term support right in this area. Looking for a break back above the 50 and 200 day. That is at 50 day, 200 days, 313. Tesla's trading up 13 points, so it's trading right at the 200 day. Okay.
So with that in mind, if we're looking at an overall trend that remains upward, what perhaps is the major kind of additive to the mindset, and how far out investors might be looking through some of the trade deal negotiations, through a bill that's working its way now back through the House, and then, oh yeah, we're trying to figure out exactly what companies might say during earnings season in the next few weeks here as that kicks off.
Sure. Well,
Okay. Looking for a follow through. Hey, baby, how's it going? You're up early. Oh, you have your 11 o'clock. Why don't you make some scrambled eggs or something for your breakfast? You don't have much time. You got to get. What's that? Look in there. Look on the door too. There should be some pancakes right at the bottom, right there in front of you.
Q2 results are now expected to be up only about 2%.
There's chocolate chip pancakes there too. No, those are okay. They're okay. Yeah.
I think with the bar set so low, that we'll probably end up seeing actual results exceed end of quarter estimates once again, which will make the 53rd
Okay, thank you.
the last 65.
I'll give you. You have a credit card, so you could get lunch with you guys. Okay, cool. All right, so base on base pattern, we're back up to the 200 day. We're trading right at 313. Tesla. Okay. We hit a hot. We were above the 200 day. We're right back down to the 200 day. Bitcoin. That's up 3.75. Trying to get back above Trying to get back above that 110 level, 110,000.
S&P Capital IQ estimates, which is what we use, is about 2%. So there is no FASB designated definition of operating earnings. Most people simply call it earnings before bad stuff. But still, the bar is set very low. And as my father used to say, rarely do you injure yourself falling out of a basement window. So I think we probably will be surprised to the upside when Q2 results are completed. But in terms of the PE ratio, you're absolutely right. If you look back over the many years, it is elevated, but I think that we're likely to see these earnings estimates increase as time goes on, in a sense, to match what happened with prices.
Sam, we're marching to the opening bell here. We got to leave the conversation there. Great to see you as always.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you. That does it for Morning Brief, everyone. Much more ahead with Yahoo Finance. Opening bid starts next.
We've all been there. A dead battery, a flat tire, and no help in sight. But what if you
Okay, futures are trying to push a bit higher. I do have some SPY calls that expire tomorrow. A bit higher. Let's see, SPY. I have the 620s. 620 calls. Okay.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better.
Stupid freaking commercials. Jeez. Let me get okay, we got 1 minute to go, 1 minute to go.
I get to see how pre-battles work. Well, the president set up the latest shipment of Patriot missiles for Ukraine to defend itself. I know that RTX has done a remarkable job with Patriot missiles to be able to defend Ukraine. I think that they should fight. My politics on that would say that if you want to know how to fight in the new world, push it back in Russia because it says this is not 1940.
Okay, we're about to open. So UNH was up quite a bit just after the close yesterday. Then CNC, Centene came out with earnings. That dropped off pretty dramatically. CNC, that dropped off pretty dramatically yesterday. This might be a base similar to UNH. Okay, looking for UNH to recover. The close was over here yesterday. We're starting to move back up in that direction. Okay. Okay, Target yesterday was up quite a bit. Target. Okay, looking for Target to follow through. UNH had a big day yesterday. Okay, we have an inside day right now starting. Tesla. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA going. Okay, Tesla's at the 200-day. Okay, Apple pulling back a little bit. So let's go look at NVIDIA. Okay, Farmer Jim had asked to cover more of the Dow Industrials. Okay, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, they are on the watch list. They're also part of the Dow Industrials. So these look bullish, Farmer Jim, if you're looking at trading these. UNH, I believe, is still on the Dow Industrials, right? Apple is on the Dow Industrials. Amgen back above the 200-day. Amgen. Caterpillar, we talked about Caterpillar yesterday, trending. Okay. Cisco has been associated with AI a lot of people, it's kind of like a stealth AI play people are not really talking about, but because of its future value, it's trading at a discount. We're looking at a future value much higher than it was where it is right now. Google, same thing. Google looking for a bounce and a follow through. It's above the 10 EMA. Okay. Goldman Sachs. Okay, the banks look good. Okay, McDonald's. Many of you mentioned McDonald's yesterday. That's trying to push back above the 200-day. McDonald's. NVIDIA's on the Dow Industrials. NVIDIA's on the move, bouncing off the 9 EMA. It's trending. Okay, every time it comes back to the 9 EMA, what happens? Buyers step up. So we should anticipate that buyers are going to come in today. NVIDIA. The 21, the 9 EMA. Okay, that's been since May.
Indians historically have issues, and you're not going to get anyone to write for that in that area. He knew zip codes, right? You know who else knew zip codes? Who? Fishman from Travel City. They're both. They were yeah. We don't care who's Titans or CEOs. We should be celebrating these people. Well, the CEO here saved money for, I've been there for since about 4 years. There's a
Okay, NVIDIA, nice pop there. I have some NVIDIA. Let me go ahead and take those calls. I think it's July calls, July 3rd. No, I have July 18th. All right, so I'll leave these alone. I'll look for NVIDIA to keep going. SPMO, the S&P 500 momentum ETF. This is a good ETF to invest in. Look for dips to get bought. So this one too, since May, has touched the 9 EMA multiple times and bounced. So we're assuming a bounce here as well. Futures pulling back a little bit. NVIDIA still going. Okay, so NVIDIA still moving. Okay, so NVIDIA, look at the buy order blocks, pre-market, buy order blocks, pre-market. Okay, NVIDIA. Nice volume. Okay, looking for Tesla to tick upward. Tesla is trading just below its 200-day. It moved above the 200-day, traded right around 322, 323. Faded a bit as people take profits. Some shorts covered, most likely. There goes Meta. Meta's on the move.
That we've been telling you about. By the way, triple B minus credit rating. They still bought back, I think, $3 billion of stock last year. They're going to earn less than half of what.
First Solar and Enphase. Last week, we noticed that those were starting to move and gave a good value. Okay, so what are institutions going to buy for the second half? They're going to buy stocks that are trading near the lows. We still need to see the confirmation that they're buying. Right now, I'm watching Enphase and First Solar to follow through. Okay, First Solar looks a little bit better. Sunrun also. SEDG, Solar Edge, looks good. We saw during the weekend video, I was looking at CSIQ. Solars.
Yeah, I sense that you're not in favor of that. I'm very lucky. I have a lot. There are people who are unlucky and this hurts them. My door.
What's DQ doing? DQ, Chinese DQ for solar and phase.
People are going to get healthier. So he was a great man. No one cares about him. But
Okay, NVIDIA. All right, the solars look good. Okay, NVIDIA still moving. NVIDIA. Broadcom turning. Broadcom. Broadcom. Broadcom popping. All right, looking good. Okay, looks like the UNH looks like it pulled back, right? UNH. Okay, it's an inside day. All right, so we're popping up against this big red candle over here. So we still got sellers over here, people that want to look to break even before we can get above the 50-day, which is right overhead. So end phase is going to be over the next, I don't know, couple of weeks probably to prove itself. Super micro trending along the 9 EMA. TSSI. Okay, basing. Circle, that had a pop yesterday. Circle succumbing to gravity again today. Circle. Dell and TSSI working together. Those are consolidating at the moment. Nice gains from last week and a week's prior. NVIDIA looking good.
But he's refrained from saying anything on social media. That's Mr. Musk. Well, that's good.
Okay, Boyd Gaming, the casinos. Remember, the casinos are working. I like Las Vegas Sands and Wynn Resorts. Okay, those are giving you a doji right now. They could pull back. All right, I bought some Boyd Gaming yesterday. Boyd Gaming, that's got an inside bar. Inside bar is technically speaking, you get a big bullish bar in the upper quarter, upper eighth of price action from the previous day, looking for the continuation of the previous move. That's to the upside. Yesterday we told, or actually Monday, we told you Palantir was down. So the inside day would give you direction the next day, which is Tuesday. All right, so we had to push lower. Looked like we're going to test the 50-day. Do we bounce here? Probably. We had a big down bar over here that got bought too. I think institutions are still very active, so we'll see if that corrects itself. Qualcomm is one that we started, was it Friday pre-market? Qualcomm, looking for that to follow through. Okay, back to the Dow Industrials for Farmer Jim that wanted to look at some of these. The last couple of days, we've had some selling in the tech leaders. They're all getting bought today. Okay, except for Netflix. Netflix is pulling back a little bit. There goes Apple. Apple popping. NVIDIA is still going. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, Broadcom. Okay, Meta. There goes Apple. All right. Okay, we got a lot of negative gamma overhead. Okay, so a lot of negative gamma. Most likely a lot of calls sold up here. Okay, you can see over here on the left. GEX, let's look at 0 day, the way that's building. 0 day, not a whole lot yet. Okay, so we got a little bit of resistance right in this area. Watching the hedging flows, that purple line. Okay, let me go to Delta. Delta pressure. Okay, Delta pressure looks a little better.
Jim, we were talking a bit about politics here. Paramount shares are up ever so slightly as it creeps closer.
Okay, NVIDIA, nice pop on NVIDIA. Okay, a little profit taking on NVIDIA now.
Settled the dispute between the two. Many, of course, in the journalism community have been rightly concerned here because it had to do with the way that an interview was edited with the former presidential candidate. loser, of course, the vice president. Yes, sir. What is that? What is that? The soul. And yet they did settle. The board was very. There was a sort of a bid ask. It was led by, as many of these have been led by Boris Epstein in the White House. Keeps navigating litigation, potential litigation against the law firms and getting those settlements. This guy has been very active. He's been very active here. I think he had certain pieces of information in terms of political contributions that may have been made by people at CBS that he was trying to use, and that certain rules that they think were violated in terms of their policies. I don't know all the specifics. All I do know is we've been waiting for the deal to close here on Wall Street in terms of in Skydance.
Okay, Broadcom, a little profit taking. There goes Microsoft. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft had pulled back to the 90 MA. It's been trending along the 90 MA since the very last week of April. It gapped up, trending along that ever since. Nice pop so far. Microsoft's follow through. Okay, off of the pivot low. So we closed right in this area, Microsoft. Let's see if we follow through Microsoft. Okay, let's look at the pre-market and the opening for Microsoft. Okay, we're looking for buy order blocks. Okay, we got buy order blocks pre-market. So we got supply just overhead. Look for a follow through. Microsoft looks good. Apple looks good. Apple. Here again, we're looking for buy order blocks. We got them right at the open. You see that right there. Microsoft at the open. Microsoft at the open. You can see the buy order block right there. Okay, so that's 26% of today's volume already, since it's only 9:44, but 26% of today's volume traded right there. Got a fair value gap, looking for a follow through. In Apple, Nvidia is still looking good. Apple. Okay, so up down volume so far today is mostly green. 3-1 on the Dow Industrials, 1.6 on IWM, 1.9 on the Qs, nearly 2-1. 1.5 on SPY, 2.5 on the NASDAQ Composite, and 1-1 on the New York Stock Exchange. Let's go take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, New York Stock Exchange, when in doubt, always check the New York Stock Exchange. It's trending along the upper Bollinger Band. So that doesn't look bearish yet. RSI is turning down. So July 4th holiday. July tends to be a pretty strong month, so seasonally speaking. So we'll see that lives out. IWM was higher yesterday. Okay, we faded back to the upper Bollinger Band. Okay, so we want to see the 10-year yield fade more. Okay, it's bouncing at the moment, so that's a little bit of pressure. If that starts to roll over, that should give us a good signal for IWM. Junk bonds hanging out after a gap down yesterday. That's a neutral to technically bullish, because we're above the 21-day, 21 and 90 MA crossed up through the 200-day. But it's fading a little bit, so it's kind of like a flat signal right now. There goes the futures. I got SPY 520s. Hold on a second. It's my wife. She's going up to New Jersey. All right, wife's going up to New Jersey to see a friend off who passed away over the weekend. One of her friends. All right, so Nvidia looking good. Apple charging higher. Apple, I don't know. I think people are so bearish on Apple that you're going to see very nice follow through. Apple. Oh no, I don't want that. Apple. Okay, so we're above. Look at this, how tight that Bollinger Bands base was. And the follow through looking good. Apple. Okay, so the rule with Bollinger Bands, number one, you look for the Bollinger Bands to open up away from each other. So pushing up and pushing down signals a fast move. So we're seeing that technically. The other thing is the buy signal is inside of the Bollinger Bands, and you look for the breakout to confirm the 206, this previous pivot here. Once you break through that previous pivot, that's your confirmation signal. So you can start here. If you were going to buy 1,000 shares, maybe you bought 100, 200 here. Or if you buy options, maybe you buy 5 instead of 25. As it moves higher, you add to it, double it up again today. So you already have 20 options. That's the way I like to trade. That way, if you're wrong and it drops back into the Bollinger Bands squeeze, you're only wrong on 5 calls, not 25. RSI is rising. Still, look at the volume. That's institutions. So think about it. Okay, Apple's been down. Everybody's been poo-pooing Apple that it sucks and it's off the highs, and no one wants to buy Apple because they're behind the 8 ball. There's an orange Home Depot container out there. I think it's on the other side of my car. Your grandmother keeps moving it. You can just throw it outside the door if you want. Huh? Okay. Look for that container. You can open the garage too, Felicia. You can bring one of the containers back in. The blue ones on the curb. All right. Sorry for the distractions. Everybody's home. Everybody's home for summer. Daughter's home from college. Apple looking good. All right. So nice volume. Looking good, Apple. I have August calls for Apple. Apple looking good. Apple's the top. Okay, Apple's really looking good here. Apple. Okay, I have July 11th calls, so I want to take these off first. Take those calls off first. Apple is probably going to keep going. Apple looking good. All right, took some calls off. Apple, I took these off. Okay. Apple. Okay, I took those 11 July calls. Okay, Apple looking good. Apple's still going. Very strong move on Apple. Okay. Let's go to the daily. Okay, so Apple looking good. Nice volume, both on the daily and on the breakout. Volume increasing above average 2 days in a row. Hopefully today we'll have a third day and Apple can be back above the 200-day. That would be so cool. All right, so think about it. Institutions are going to want to buy stocks that have are quality names. They probably already talked to Apple management, and everybody seems to think the same thing, that Apple should get into AI more aggressively. Maybe buying Perplexity. I think that name was mentioned by Dan Ives yesterday. So I'm just waiting for the day soon that something's said by management, because Tim Cook dropping the 8 ball on that one. But that's an advantage for us, for people who look for a swing that's going to last for weeks and months. Hopefully, this is the turn that we're looking for in Apple. Okay, so Apple above the 10 EMA weekly, got a long way to go. Okay, you got a 50-point move there if we get back to the highs. So I wouldn't be too bad. All right, so first hurdle is this 213.94 pivot right here, this 214 area. There's probably some people who are buying there. They got stuck as the prices reversed the very next day. You hit the high, reverse the very next day. So these people are stuck here. Okay, a lot of them sold as it pulled back. So we're looking for Apple to continue. Apple on the Dow Industrials as well. Let's go look at the Dow Industrials for Farmer Jim.
Take a look at the NASDAQ.
Okay, let's see what else. Nike, that was one recently that looked really well. Nike following through. Nike, I think Paticus, you have some Nike, right?
Run higher. MicroStrategy there.
Number 5, follow through day. I believe Paticus you bought, right?
Just strategy, right? It's all about Bitcoin. All right, we're back in. This was not great.
Sunrun, yeah, those look good. Thank you, Mr. Turchini. Sunrun, yeah, I agree. That one gapped up, right? Sunrun, all of the solars look good. So if you got exposure there, Tesla continues to fade. Sunrun, cheap stock, but it's probably going to get back to 13 before you know it. Don't buy the high today. Buy dips. Look for dips to buy. Maybe you get a dip here, like we did yesterday a couple of times. SCDG, Solar Edge also look good. DQ look good. I really like Canadian Solar, CSIQ. Canadian Solar. I think they're based out of Toronto, right? I went to Toronto a few years back. We're looking at LED, very large LED displays outside the Toys R Us in Times Square back in the day. That was a while ago. Wow, it's hard to believe that's 25 years ago. Holy shit. Anyway, when I went there, it's like they were developing a very large technology area in Toronto. Anybody from Toronto? You know what I'm talking about? There's a very large area in Toronto where there was a lot of, I want to call it like, San Jose, the semiconductor area, and San Jose, that whole area, Silicon Valley, had that kind of thing going on in Toronto. That was 25 years ago. I can imagine what it's like now. Okay, Google had a nice pop there. Google looking good. Okay, Google, we're looking for the bounce. 921.50. Check the direction. They're up and to the right. So we respect where the bounce occurs, okay? Whether it bounces at the 9, the 21, or 50 day, it doesn't matter. Look for the bounce. We got the bounce right now. Looks like it's going to continue. We had a doji, long-legged doji down to that 9 EMA. Didn't get to the 21 day this time. We're above the 9 to 21 day, above the 50 day. Looks like we're going to retest the highs. Google, talked about this one quite a bit this week, I guess, and the end of last week. Google has a lot of potential. All right, with a discount to discount to fair value of 39%. That was a couple of days ago. So right now the discount to fair value is probably about 36%, with about a 60% upside potential. 276 is the upside potential. These are calculations that are gleaned from research notes. I got buddies that work at UBS. They have their revenue engines are YouTube search, ads, Android and Pixel smartphones, Google web browser, Workspace, Workspace, Gmail, Google Cloud, DeepMind, Gemini, the Gemini chips, the Gemini agents, the Gemini app, the Ironwood 7th generation GPU chips for large scale AI inference. It's a well-positioned leader in agentic AI, and it has 90 billion in revenue as of the last quarter. So 90 billion is a pretty decent number, and it's well off of its highs. So Google, definitely something you want to take a look at, in my humble opinion. I have a big position in Google. It's building. All right, so Webull, that was one that Corey mentioned yesterday. Webull continuation. Okay, Webull.
From giving them a dollar and seeing whether you can get in touch with the actual potential consumers. But this is amazing. This is great for a company. But, this piece is. What do you got on the big show tonight? Okay, I'm trying to introduce more new companies that typically not been on the show, and I have the metals company. This is involving. This is the kind of thing that I'm doing now because people want speculation. They do electric vehicle battery metal. The ocean, they operate in the ocean. They are doing stuff that produces a lot of money, but people like that's the need. There's a lot of money. People like great teas. You know, like uranium, like speculative stuff in the ocean. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna watch tonight. This BBS. I'm gonna watch this. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. That's a great show. David Henderson. Really? Yeah, Richard Basehart. Yeah, killer. Great music too.
Okay, looking for Tesla to bounce. Netflix is starting to bounce. Nvidia's got a pivot, got a buy signal right here. Nvidia.
Big hour swap in the street straight ahead.
Let me see. Grok. What is the discount to fair value? Future value for okay. All right. So Microsoft got a nice little pop. Not chasing is always a good idea. Microsoft, if it's going to follow through, Microsoft is starting to give you a pivot. Apple's starting to see some profit taking. Apple. So I took some off into strength. Okay, looking good. Apple. Apple. 210, 215. I got a little bit more to go. I got to get Apple up here at 215. Max profit on a 210, 215. Vertical, the one I just posted a few minutes ago. I have the July 25th, 210, 215 call vertical. So maximum profit is technically right around 215, including the expansion or excluding the expansion of implied volatility. As implied volatility picks up, your options will also inflate in value because you were buying where call skew was very flat, and now call skew is ripping higher, turning back up. The curve is turning up and to the right. Okay, let me see what Trace is saying right now. Okay, so look at the purple line here. Okay, I'm looking at that. That's the dealer hedging flows. Okay, this is locked. Let me see if this can. Okay, I'll wait for that. Okay. Okay, back to Apple. Looking for a follow through. Apple. Okay, 2 days of intense buying. That's likely institutions buying on a discount. Institutions have 5 months to accumulate or to beat outperform the S&P 500 as their benchmark to receive bonuses. So the more that they outperform, the better the firm performs as well. So they get their bonuses. That's I think November, late November, early December is the cutoff, right? I think it's probably November. So I got 5 months. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Waiting for word of whether the big beautiful bill passes. Got the ADP private sector jobs we'll talk about. Take a look at treasuries right now. We are seeing kind of a mixed picture. The 2-year yield is lower, 3.77, a little bit higher odds of a rate cut for July. That's reflected in the 2-year. The rest of the curve a little bit firmer. Today, both Tesla and Rivian reporting delivery numbers. We've got a Rivian shareholder to talk about the news and where else he's seeing opportunity right now. Plus, dividend hikes and buyback boosts coming from the financials. But we have a top analyst who said there's one big name that is underappreciated in the sector. She'll reveal it coming up. Guys, we got the ADP job report. And remember yesterday I talked about some of the weakness that's happening in the job market? Well, put this report squarely in that category. We saw a negative number. It was actually a drop in private sector jobs, down 33,000 in June. Expectation was we would see a gain of almost 100,000. So that was a very big negative surprise. And here's a look at where the job losses were in the month of June. And I highlight it because it's a lot of the services sector, education and health. That was a big job creator over the last few months. Financial activities, professional services. It speaks, the fact that it's concentrated in services speaks to the underlying softness in the economy. It's not in manufacturing and goods, which would be more tariff driven, I think. It's in services. Now, one question is, does ADP correlate with NFP, the big jobs report that we're going to get tomorrow? It hasn't been a great correlation lately, but I think the trend usually follows each other, and it's worth watching. The only other item I'd highlight, guys, in this report is that pay came down for both job switchers and job stayers. It's still a healthy level, but it's coming down, so not an inflationary worry there as well.
It's still a small number overall, but yeah, the direction's going to be interesting to watch. And I go back to the point I said yesterday, as the data starts to turn, it almost hurts the chance of a rate cut if the president keeps making it so political.
I think that Powell really does just tune out the noise. I think it doesn't matter if he calls on him for a rate cut or not. If the data points him to a rate cut in July, they'll cut in July. If the data points to September, they'll cut in September. At least if the data as interpreted by Fed Chair Powell and the rest of the
Okay, well, let me put it the other way. If he gets a rate cut, the president will claim credit and say, thank you, Mr. Powell, for your
Sure.
attention to this matter.
Sure, for sure. But it might be
Does Powell care? Does Powell care about the ADP number or not really? By the way,
not as
tomorrow's
much.
number, I mean,
More tomorrow's number, for sure. Not as much, but I think that they have to look at a lot of different factors. You brought up immigration yesterday. So remember, we got a strong job openings number. We were saying, oh, that's kind of strange because the trend had been weaker for job openings. 3/4 of the job openings came in accommodation, so leisure and hospitality. That could be an immigration story,
yes.
right? Where a lot of those workers have been deported, right? And
Or
looking for new workers.
simply stop working
Or
for
stop
fear
working.
of being deported.
Right. So there's a story there that could be that we're starting to see that play out. It's again speculation. Nothing's been explained in that report, but that could be one explanation for why job openings looked better. I'll just highlight a few other things that Powell should be watching as he looks at the compilation of jobs data. So from the conference board, we get the consumer confidence data for June. We got it wasn't out today, but something that I went back and looked at that was interesting. 29% of consumers say jobs were plentiful, and that is a drop. I mean, we were trending above 30%. It's actually the lowest that it's been in a few years. So yes, it's soft data, but if consumers are telling you that
All right, so Apple.
we see that,
Let's take a look at Apple.
Data, we'll get a new update on that tomorrow, which is at a 3-year high of Americans that are filing for recurring.
Okay, here's Apple. We've got an ATR, which is turning up, by the way. ATR had been up near $10, $11 back here in April. And now we're starting to see that value is starting to turn up again. So $4.50, $4.50. We were up nearly 100% ATR probably a few minutes ago. So with stochastics rising, this is telling you to anticipate, along with volume, anticipate that you're going to get a close in the upper half of the daily range. So there's no hurry to buy Apple up here. You want to wait for the dip. Okay. So you may be saying, oh shit, here it goes. It's I bought at the high of the day. It's going to turn back down and I'm going to lose all that money. Well, you don't want to buy the high for sure. But rest assured, you're probably going to see a dip get bought. Okay. No one knows how far this is going to dip, but I would say 50% makes sense. Okay. So if Lee Star was here, he would tell you he usually looks for 50%. All right. So if we take 50% Fibonacci, okay, from the close, I would take it from the close and run it up here to the high. All right. So you can anticipate that this is going to pull back to around 210, somewhere in that area. That's $1 to go. So if you don't want to lose another dollar, maybe you take profits, but it's probably going to bounce around here. If it does bounce and start to move back up, you can get back in right where you sold and look for it to follow through. I would look, if you didn't get this run up from early, right at the open, and sold into strength, we sold up here into that strength where we're getting near 100% ATR. If you didn't sell up here and you didn't buy, I would wait until it dips now. So long story short, wait for it to dip. Look for that BNC pivot. Okay, Apple. It's a 1 minute chart. All right. So that's Apple. Okay, it's already starting to bounce. So the fact that it would bounce already is pretty important. Okay, so look at Apple right here. It's already starting to bounce. So 382. So this is telling you this is very strong. That's telling you institutions are buying. Okay, so if this continues to bounce, it bounced just shy of 382. Fibonacci users, experts would tell you that any bounce shy of a 382 would be categorized as a strong stock. The pullback to the 50% is what's anticipated most of the time. But anything shy of 382 is considered a strong rebound. Okay, so watching Apple here looks good. Let me send my son the broadcast. He's got his setup all together now, so he can broadcast to his Twitch followers. So what he's going to have is he's going to be playing games in a inset window where you would normally have your face, your cam. He's going to have a chart, and when the chart looks like it's set up, or he hears me in another window, he's going to have the broadcast. If he sees a setup he likes, he's going to go ahead and take it. Then he'll enlarge that to the screen so people that are playing the game can see what he's doing. So he's going to build up his room that way. That was a pretty ingenious way to do it. So screenshots. Let's see. What am I looking for here? Tesla. Tesla looks like a good bounce. Like the B pivot. Okay, Brian, I like that too. I like the bounce in Tesla right here. Tesla. All right, you had the profit taking. So this is a good area. It doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but put a stop underneath this. Okay, put a stop underneath. I would like to see more buy order blocks show up in the next couple of minutes. Let me take a long here on Tesla. I don't think I have any Tesla calls, do I? I might. Yes, I do. I have some calls where those are for tomorrow. Okay, so I already have some 320s. So maybe I add to these 320s. But I won't do tomorrow. I'll do next week. Tesla gets back above 313. That's the 200-day moving average. Tesla. Okay, let me just check
Maybe some inflation.
volatility crush. Let me see what the volatility crush looks like on Tesla. Okay, vol crush is still 65%, still pretty elevated. Still pretty elevated. So you're still going to be paying up for Tesla calls. Maybe you do a vertical. That's in this case, I would do a vertical. So let me do Tesla verticals. Let's see if this gets going here. Tesla, we'll do at the money 60 delta. That's $10 for next week. Buy a vertical. Vertical 310, 310, 305, 310, 315. Sorry. And let's see. It's not that great. Let me go out a little ways. Let me just go 310, 315, 315, 320 vertical, 315, 320 vertical. Can we see what that looks like? Much better. That's 2 for 1. Let's see if I can get a fill. I'm going to buy some 315s for next week. Okay, we're starting to bounce, so the bid's starting to go up.
Other things that we think of, it's not the end of globalization. Globalization continues, just diversify further away from one country global supply chain.
All right, I bought some 315, 320s, Tesla.
We get it, but does the market react positively to that, or do the concerns about a slowing economy overtake that? I think the market has been looking for a rate cut sooner than later. I think if it comes in July and it's because we get some real negative surprise tomorrow, then we'll probably get a bit of a haircut. But otherwise, I think a modest gain might be called for, and I think what Sarah was saying earlier. I think Jerome Powell really is pretty well set on what he's going to do. He's watching the signal. He's not letting the noise bother him. And I think he's doing the right thing,
Okay, I bought the 315, 320 for next week. I'm looking for a move back up to the high 322, 320. All right.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Let's see what Rock returned here.
Tesla shares rallying on the latest delivery numbers from the company, although one value investor still favors Rivian as the better long-term EV play. Is going to tell us why.
Plus, former Treasury Secretary Jack Lew speaking out on the New York mayoral race, calling Mamdani's policies not good for New York.
And the big banks trading at record highs, boosting their dividends following this weekend's stress test. But one analyst sees even more gains ahead for financials. Big show still ahead. The S&P 500 turns positive. We'll be right back.
Okay. Simply Wall Street has a fair value of Tesla. Excuse me, Apple, $233 per share. Okay, market price $236. Discount premium. Okay. Morningstar has a fair value of 200. Okay. Wall Street Zen 201. 201 seems to be a lot of people are looking at Apple at 301. 201. Okay, Apple's going again. Apple's going again. So if you bought the dip in Apple, Tesla's not bouncing enough yet. So we'll keep an eye on Tesla. All right, we got a hammer right now. Tesla got a hammer on the daily. Reddit pushed above yesterday's high, Wednesday's high from last week. What the hell's going on with my freaking mouse? I think I need a new mouse. It's acting really erratic. Come on. I hate this. Okay, let me look at Reddit here. Reddit on the move. Okay, Reddit, nice pop there, Frano. Thanks for that one, by the way. Frano brought Reddit to our attention last week. Reddit. Okay, CRISPR. Nice follow through. CRSP, CRISPR. Okay. Okay, Tesla in this base. Okay, so we're back up to the 200-day. Looking for it to move back up into this base. Tesla turning. Okay, Snowflake, you got a higher low. You got Broadcom on the move. Brought some Broadcom yesterday. Got very close to my stop. Broadcom. Let's see what Broadcom is doing. Tesla looks good. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom is up $50 a contract today. Okay, that looks good. Apple looks good. Nvidia is looking good. Reddit looks good. Okay, Reddit got above the 200-day, right? A couple of weeks ago, got above the 200-day. That dotted line there. Let's go to the 20-50-day cross. 20-50-day cross was a little tepid. It moved above back in May, dipped back down. Now it's starting to trend. So this is a good signal for you swing traders in Reddit. Just don't buy the high of the day. You won't get shaken out. But if you buy these little dips like the one right now, you'll probably be okay. Okay, so watching Reddit here. Note the Bollinger Band is very wide on the breakout. Okay, Reddit, what do I have call-wise? I have August. Okay, August calls. 170s. Okay. Tesla looking good. Tesla's on the move. Tesla bouncing. Okay, so you got a B pivot. Here's A, pre-market. B, looking for a follow-through. Okay, we'd like to see more buy order blocks. We'd like to see more buy order blocks as we rise. Okay, one more time. I don't know if Farmer Jim is in the room. I haven't seen him this morning. I haven't seen him post. If you're watching Farmer Jim, let's go to, he asked for the Dow Industrial Components yesterday. Let's go to a candle glance.
It's important to us to.
Okay, here is the Dow Industrial 30. Okay, I would always look for the ones that are trending above their 20-day, like Caterpillar. Look at the volume, Caterpillar. You got a doji, so you'll probably get a better entry on the next dip. Okay, I would wait for the next dip. But Caterpillar is one I would write down. Okay, Caterpillar, my notes would read Caterpillar, doji, Wednesday before July 4th weekend. Looking for a pullback towards the 5 EMA or 9 EMA. Okay, Goldman Sachs, I would write down that the banks are continuing their trend. Banks have been on the watch list for several weeks now. Nike gapping up, that looks really good. Day 4 on Nike. UNH inside day, shaking out the people who chased yesterday, looking for a follow through. Travelers Insurance is down. Okay, Walmart not so good. Merck looks good. Continues building higher highs and higher lows. Merck, J&J, these two look okay. Disney grinding higher for those of you who bought Disney a couple of weeks back. American Express looks good. Just don't buy up here at the high. I would be buying dips. Boeing back above the 20-day moving average. The blue line's the 20-day. Red line's the 50-day. I'd be looking for the break to the upside. You got a dip back to the 20-day. So this is probably going to work. Trending 921.50, 200, all stacked one above each other. So that's very bullish. RSI is above 50. You got MACD turning, stochastics rising. So this is a good one. Just buy dips. We got a dip. So most likely you'll see some action. This one has a lot of headline news. It just seems like planes are becoming more and more complicated and have issues once a month, it seems like. Tesla, if you took Tesla on the dip when Mr. Flood just mentioned it, Tesla. Okay, Tesla looking really good on the bounce. Volume coming in. 3 fair value gaps. This looks like this is going to run right back up to the highs. Tesla. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, Tesla. Okay, Broadcom. Okay, Apple, Google.
So the electric vertical takeoff space is super, super interesting.
Okay, that looks good.
Being developed for 10, 15 years. And I think they're really, really close to.
Okay, let me look at Broadcom.
Widely adopted as a relative sort of thing. But
Okay, Netflix is trying to, sees a little short covering Netflix. Let's just take a look at Netflix real quick. Netflix, basing. Okay, Netflix has been on a tear. Every so often it'll pull back. You can see these 3 black crows right here from 1262 down to 1180. Came right back down to the 20-day, bounced. Took a few days, but it followed through. So anticipating that maybe the 9 EMA is going to hold this time. So I wouldn't buy right this minute, but I'd be watching for this. If this starts to bounce and look like a more bullish candle tomorrow, if it's bullish, I'd probably add to my position. Netflix. Broadcom, though, I'm looking at Broadcom. I had a dip yesterday, getting bought at the 9 EMA, 921 day. All stacked 921.50, 200 days stacked one on top of each other. That's a very bullish signal. RSI is above 50. Volume could be a little better, like over here in late May. The last 4 days, last 3 days, we had 2 days that were showing a little distribution. But a lot of people thought that this was going to break down 2 weeks ago. Produced a bunch of dojis. Many people, even in our trading room, people were looking for this to break down. Instead, we broke higher. The trend is up and to the right. So looks good. There goes the S&P. All right, I have spiders. I have the SPY 520, 620s, SPY. So I want to keep an eye on those. They expire tomorrow. Okay, where are we? We're at 618. Let me see if I want to take these off. Got a nice profit. SPY. I'll let these go a little bit more. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA is working. NVIDIA is on the IBD, on the Dow Industrials as well. NVIDIA is still going. A number of you took NVIDIA this morning, looking good.
In production. And, you know, I think Archer has been built with the U.S. stock market in mind. And I think Joby has been built with the prospect of actually having a business in mind.
Let's talk about some of your more traditional picks. Why Micron?
Look, they're going to benefit from what's happening in the technology explosion every bit as much as anybody else. They have the leading edge products in terms of memory, and they're trading at very, very fair prices. You know, it's not at 15 times.
Made a deal with Vietnam. Okay, cool. Cool.
There's no business you'll ever find.
S&P continues.
To the upside. So, you know, from a valuation perspective, very, very compelling. From a growth perspective, it's extraordinary. The amount of memory that these systems are using is just intense. And it ain't going down anytime soon. And there are no new space. And there are 2 major players, and they're one of them, and you're buying them at a very fair valuation.
Amazon fair valuation?
You know,
Usually that name is a value, but
yeah, okay. So a couple of $1 trillion equity cap today. We stepped into it at $1.6 trillion valuation. I would say their AWS business is worth $1 trillion. I would say their retail business is worth $1 trillion. And I would say their media and other stuff is worth another $750 million. So some of the $750 billion.
So some of the parts value play.
So pure sum of the parts value play. I don't think AWS is richly priced at $10 billion. Sorry, $1 trillion. And so some of the parts, great growth businesses, pretty clearly great growth businesses, and a discount to what the
What happened there? Oh, they just dropped off. Okay, let me go see. Oh, so it's a pretty good day. We're still making more new highs, new all-time highs. Okay, looking good. Trump signing a deal, hopefully, with Vietnam, or is just positive news? He made a deal? Okay. It's amazing. You know, I caught the tail end of Vietnam. I was there in 72. Memory's fading now, but 72. I believe Nixon called off everything in early 73, right? It was 73. Yeah. That's wild. I was 17 years old. Can't believe it. That's crazy. Hard to believe I turned 70 years old. Can you believe that? 70 years old. I feel like a 45, 50. You know, I still do a lot. You say, it's so funny. You get older and you start saying, I still do the things I did when I was, you know, you're talking like an old man, old lady, whatever. But I guess it's just living good, right? Having kids, having a purpose, helping people make money. It's always a good thing. Anyway. Okay, IWM supposedly, Mondo, most shorted in years, according to Talking Heads on Yahoo Finance past weekend, Sunday. Robinhood going for triple digits, right? Robinhood. Okay, Nvidia is just ripping it up. There we go. Okay. What's Hims and Hers doing? Hims and Hers. Okay, I got August calls, so I'm giving Hims and Hers a little bit more rope. Okay, Nvidia looking good. Okay, Trump reaches a deal with, looking for more details ahead of the July 9th headline. Okay, so Vietnam deal.
Market, Vietnam is a key market for these sneaker giants. The fact that a deal has reached, of course, we're waiting to see
Nike.
exactly
They do a lot in Vietnam.
Big news for the retail sector at large. Really, the
Deckers Outdoors. There goes Nike. Nike. Whoa, Nike ripping.
Lot to continue to track here, especially as we were looking for trade deals like this to be announced before that July 9th.
Deckers. Deckers as well. DECK. Okay. Okay. Ooh, Deckers looks really good. Triple bottom. Deckers, 3-time bottom. Good swing potential. Back to the 200-day would be about 40 points, 45 points. back to the 200-day overhead.
The equities and head of market insight here. So let's just start on the news here with Figma and the significance of a company that was set to be acquired by Adobe and is now, after that, set to make its IPO debut.
Sure.
Okay,
So,
Deckers.
example of one of these late-stage
Okay, that looks pretty good, actually. Let me, let's see, Deckers.
So
I'm going to buy
based
some
on
leaps on
the
Deckers.
place, that was like 2023
Deckers,
acquisition
Deckers,
that didn't
DECK,
pan out, and they're losing some
DECK,
strength as they look
Deckers.
to go public now. It's reported that their Q1 revenue is up 46%.
Okay, so
year-over-year.
July 28th. All right, so the end of the month, Deckers, we could see a climb. Okay, so this number should be better probably, according to what Yahoo Finance is just reporting. They beat last time around. Okay. I like Nike better though. Nike's got a better earnings outlook, and they just reported. So next report is in September. Oh, take that back. Nike doesn't look that great. They beat expectations.
We had seen 5 to 7 years ago where a company, if they were in a unicorn or decacorn status and weren't profitable, but at least could sell the markets that they would soon be profitable or had a pathway to it, they would get some type of positive reception. What is the delta between the mindset that we're seeing for investors between then and now?
Sure. So the mindset has totally changed. The growth at all costs era has come to an end. And what's interesting is while a lot of these companies are already profitable, Figma being one of them, we did see a few IPOs this spring of companies that were not yet profitable. But to your point, they were close on that path to profitability, narrowing losses, and a very clear picture that they could show investors to get there. So profitability is kind of the gold standard, and I think that's what most companies are exhibiting, or at least very close to showing.
Your outlook for the back half of this year, based on what we've seen in the first 6 months of 2025 here, what are the companies that investors are still clamoring for to make their debuts and the type of strength?
Okay, so that doesn't look that great. All right, so I'll pass on Nike.
Gemini is one.
Nvidia's still pushing. Nvidia.
Some of that circle momentum potentially
Okay,
benefit
Nvidia.
them. Klarna, a big name that we've been waiting for a very long time, looking to go public this fall. And then Navan's another one that's confidentially filed and looking to go public. And, you know, there's so many of these late stage private companies that are 10, 15, 20 years old where the broader investment market has been waiting a very long time to access them. So for those companies who have signs of strength, this fall may be the time.
Thank you. Excellent breakdown. And
Okay, so the daughter has an interview, and the son's going with. All right, they're gonna have a good time. Summertime, siblings going out without the parents. That's cool. Happy for them. All right, Apple's turning back up. Apple turning.
Lunchtime gets a good time for the students. Come down, they're happy, they're excited. I just hope that at the end of the school year, they are able to get the availability of nutritious meals.
No school means no lunch for millions of kids in the summer.
Apple turning up. Okay, there goes Google.
Families and donors like you to make sure no child goes
Okay, Nvidia driving.
Every dollar can provide up to 20 months. We need your help.
Okay, Broadcom. Okay, Tesla. Higher lows. All right. Nvidia looking hot to trot. Okay, we're about to engulf. Well, we are engulfing yesterday's body, but not the wicks. We didn't get down as far as yesterday's low, but we're going to take out yesterday's high, it looks like, potentially. Broadcom doing really well here. Broadcom. Okay, if you bought Broadcom yesterday on the dip, we did make a lower low, but it didn't take out the stops. Broadcom's still looking pretty good. Most of the Dow Industrials look good. Okay, so let's go take a look at that. which one's outperforming. Okay, for Farmer Jim, asking specifically for the Dow Industrials yesterday. Okay, Dow Jones, here we go. Dow Jones, you got Nike, Apple, Nvidia, Amgen, Goldman Sachs, performers. Kind of a catchy tune, huh? Farmer Jim.
High Tech Alert plus 800.
High Tech Alert. Here we go. Here we go. Gonna be one of those days. Gonna be one of those days. All right, beautiful.
It's time now for our chart of the day. We're tracking Tesla deliveries in the second quarter, falling short of estimates. 384,122 electric vehicles were delivered.
Okay, Snowflake's still going. All these are looking really good. Okay, it's gonna be one of those days.
But it is a step up from the first quarter here. And so taking a look at some of the historical performance and where the forecast actually was for 389,000 deliveries in the second quarter. We fell short of that, but taking a look at the quarter-over-quarter performance, we did move higher. So let's take a look here as well at some of the weakness that we've also
What is
seen in
this?
some of the previous
Why did
second
this
quarters of the year.
delete
So
that
in
file?
2025 here and out of the gate, of course, you had that sluggish Q1. In relative to years past, where does the second quarter
Dow
typically stack? Well,
Industrial.
the second quarter typically, yes, outpaces Q1, but at the same time, the strongest quarter of the year typically comes in the fourth quarter for Tesla here, as they've been able to continue to have a solid trend line higher. The larger question is, how will EV sales continue to move forward, as we've seen some big declines in the latest auto sales data as well? And so that in mind, as well as the consumer mindset, where they're hearing everything, and we are hearing everything from vehicles that are being put on lots that have tariff-free prices versus those that actually are incurring some type of price rise because of and talked about due to tariffs. That's where the consumer mindset certainly has had to adjust a lot over the course of the first 6 months in 2025. We'll see what holds for the back half, and if history can repeat itself in the Q3 and Q4 performance, trend continue to the upside for Tesla. But this also comes as we are going to be watching closely to see how electric vehicles are performing in the roll-off of some of these specific programs that would offer rebates to consumers who are opting in to that type of vehicle. Well, EV sales seeing big declines in the latest auto sales data as tariffs rock the industry. Ford reporting EV sales down 31% in the second quarter.
Okay, one of those days. Looks good. We can get Apple to go as well. Apple.
So what's ahead for the industry with cuts to EV tax credits coming in the GOP budget bill? More on that. I've got Ron.
Okay, I'm going to take a little profits on Nvidia up here. Okay, I'm going to take some profits on Nvidia. Nvidia. Taking a little bit off. Trimming some.
For the mindset of the consumer, if we see less of these rebates available to EV owner hopefuls out there.
Yeah, I think the things investors are most focused on, and thanks for having me as well. I think the things investors are most focused on related to legislative changes are how much the loss credit impacts demand, particularly as most manufacturers, Tesla, Rivian, and legacy OEMs included, have leaned in really to leasing, which was at least by the letter of the law or the IRA was a bit of a loophole in terms of how it was viewed. It was been favorable. Leasing gets impacted because you have seen manufacturers bring in leasing quite aggressively as a way to move vehicles at more attractive monthly costs to consumers. But yeah, I mean, there's no denying that if a Tesla vehicle effectively to a consumer becomes
Okay, looking really good here. Okay.
going to negatively impact.
Okay, this is a tremendous day. Take a bow. Brent Kuchabar looking for the follow through. Good call by Brent over at Spot Gamma. Based on options, Gamma, positioning, he was looking for a rally, a little shakeout on Monday, which didn't really happen. We didn't get a lot of volatility on Monday, but the follow through, we're definitely getting the follow through and rally into the July 4th holiday. Now, it's not a bad thing to see deals starting to come to the fore. Vietnam. Okay, Broadcom. I'm probably going to take some Broadcom off. I bought some Broadcom yesterday. Probably see. All right, see a little bit here. Let me take some Broadcom off. Broadcom. I'll scale out a little bit of Broadcom too.
But I would expect a pretty material
Okay.
in EV investment, at least next China, over the next several years, just because, frankly, the consumer demand's not there.
With some of the elements.
Okay, Broadcom. Scaling out a little Broadcom.
More innovative technologies that we were anticipating to be scaled up. If that is reduced in spending ambitions, how does that also impact the broader kind of not just scalability, but the infrastructure that's necessary for people who do want to purchase EV?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think charging broadly has been an issue, at least of consumer perception of electric vehicles, the availability of charging and charging speeds. But ultimately, I think this is something where demand of electric vehicles will drive charging or lack thereof, not necessarily regulatory incentives. It certainly helped the companies building out the infrastructure. But if EV demand is there, which I think is the ultimate question here, charging infrastructure will get built out because you do need it.
Yeah. Meta's kind of dragging its feet. So is Microsoft. Microsoft looks like it wants to go, though. Good idea. Okay, so Broadcom pushing a bit more. Broadcom, good job, Broadcom. Keep going. Okay. Uber. Let me take a look at Uber. What do I have in Uber? I have some Uber calls, right? August 9750s on Uber. Let's take a look at Uber. Uber. Is the background audio too loud? Is that too loud for you guys? Can you hear the background audio? I don't know if it's too loud or the gain's too loud. Uber. Okay, Uber just sitting here. Uber may come back down to 90 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and take these calls off for a profit.
Our view has been it will be somewhat lower cost than if you think of the Model 3 as an entry point at a $30,000 vehicle. This can get down to something like $35,000 for the consumer in kind of the base case. But they are limited in what cost they can take. Because it's not using the unboxed manufacturing process.
VNet.
Going to be a revolutionary step change in costs. It is being built on, we assume, the same platform as the Model 3.
So Excel. All right, there goes NVIDIA, going some more NVIDIA. The chips are really strong. NVIDIA, you could, well, let's see, what's SOXL just made it above the 200-day. So probably going to add to this position. SOXL, it's cheap. It's only $20. SOXL.
What the price range needs to look like, and knowing where this ranks, especially as Tesla is just coming off of its major robo-taxi event, where it's trying to make sure that investors are essentially seeing some of what's been talked about come to fruition finally. But these deadlines that they have set in the past, they typically don't get met. So what is the drop dead deadline for them to ultimately show investors that they're able to release this new mass market vehicle?
Yeah. I don't know if there is a drop dead deadline. You're not seeing a terribly meaningful reaction to deliveries this morning, at least in terms of how much better it was than buy side expectations, which were probably 5 to 6% lower than where the number came in this morning. I think investor focus is much more on the robo-taxi business. But I think as you can.
All right, I'm looking to double up. I have 500 shares of SOXL.
In the US, it will be.
Looking to double up. I'll probably just do 250. This is looking pretty strong. All the chips look really good.
Your lowest marginal cost buyer, looking to shift down into what we expect to be an affordable vehicle. In China, the pricing's still going to be too expensive to compete with the likes of BYD.
Okay, Broadcom still going. Broadcom.
Where there is the most demand in China, which is sub 150,000 on a renminbi.
Broadcom's going. Qualcomm.
Ron, thanks so much for taking the time here. A lot of implications here.
Qualcomm started on Friday, pre-market.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Gonna add to this one.
I'll look at what the second half of the year could bring for the ETF. More. in years to come.
At Avocado Green Mattress, we know that the homes are the little guys.
Okay, there goes Qualcomm. Qualcomm looking good. Okay, Qualcomm looking for the breakout. It's above the 200-day. Qualcomm. Lots of positive commentary out on Qualcomm. Let me just read to you my notes. I talked about this recently. Qualcomm, Snapdragon chips are in just about every major laptop, right? Or at least I believe in Dell. I believe in several of the we got Korean made laptops. Anyway, Snapdragon chip, the Samsung Galaxy, Snapdragon and the Samsung Galaxy, working with Palantir. Qualcomm's working with Palantir to extend AI and ontology capabilities to the edge, enhancing data-driven decision-making for customers and industrial Internet of Things, IoT. Okay, so enhancing data-driven decision-making and AI ontology. In the broadest sense, ontology is the study or theory of being, existence, and nature of entities, all right? And these new fields, computer science and information technology, slightly different meanings depending on the context. It's a formal, explicit specification of a shared conceptualization, typically represented as a set of terms, definitions, and rules. So Palantir uses this set in its software. It's a software as a service company, doing very well. Ontologies enable systems to understand and reason about data, AI, stacks, and facilitate interoperability and support tasks like semantic search, data integration, and machine learning. So all of this, Qualcomm is getting heavily involved with AI through partnerships with Palantir. So looking for Qualcomm to continue. This looks really good. Qualcomm. I know Anton, when he was here, was very bullish on Qualcomm back in the day. He's over on Twitter if you want to send him a note every so often. So we're above the 200-day. Qualcomm starting to grind along. 9 EMA crossing up to the 200-day. 21-day will cross up probably next week. Volume looking good. This is institutions. Stochastics, MACD, RSI all rising. So it's not too far away from the open that you'd be chasing a little bit. You could probably get a little dip first. Looks like institutions keep picking up shares right in here for the last 2 weeks. It takes institutions and portfolio managers, takes them days and weeks to fill positions. A lot of times, if you're going to buy, 10 million shares of a company, you're not going to do it all in one day because that would spike the shares and you'd wind up getting a weird fill. So they do it over days and weeks. And this has been consistently growing back above the 50-day, now back above the 200-day. Qualcomm looks good, and it has a future value, fair value of $234. So Qualcomm is undervalued right now, about 30% undervalued. Okay, so we'll look for Qualcomm to continue. Broadcom's still pushing. Tesla's still pushing. Okay, so if you bought Tesla on Mr. Flood's note, okay, Tesla back here on that second green candle on the bounce. Okay, Mr. Flood made a mention of it. We added some there. That looks good. Looking forward to get back up to the high of the day, 322, 323. I think it was 324 pre-market, right? No, it was right here, 322.80. Apple looking for a follow through. Nvidia's still going. Nvidia's going. Let me send my son the broadcast. Forgot to do that. He's out with his sister right now. They're having a good time, I'm sure. She's a very conscientious driver. Antoine and Felicia.
There's 4 ETFs that track the S&P 500. 2 of them are more retail oriented. 2 of them are more institutional oriented. What's interesting is that the retail oriented ones like Vivo and SPLG actually have seen consistent inflows every single month this year, whereas the institutional ones have been more volatile in terms of flows. That really shows us that retail investors have been patient, have stayed in the market, and that really is a good sign in terms of going forward. So that's your point about investors wanting to be diversified.
What's Supermicro doing? Supermicro,
We've also seen more interest in
SMCI.
active ETFs.
Supermicro still trying to get out of this area. Supermicro. It'll get going. It'll get going. It's trending, 9 EMA.
How have some of these events like tariffs affected active management, and is there more scope for active management in the ETF space?
And again, I love in your notes one of the catalysts that you point out here, and it is the SEC approval for ETF as a share class of mutual funds, and what that could do in terms of ETF assets further.
Okay, Qualcomm looks good. Reddit.
One of the things that's really
Reddit.
surprised everyone in the industry is how open the SEC has been to
Reddit, big move on Reddit today.
mutual funds. So essentially, this is where mutual fund managers can have an existing mutual fund, can now launch an ETF as a share class of their mutual fund as opposed to an entirely separate product. This could open up a lot more access to mutual fund space into the
Constellation Energy following through, looking good. Reddit is up on the day. Webull in sympathy with Robinhood. Webull bought some shares yesterday, looking good.
investors' point of view. This could be a big growth area and could give a further boost to ETF assets. I think the challenge here is going to be in the implementation. Because you've got broker dealers and other intermediaries sitting in the middle. They need to make changes to really implement this. So we think even if the SEC approves this, it's going to be a few months before broker dealers are ready to really implement ETFs as a share class.
Interesting. Okay, and so just lastly, while we have you here, would love to get your outlook for ETFs, especially tied to commodities or even digital currencies.
Sure. I mean, we've of course seen gold be, strong this year. It's really a bunch of things. One is we've had a weaker dollar. Weaker dollar generally results in stronger gold demand because demand tends to come from on the retail side. We've also seen central bank demand continue to be strong, partly because we think central banks want to
Webull looking good. Webull.
just holding dollar assets and treasury.
What if Robinhood bought Webull? That'd be interesting.
Bitcoin, of course, we're seeing a discount.
If they bought Webull,
Demand for Bitcoin continues to be strong. IBIT's been one of the best, most successful ETFs this year so far.
Wow, Annika, great to have you here. Great for the insights as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, full market coverage ahead in the second hour of Market Caps.
Good, 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 Antoine. Don't buy today. Good. Probably. Probably today. Robinhood looking good. Robinhood. Yeah. Yeah. We're only 20 cents away, so, looks good. All right. Tesla turning back down a little bit. Tesla. Broadcom starting to flag out. All right. So maybe take a little profits off. Looks like we might see a little profit taking set in. All right. Okay. Reddit. Reddit has a ways to go. Reddit 230. QSI. Quantum stocks bouncing. QSI bounce. Quantum stocks looking for a follow through. Let's see. QSI turning up. Okay, these are starting to trend. QUTM. That's not one. QTUM. What is it? QTUM. QTUM. Okay, trending. Quantum ETF. Okay, looking good. There's the quantum stocks over here. IONQ, that one was up yesterday. IONQ. Okay, Doji today. Let's see. ARRXF. BBAI. BBAI is on the move.
And then additionally, diving a little further into the S&P 500, 11 sectors loaded up here for you on the screen. As of right now, we're going to caboose. We'll give you the bad news first. Healthcare, that's down by about 8 cents percent. No doubt, perhaps a little bit of lingering thoughts in investors' minds around how the industry could face some significant changes driven by the bill working its way through Congress right now here. Now sent back to the House. They will be reviewing. So we'll continue to track some of the sectors that are moving on the back.
NVIDIA. Okay. Amazon turning up again. Amazon. Let me see. What do I have on Amazon? I don't have a whole lot of Amazon. I would like to add to Amazon. Okay. I have AMZU, but no Amazon calls or shares. Amazon. Let me see what's going on here with Amazon. We had a little dip. Amazon. I want to buy some Amazon on the dip. Amazon. When are their earnings anyway? Amazon. AMCN. Amazon earnings. July 30th. All right. So let me go out a couple of weeks. Do I want to sell premium? What is the premium on Amazon? Let's see. Amazon. AMZN. 35% imply vol. Nah, they're cheap calls though. Cheap calls on Amazon. So if this gets going, Amazon, if it gets going, calls are cheap. Let me just check one other thing. Amazon.
Coming up this hour on Market Catalyst. First up, President Trump's tax bill facing an uphill battle.
Amazon.
we break down everything that you need to know about the bill. Plus, President Trump inks a trade deal with Vietnam.
Yeah, it's still cheap, Amazon. So I'm going to buy some Amazon end of the month. Amazon end of month. Let's see, Amazon. Let's go to July 25th. Weeklies.
This morning's ADP report showed
Okay, so do we have any flow here?
It comes ahead of the U.S.
Gamma.
reports coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, good as the BLS, and that will come tomorrow morning, which could have implications for the future of interest rates. Yahoo Finance's own Jennifer Schonberger has more. Jennifer, what do we know?
Okay, Brad, yeah, private sector hiring unexpectedly contracted in the month
Don't
of
give a
June,
theta.
really raising questions about just how sturdy the job market is and whether the consumer can continue driving this economy. ADP out with that new report this morning that private payrolls fell by 33,000 versus expectations for the creation of nearly 100,000 jobs for the month of June. That marked the first month of job losses since March 2023. So the payroll processing firm noted that layoffs were scarce and it was more the reluctance to hire new workers or replace workers who have already
Okay, so 240s are very active. That's a 11 Delta, so that's somebody probably selling premium Amazon. I wouldn't buy that. Delta 40 Delta is a 225. Buy 40.
Given uncertainty around the president's policies, whether it's
230.
trade, the tax bill, deregulation. One thing that may
Amazon looking for more.
the tax bill gets
Looking for
passed,
more. Amazon.
held up in the House, and I think it's just really going to be lifting the uncertainty.
Amazon.
Clarity.
Okay, I bought some 225s. Amazon. Amazon. 225s on Amazon. 225s.
It's not necessarily a precursor for the all-important government jobs report due out on Thursday. Economists are calling for 110,000 jobs to be created for the month of June. That would be a downshift from the 139,000 that were created back in the month of May. So that would continue the gradual cooling trend that we've been seeing so far over the past 3 months, albeit still show a solid job market. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate expected to tick up to 4.3% from 4.2%.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Okay, good entry on Amazon. Amazon's going now. Amazon. Here goes Broadcom. All right, everything is acting well. I might add my SOXL. Let me add SOXL. SOXL. Let me add to that. SOXL. Okay.
The jobs needed to match population growth. So beneficial.
Okay, I added to SOXL.
Solid job market, and with the unemployment rate, even though it is expected to tick up, it's not like it's all of a sudden going to 4.5%. I think if we saw a bigger leap in the unemployment rate, that may catch the attention of Fed officials.
Jennifer, thanks so much. A lot to continue to keep tabs on, even in a holiday abbreviated week for trading here and some eco data. Thank you. The June Challenger report shows employers cut just shy of 48,000 jobs in June. While that number showed a 49% decline from the previous month, it makes for the highest second quarter total since 2020. For more on the labor landscape, I want to bring in Andy Challenger. Challenger Gray and Christmas Senior Vice President. Andy, always a pleasure to grab some time with you here. I just want to start off with your insights on the headline from this print and what that spells out more broadly about the state of the labor market right now.
Yeah, look, we've been seeing increased rates of job cut announcements throughout the
Broadcom still ripping here. There goes Amazon. Amazon going. Boom.
So while the labor market has been really resilient over the first half of the year, the job cuts that we've tracked in the future over this period lets us know that there's probably more.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Estimate. Wow, everything is going here.
Number, which dropped
Remember,
is a good sign that it's not this vicious cycle of cutting that we can often see when things start to turn. So for us, for now, this number is indicating at least a cooling of overall activity that lets us think that this stall out could continue to be relatively positive, just a slowing of the labor market instead of something worse.
What should we make of these sectors?
Wow.
Making these layoffs?
Amazon's
Because
ripping here.
today we're talking
Looking good.
yet again
Can we get back
about a
up
major
to
company in Microsoft.
get back up to Monday's high would be nice. We've got supply overhead, Amazon.
Multi-thousand layoffs, I think 6,000
Okay.
layoffs earlier in the year, and then additionally here announcing once again more sweeping layoffs.
Okay, Amazon, nice turn here. Amazon. We bought on this last candle. Nice follow through. Put a stop underneath the lows right here.
Now for 3 great years coming out of the
Qualcomm,
labor
ripping.
shortage that we saw just after the height of COVID. There was a ton of what now seems to be over hiring in the tech sector. That is
Circle dropping off here.
being right-sized.
Circle. I have puts on Circle. Puts on Circle. That was VJ. I think VJ mentioned Circle. I was looking to get short. Take some puts long.
It remains very relevant. We've also been seeing for the number one area.
Yeah, you're looking for a bounce?
The
Okay.
retail sector, sector that's hardest hit by on and on again and off again tariffs, slowing in consumer spending, inflation, uncertainty. That is one of those areas where a lot of the economic activity that we've been seeing is really clearly showing up in the jobs numbers.
And so, all this considered, where are we seeing resilience on the hiring side? Because we also did get JOLTS data this week. However, that does come with a more significant lag.
Okay.
Yeah, we still continue to see jobs
Looking good, Amazon. Okay,
within
nice pop
several
there.
Sectors. We've seen this month some pretty good announcements in industrial goods, in construction. So areas of the economy where we're looking to see if there's still movement, spending, and building. And since there are more hires, they're coming. It's a positive sign that there's some core of the economy that is really remaining resilient.
So, is there anything within the employment data right now, in the labor market data, that you believe is enough to sway the Fed to cut earlier than anticipated? And right now, it seems like
Second half.
is the highest probable month that we would see and begin with what is expected to be 50 basis points of cuts to the end.
Yeah, I think it would have to be pretty significant if we saw a very, very low number of jobs added or negative growth in the labor market. That would be something that would clearly indicate to them that there's a need to make quicker change. I think the other thing to continue watching out for is revisions of previous reports. We have been in a period for at least half a year now where every single unemployment report coming out of the BLS has been revised down over time. And that's a sign that the economy was a little bit weaker, the labor market was weaker than we realized at any point in the last half a year.
Andy, good to see you. Thanks so much for the insights as always.
Thanks for having me.
Still with me, we have Brianne Lynch, who is the Equities and Head of Market Insight. Brianne, what does a softening labor market mean as related to private markets?
Sure. So when we look at the private markets, the biggest sector that we're talking about is tech. And as Andy had mentioned, a lot of that right sizing has already happened. So there were mass rounds of layoffs coming off of the venture boom in 2020, 2021. But most of that has kind of fed its way through the market. So we're not seeing that there's more layoffs, but more people are staying put in their jobs. Hiring has slowed down a bit. The one area, though, in the tech or private market that is kind of an anomaly to all this is AI. So there's been this AI arms race for talent where, companies like Meta are offering hundreds of millions of dollars of signing bonuses for top AI talent. So obviously this is a very narrow segment and a specialized part of the market, but certainly kind of goes against some of the broader trends we're seeing.
Absolutely. It's been fascinating to track here and see some of the people who were industry specialists, experts, the best in their field, make transitions from companies like OpenAI to Microsoft and Facebook, Meta Platforms rather, and all of those companies are talking about the talent that they are acquiring.
What time is
Trying
it?
to make sure it's helping them get to some of their ambitious goals with AI as well. Rand's sticking with us. We've got much more to discuss on the other side of the short break. You're watching Market Panels.
If your home had a leak, you fix it right and not with a tap. So why not fix your bladder leaks with Elatone? Elatone is the FDA-cleared incontinence treatment proven to reduce or eliminate leaks. Using Elatone takes just 20 minutes a day. It's easy, external, and effective. Elatone offers at-home convenience that will lead you to a leak-free life. So that's how I got through
Those stupid commercials.
with Elatone.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Discover Northern Europe's iconic landmarks and experience.
All right, you guys, take a break. All right, it's been a good day, good week. Going into the July 4th holiday, we got tomorrow. Is it half a day tomorrow? I haven't checked. Seasonality, second half. Okay. Going into, wow, it's almost 11:30 already. Wow.
Welcome back to Trade 360. I'm Diane King Hall. I'm now with Big Three, three stocks, three charts, three trades. Rick Duquette will take us through the charts. And here,
Google looking good. Tesla making a new higher high in the latter half of the morning session. Tesla continues. Tesla continues. Okay, this looks good. Tesla. Tesla.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of hope, a whole lot of dreams here, predicated on what is right now a $7+ billion market cap, and yet to produce a product. Look, there's only so far that you can take it under.
Netflix dropping off. Netflix not participating, taking a break.
In this case, it happens to be Sam Altman. So, look,
Meta pulling back, it's not participating. Microsoft's climbing higher highs, higher lows. Broadcom seeing a little profit taking. Same with Snowflake. Okay, Google continues. Google.
It's got a long road to the downside. As such, well, I'm leaving myself a little time on this. I'm going to go out to the September 19th expiration. I'm going to be buying 45 foot and selling a 35 foot, like a $10 wide spread. A $50 product is huge. This one's done for a $3.55 debit, but again, all kinds of time to see some sell side activity and an underlying that is an overlooked, fission reactor.
This guy is always bearish. Oklo, he's bearish on. Okay, yeah, so I can see Oklo taking a little bit. All right, looks like a handle building on Oklo. So we'll be looking for Oklo to bounce. Qualcomm.
It was once again resistance. Then we had our huge breakout to the upside, culminating with those highs 73.55. Now we have retreated once again. That boundary was supportive many times before it was eventually breached, in tandem with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average near 54.30. So two important levels were broken through. Now traders, they have their sights set on this point here. That was the low point.
Tesla looking for more. There goes Google looking for another pop on Amazon. Looking for Apple to break out of this flag. Apple flagging this morning. Tesla pushing. Volume looks good. Apple looking for the follow through. It is consolidating, squeezing. Day 3 on the breakout. Looking good. Target had a pretty decent day yesterday. Target coming off the low. I would think that these retailers will continue. Target looking good. Day 2. Not too late to get in for a swing.
Just also to consider volume profile, we can see that where we are now, we're in jeopardy of losing this heavy trading area. That would be roughly, once again, that 50 area that Don mentioned as a key threshold here. So, as I said,
There goes Google looking good. Google pressing higher. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. All right, looking for Target to continue. All right, SOX, SOXL looking good. SPY. Okay, looking for this consolidation to lead to a pop. Okay, let's go take a look at Trace right now. We do have some negative gamma overhead. Not looking for, let's see. Let me just log in here.
I think it's at some point, this is not investors, this is traders really driving this. I think traders are actually running out of some steam. We see some sell side activity here in the near term. It doesn't mean that, the goose is cooked for this underlying, long term. Just in the near term, I think we've seen it, again, overheated. Right?
Shut up, Mr. Short, with your mascara. I don't know. Dudes with mascara just freak me out. I could use a tan too. Penny, you're so critical. Yeah, I know. I'm no Brad Pitt either. Nice little, looks like we could pop here on the futures. Watch futures starting to gear up. Okay, let's take a look at Trace. Let's see what we've got. We want to see that dealer hedging flows rising. Okay, you can see that purple line continues to rise. Look at all this added gamma in here. Okay, this looks really good. Okay, so resistance starts to kick in about 62.25. Watch that dealer hedge flow. Okay, if we start to see that continue to point higher, that'd be bullish. Yeah, BBAI looks good. BBAI looks good. Target looks good. Target. BBAI. Okay, that one looks good. Just got a little dip here. BBAI. Looks like it's headed for 10. All right. BBAI. Solutions with amazing innovation portfolio and the shareholder value. In terms of other transactions, look, we are very used to apply fairly stringent return on invested capital. So for us now, it's all about executing against this. 54% earnings growth for BBAI, Frank. 54% earnings growth, 5% revenue growth. Looks pretty good. BBAI. Okay, SOXL continues. Caterpillar strong. Thank you, Stephen. Caterpillar. Okay, so Qualcomm continuation. Qualcomm. Okay, what do I need? Batteries or something here? What's the deal? Let me change the batteries on my mouse. The mouse is acting weird. Probably need batteries. Okay.
This is a unique moment in time for the company. Paul said we got to open a new chapter for it.
Well, it's a big part of the bullish thesis from analysts as well. Antonio, thank you for joining us on this big day for you. We appreciate the color. Antonio Neri, CEO of HPE. When we come back, we're going to take you live to the White House for the latest breaking details on this framework for a trade deal with Vietnam. Plus, we will be joined by Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins with some of the first reaction from the Trump administration. Don't go anywhere.
To grow faster, monetize quicker, that could actually potentially erode that trust. And so it's striking this right balance of playing the long game, earning that ability to be trusted over many decades, while really having the growth be driven by users loving the product. Most people that use Perplexity use it because somebody told them they use Perplexity.
And Dimitri, that's what I reflect on. When I think about my interactions with Perplexity, if you call it a query or not, I kind of think about time spent in the context that, like, different to Google, I might make a query and stay with it over a number of days. Is that kind of data that you can share with us about how you see users behaving differently on Perplexity?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, we both save people a lot of time, right? The time saved to get knowledge. But then once you realize you can acquire knowledge so efficiently and so quickly, you want to learn more, right? And so our goal is not to have you use Perplexity more hours in a day. We want to empower users to tap into their curiosity and learn everything they possibly could want to learn. And so it is both an efficiency metric, and then there's kind of expanding that curiosity.
Dimitri, there were reports in May that you're raising more money at high valuation with Accel, the venture firm will be leading. What's the status of that, please?
Yeah, I won't get into any investment specifics, but it is something that makes my job easier is that VCs and investors tend to be some of the busiest people in the world. And many of them love using Perplexity. And so oftentimes, when we speak to investors, they know our product very well. We have a lot of passionate users broadly in finance, because those are sectors where trustworthy, accurate AI, when you're making $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, $1 billion decisions, that's where you really notice the difference of a more accurate answer engine. And so that has made our ability to grow through capital more straightforward.
Feels like VCs are desperate to give you money, but it also seems that many of other big tech want to buy into you. There's been reports that Meta was trying to buy you, and indeed Apple. Are you resolute for remaining independent, or would you be bought at the right price?
We, as I said, are building a generational company, so we think of the world through the lens of trillions, not billions. We also think there's incredible value in remaining independent, because that's a key way to preserve that trust with our users. And so we have no plans to sell the company, and are incredibly excited about remaining independent for decades to come.
Thank you so much for Perplexity. It's great to have you here on Bloomberg Tech. Thank you so
Breaking
much.
news from the White House this morning announcing a new trade framework with Vietnam. Let's get to Eamon Javers with the details. So what do we know?
Sarah, well, we don't have any official confirmation in terms of documentation, legal documents, that sort of thing. What we do have is the president's social media post, and what he says there is that the tariff rate on Vietnam is now going to go to 20%. They're going to have a 40% tariff on what they call transshipments. That's things that are coming through Vietnam and onto the United States. Also, he says there's going to be a 0% tariff on U.S. exports to Vietnam. We'll wait now for the official paperwork on this. Nothing so far, Sarah, from the Vietnamese side yet in terms of an official announcement that we have seen from here. So we'll watch for that to see if their version of this agreement matches with what the president has just put out on social media.
Of course. You can't believe what the president says. No way, Jose.
Coming relatively soon. The White House expects more deals before that July 9th deadline that the president's put in place for negotiations.
All right. Looking for a follow through.
There might be another deal coming maybe as soon as today. Don't want to get ahead of that.
Apple's starting to fade now. Apple's starting to fade.
Keep an eye out for in the coming days. And then take a look at this just to get a sense of Vietnam overall. This graphic that we prepared shows where Vietnam ranks in terms of global trading partners. And you see Vietnam there. Exports to Vietnam, just over $3 billion. Imports, $39.7 billion. So this is clearly a deficit, trade deficit country. That $39.7 billion is going to be what's impacted here by this new tariff rate of 20%, which is substantially higher than what American importers have been paying for goods imported from Vietnam before. But this deal clearly gives Vietnam some clarity, maybe some goodwill in the White House, maybe some geostrategic certainty about which orbit it lands in. So there are reasons for the Vietnamese to agree to this deal, even if the tariff rate is going to end up being much higher than it was previously, still lower than the so-called Liberation Day tariff that the president had proposed earlier this year, Sarah.
I think there's also an interesting jab at China in this, the 40% tariff on transshipments, which is basically goods that go through Vietnam on their way to the U.S., which many of which come from China. So that's interesting. But ultimately, Eamon, the cost of doing business for U.S. companies.
All right, UNH is starting to turn off the low. UNH starting to turn.
Because China was really in the eye of the storm when it comes to tariffs. They will pay 20% tariffs on those imports from Vietnam.
Yeah, and we should be clear about this, right, Sarah? Because I've just seen some static on social media about this. A tariff is a tax on an American importer, right? So the person who's paying the tax is the American company who's importing the goods from Vietnam, right? So they will pay that at the point where the goods cross the border, and they'll have to figure out whether they can negotiate a lower price from their suppliers, whether they can pass that on to customers, or whether they have to eat that in terms of their profit margins. But that is an increased cost.
Broadcom. Okay, looking for the dip to get bought. Netflix is the one holdout for now. Netflix pulling back a bit more. It's down to 1274.
Now it looks like Vietnam, not quite as safe a harbor as a lot of American importers may have thought. Do they look for someplace?
Broadcom looking for more upside. Let's see. Broadcom does have a habit of running when it gets going. Broadcom. Okay. So yesterday was a pretty decent down day, so we still have a ways to go to get back to yesterday's high. Got a B pivot here. Broadcom looks like it might be going here. Broadcom. Let's see if I want to do something here with Broadcom. AVGO. Let me see AVGO right here. AVGO. Let's see if there's a buy order blocks showing up. No, there isn't. And there's supply right overhead. So I'll pass on Broadcom for now. What I like to see is a buy order block. You can see this buy order block just before the opening bell, that buy order block there for Broadcom. I like to see them stacking up throughout the day, moving higher. Let's see if NVIDIA's got any of that, has any of that. Okay, looking for buy order blocks. Okay, got buy order blocks just before the open. Okay, you see that? Then a buy order block right here, right around 955. Okay, we'd like to see another buy order block. That would indicate that NVIDIA is looking for more upside. We do have supply just overhead at 159, 160. So there's that. Okay, the semiconductors, if you don't want to trade individual semis, you can always do SOXL. Very strong today, SOXL. Why is my machine so slow this morning? Oh, you know why? It's probably got Trace bringing in a lot of data. All right, so big move on SOXL. So I did add 250 shares of SOXL. Got to stop underneath yesterday's low for now. Once we start to move a bit higher, I'll probably put it under today's low or the 200-day if we hold the high. If we hold the high and the chips don't sell off, I doubt they will, but if they do sell off for some reason, I'll stop out. But SOXL looking very strong. Okay, the SPMO, the S&P 500 Momentum ETF bouncing. All right, so I won't do anything here. Let's see if this holds the 90 MA. Since it moved, SPMO, since it moved above the 50-day back in May, okay, late April, early May, since it moved above the 921.50, all turned up and to the right. So that was a signal. Back here, you'll know, I'm going to just repeat myself. Back in April 7th, 8th, we had that pivot. Okay, so what was our buy signal? Okay, what was our buy signal? Well, this is the chart, the red and green. That's the chart of the number of stocks trading above the 20-day. This is a very, very useful money flow metric. Okay, when you've got 100% of the S&P 500 stocks below their 20-day, when you've got 100% below their 50-day, and so on, you can assume that you're pretty much at extremes. So you're always looking for, it doesn't mean buy, it means look for institutions to give you the signal. How do they give you the signal? The number of stocks trading above their 20-day start to reverse and give a positive metric. All right, so we got down to 94%. 94% were below the 50-day, below the 20-day. So once these started to reverse, that was our buy signal, okay, among other things, junk bonds, etc. Junk bonds also reversed. So on April 7th, April 8th rather, pre-market, I bought SPXL at 90.51, right? 90.51, bought SPXL. Let's see. SPXL. Okay, so on that day, SPXL, I bought at 90.51 pre-market. That ran up to 100 and SPXL ran up to what, 150, I think it was. SPXL. Okay, so I bought SPXL here at 90.51 pre-market. Pre-market on April 8th. Okay, once we got the reversal signal, we were looking for a long, and I sold as it came up to the 200-day. So around 155 or so, I think, is where we sold half of our position. I still have SPXL on because this is still looking good. It's actually looking like it's outperforming SPMO at the moment. SPMO got a little ahead, right? The reason why it's kind of tapering off a little bit is because some of the bigger names like NVIDIA or Microsoft are in this SPMO. All right, so that was your signal. Okay, so your signal was the number of stocks above the 20-day. Okay, now we're up in the red zone. So told you that more than likely we're going to see 2 weeks before a pause. Doesn't mean we have to. We could start the trend, especially if the president gets some more deals inked and Vietnam comes back, as CNBC is waiting for confirmation from Vietnam that the deal is what the president said. If we get that, we get more deals. Japan's a no for now. I think the president said Japan, he doesn't see a deal with Japan just yet because Japan's still holding out for better. And that's a no-go. But maybe India. Maybe India's next. UK, I don't think we've actually signed a deal with the UK. That would be good. Canada, I'm not sure. I think Canada we're still having issues with, right? So for an investor, we want to look for this trend to continue, right? So this is very bullish. We broke the downtrend. We broke above these pivots right here. Okay, we're headed back to the highs. Everything I'm seeing looks pretty good. It's just the weekly trend that I have been paying attention to. Over here, back in 23, when we changed direction in October, we started to put together 2 and 3 weeks. Okay, so look over here. This is a pretty good example. We reversed trend. We started to move higher, and we would put together like 2 or 3 weeks before we'd have a pause. 2 or 3 weeks would have a pause, and we start to string together 4 weeks of pause, 4 weeks of pause, and then into 2024, we started seeing 9 weeks and then a pause, 6 weeks, a pause. Okay, so what I'm looking for now is the strength to persist. Now, it doesn't mean that we should pause next week. For me personally, I'm going to be taking some profits off into strength on this week into tomorrow. Okay, and then I'm going to wait. I'm going to see what happens on Monday. Do we have a very strong day on Monday, Tuesday? Then we could look for a third week. Okay, but I'm going to take a little profits into strength because since we moved back above the 10 EMA, we had 2 weeks of pause, 1 week of pause, 2 weeks of pause, and now we're on 2 weeks. All right, so the odds are more favorable for the bulls. I just want to see a follow through. So I'm going to take some profits off into strength throughout today and tomorrow, just so you know what my plan is. What I don't want to do is put on a lot of new calls. With call skew high. Okay, call skew being what it is, I want to make sure that if I'm going to do any kind of calls now, I'm going to do verticals because that'll bring my cost down. Let's see. I think it was yesterday morning. Okay, so we were looking to sell premium on these names. Okay, these ones that are up at the high. Okay, we're looking to sell premium. Okay, AMD, Hims and Hers, especially these ones over on the right. Exxon, Apple, maybe.
To what extent have you been disappointed at the kind of change in tone towards DEI more broadly in corporate?
I just think we might be a little bit cooked at this point. If we get a follow through tomorrow, that would be surprising. Not surprising. We did expect it. What I meant to say was if we see a follow through tomorrow, I'll be looking to take profits as an expectation that we could see a little weakness to start on Monday. Okay, Amazon's still pushing. That said, we do look pretty good. We're looking pretty good. The dealer hedge flows are still rising. You can see that purple line is still rising here. Okay, that's telling you that we're probably going to see another pop to the upside. I have the 620 calls on SPY. I have 620s. Okay, SPY, I have 620s. Okay, so I want to see this a little bit higher so I can take some profits on SPY. Tomorrow's expiration, SPY. Okay, so those are up. SPY is up, looking good.
Always a pleasure to have you on. I'm sorry we're squeezed because of that breaking trade news, but we really appreciate you joining us. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
News update, Christina Partsinevelos has it for us.
Are you really?
Well, the prosecution and defense in Sean Diddy's sex trafficking trial are now working on their arguments on whether the rap mogul should be released.
John, you're down in Euros, you said? You're down in Euros Inlet?
Has been cleared until the afternoon as the judge awaits their submissions. A jury found Diddy guilty this morning on 2 prostitution counts, but cleared him on more serious sex trafficking and racketeering.
I don't understand. Are you here? I'll buy you a beer.
Suspend cooperation with the United Nations nuclear watchdog known as the International Atomic Energy Agency. Under the law, international observers will no longer be able to track Tehran's nuclear program.
So you're selling your house in Murals? Okay. Good time to sell, man. You probably did well, right?
And emotions running high in the British House of Commons today as questions were raised over Chancellor Rachel Reeves' future. Reeves fought back tears after Prime Minister Keir Starmer declined to say whether she would keep her job as a senior finance official. However, shortly after the tense moments you can see on your screen right now. Starmer's press secretary and Reeves has Starmer's full backing, said that they have Starmer's full backing, and she's going nowhere. Guys, Sarah? I know Wilford was not crazy about this morning.
Well, and then they said it was a personal matter that made her emotional, wasn't related. I mean, the key takeaway has been a terrible 24 hours for the UK government.
Yeah, good job there, John.
On a big policy, it's going to cost them more, and that's pushed up what deals along with speculation.
Robin Hood, nice. Okay, nice move on Robin Hood.
Watching those gilt yields. After the break, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins is with us. We'll discuss the president's so-called big beautiful.
Okay, Webull doing well. Webull in sympathy to Robin Hood. Yep. Sorry about the caps. Webull's going here. Webull, nice job. That was brought to you by Corey. Mentioned Scott Redler was in it, so I bought some shares. I like the idea. Webull, maybe they get bought out. Looking good, looking good.
And just like me last night, we pulled through the entire regulatory filing. What do we know?
Sure, yeah. So their ticker is FIG, F-I-G. They're going to be on the New York Stock Exchange, and sources tell me they're aiming to go to debut later this month. This is a long time coming. They almost got by
11:46.
2022, and then that didn't happen, so they went the IPO route instead.
And there is the context that they were almost bought by Adobe, but they managed to keep eyeing the prize, keep growing the business independently. Where do we stand in terms of the growth of this company?
Sure, and they recently turned a profit, so they have growing revenue and now profit. I think they're trying to make themselves seem like they're AI related. They recently launched an AI related product, but they have a lot of
Rocket Labs next hood. Okay.
professional designers using their product. A lot of them outside of the U.S., all around the world, and they're hoping, that the IPO will continue to raise their profile with consumers.
Very nice, Katie Wood. All things IPO for this summer. We appreciate it. Now, from public markets to increasing investment on the private side, venture firm Accel has led an unusually large Series A funding round for the startup Canva. Now, the AI-native enterprise software firm recently closed a $35 million financing round. Accel partner Christine Eselman is here with us to talk it through. This is surprisingly large for a Series A, but I feel like our numbers have gone all out of whack the minute generative AI came into the politics.
Okay, Robin Hood.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I'm so excited to tell you
Robin Hood, looking good. Robin Hood.
An AI native ERP solution that replaces companies like NetSuite and QuickBooks. It's tackling the super large ERP.
Welcome back to Money Movers. President Trump's big, beautiful bill awaiting a final House approval vote. And today, President Trump unveiling a trade framework with Vietnam. Joining us now is U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins.
Winning.
Madam Secretary, thank you for joining us.
Winning.
On the big, beautiful bill. The Farm Bureau came out in support. I know there's a lot to like in it for farmers, crop insurance, expensing of farm equipment, but it also does cut the SNAP food stamp program, federal program. So how does it all net out for agriculture?
First of all, thank
thanks so much for having me back. It's great to be with you. So what I will say is this, overall, this bill is a massive piece of great legislation that effectuate President Trump's vision. You all have heard all of the numbers. Specific to agriculture, it's a really, really, really big step forward. You mentioned SNAP. That's our food stamp program that USDA runs. Every day, USDA spends almost $300 million on SNAP. $300 million. It's a huge government program that we're never going to take food out of hungry kids' mouths, but under Joe Biden, with the fraud and the abuse, rolling that back and aligning it more with the Americans who really need it allows this bill to move forward. And also, as you mentioned, to lean into better and more important support for our farmers and our ranchers. A couple of the things you mentioned, but also about a $10 billion tax cut for our farmers and ranchers, preserving about 2 million family farms from being subject to the death tax. It's kind of one thing after another. Reference prices being updated for the first time in more than a decade. It's a really important step forward for our farmers and our ranchers and really our food supply for America. So hopefully it gets there very soon.
Yeah, that's what we hear. Biofuel tax credit also extended. I think that's a big deal for the farmers as well. But what about the Medicaid cuts? I mean, the Democrats have obviously made a lot about that politically, but just in reality, Secretary Rollins, there is concern about what it means for rural communities.
I know the Senate really leaned into that as well, but here's what I know, and I've got many, many years of working in public policy, not just in agriculture. The Medicaid program itself is very broken. You have states that under the weight of
Okay, bull, we bull, ripping here. All right, looking really good.
there will never be a time in this country where people won't have access to healthcare.
Okay, Amazon ripping higher, Google looking good, Nvidia with a higher low. Okay, Tesla looking for a higher high now. Broadcom looks like it's going to keep going. Broadcom. What did I want to do on Broadcom? I wanted to look at, for more buy order blocks. We do have supply just overhead. Let me go to the 15 minutes, see what that looks like. 15-minute buy order blocks right before the opening bell. Okay. Looks like we could see more upside on Broadcom. Maybe I'm going to buy some here on this pivot. July 25th, Broadcom, 270. No, let me go to 40 Delta. Oops. Shit, I hate when that happens. Let me delete this. Okay, let's go to 40. I'm going to buy a 40 Delta on Broadcom. 40 Delta is a 275 buy, 275 buy, vertical 275, vertical 275, 280. That's 2 for 1. Okay, 2 to 1. Broadcom, go ahead and do that. Let's see. All right, I bought some 270s, 270, 275s for July 25th on Broadcom.
So hyper-focused on our farmers. It's been really incredible to see.
Well, speaking of that, you know, the president has recently been talking about an extension to some of the immigration policies and the
44 Deltas, vertical. 275, 280, 275, 280.
Maybe his top promise to the American people that he was going to secure the border. And he has done that. So now, and mass deportation was always a part of that. He's always talked about that for almost 10 years. So now we're seeing that.
Broadcom, okay, watching that. Broadcom, Webull working. Webull doing really well here. Okay, good job, Webull.
Is making sure that we have a 100% legal workforce. That anyone that is here
Okay, Amazon's still going. Amazon working. I did buy some Amazon July 25th, 225 calls, 225 calls, Amazon earlier. making higher highs. Okay, S&P still cruising higher, higher highs, higher lows. Okay, looking for that delta, looking for that hedging flow to continue. That line starting to flatten out a little bit. So we don't want that to turn down. If that starts to turn down, you can see the supply overhead. Okay, 66 million sitting right there. That's a 99 percentile. Okay, so that's pretty important level at 99 percentile. Okay, so that's building positive gamma. The dealers have positive gamma there. So it looks like people are selling calls. Dealers are long. If I read that right. Okay. Let's go take a look at SPY. Flows in SPY. Okay. Just got a little reversal on SPY right there. See if that turns back up. Let's see if it turns back up here. Okay.
It's supporting the farmers and ranchers. It's effectuating his vision of 100% legal workforce, but also stay safe and abundant.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We have a lot of issues to get through right now. A lot of that in the farmland, the agriculture department. We appreciate your reaction to the trade deal and everything else. Agriculture
Thank you so
Secretary
much.
Rick Rollins.
Okay, bye-bye, y'all. Thanks.
Bye.
Well, after this short break, as OpenAI was Google's quietly making moves that could prove more consequential. We'll discuss that.
Semiconductors at the high. Okay, let's take a look at Robinhood's flow. Robinhood's hedging flow. Let's see what Robinhood looks like. All right, still pretty bullish on Robinhood. This is Robinhood. You can see right here. Robinhood. Right there is Robinhood. Okay. Okay, so we're looking for Robinhood. That flow continues. Flow continues. Now, check this out. Check this out. Let's look at next expiration, see if it's mirroring or outpacing this week. So I'm going to enable next week. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Next week, next expiration is rising as well. So Robinhood looks good. Let's look at Bull, Webull. Bull. Can we get anything on Bull? No? Okay. Not in the database. Okay, Webull though looks good. Driving higher. Okay. Webull. Bull. Bull. All right, turning the corner. Note the squeeze here. Okay, once that gets going, this could rip, okay? Okay, note the squeeze. Okay, several things to note here. The squeeze. Momentum. Okay, wow, this looks pretty good. Let me just do this. A Webull. Okay, let me just make a couple of notes. Webull. Okay, what happened to my broadcast there? They went off. Okay, let's put Schwab on.
Planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades in full hours of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hicks. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Markets, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Weeble. Okay, we're coming into the lunch hour. We'll get CNBC back on here.
And the Watch List live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management.
Oh boy, nice way to end the week. We got another trading day, so hopefully tomorrow is going to be a follow-through on this. I am going to take some profits in the strength, though. I'm not greedy.
Is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account. You can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab.
Weeble
Tom White, got a great
climbing. All right, so looking good. Looking good.
And option strategies. We're going to cover Apple, which is up over 5% so far just this week and was upgraded today. And then Adobe, which is down about 15% in 2025 and was downgraded this morning. And like
Imagine if Bull got bought out by Robinhood. That'd be cool.
Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are sitting near session highs for us. The benchmark S&P 500 up 0.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average basically flat, and then the Nasdaq 100.
Okay, Microsoft's starting to bounce. Microsoft's starting to bounce. It's been a little squirrely this morning. Microsoft, watching that one. Amazon looks like it wants to go. Amazon's trying to go. It's got a ways to get back to Monday's high. Starting to move through supply.
A dull market at this point, right?
Yeah, you nailed it. You know what? From your intro,
Dull?
I think
It's a dull market to you? Okay.
On most right now is the Russell. It's been a laggard for many years, right? It looked like the rotation was occurring in November and December when the Trump trade gave it some life. But then
It's at supply right here.
Here we are. As you mentioned, up about 0.75% today, but we're above the 200-day moving average for the first time since March. As we're looking at the S&P 500, the Nasdaq.
Okay, futures pulling back in a little bit. Futures.
This is the one that might show that there's some broadening occurring.
Okay, let's go over to CNBC instead. Joe T, Mr. Handsome.
Over the next 90 days with the bond market takes control. We get in this
this contentious debate on whether the Fed is going to cut. I still think September 17th, they will be cutting. But I think the third quarter, if the bond market
Apple fading a bit from the high of the day. Apple, what's UNH doing? UNH still off 3%. UNH hasn't bounced yet. It's going to take, yesterday looked really promising, but it's going to take a little while longer, it looks like. UNH got shares and January calls, 40 deltas. They're 45 now. Netflix trying to bounce.
Which was a significant call in and of itself. But we have been discussing over the last
Snowflake.
few days,
Let me change this
Kevin, as to
to
whether
bull.
we were going to have a turning point for shares of one of America's most loved stocks and one of America's most owned stocks and one of the Mag 7's worst stocks year to date. We going to have a better second half for Apple?
Well, I sure hope so. And I think the move yesterday that was sparking the recovery in the stock had a lot to do with their AI plans. And if they give up the internal ability to create Apple Intelligence and they tack onto a Scale AI, a Perplexity, in this case, I think they're talking about Anthropic and OpenAI more as a dominant player. I think that would be fantastic for the stock because you've got 2.3 billion active users. And if all of us collectively could actually turn Siri on and expect it to work occasionally, I think that would be a great step up. So I'm optimistic on the stock in the second half.
Okay, so Target turned yesterday. Looks really good. Target back above the 10 EMA weekly.
Starting to turn. That, you know, okay, if they make a decision that rather than in-house, they go to a third party for a significant portion of their AI, with, you know, their aspirations around Siri. So what? It's a significant move, and it's the right move. And if you get AI right, better late than never.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they're always late because they don't innovate. So they wait for somebody else to innovate and then they copy it. However, they got caught with their pants down here because this is
Target looking good on the 10 EMA weekly. You can see it's changed trend. Last time it did this, okay, it ran up from 99 to 174.
you know, AI for Siri, etc. for a long time now. Remember, it was promised, you know, almost a year ago at this point. So I think that would be positive. I also think part of it, and I agree with Kevin, that's part of what's driving. I also think what's driving is you've seen such massive performance from the bottom on the other Mag 7 stocks that people looking to find so-called bargains, and this is a catch-up trade as well. So you got those two things working for it. I still think that the others will outperform, but you know, we've seen a bottom in Apple. You know, normally if it were an Apple or another company, you'd be trading a lot lower valuation, but because they have been slow revenue growth, slow earnings growth over the last number of years. But at this point,
Looks
I'd
good.
rather be in the other Mag 7 stocks.
Weekly Target probably going to be a really good trade. Target's probably going to do really well. Okay, I don't want to sell myself too short. I'm going to stick with Target for a while. Looking for this to continue. Target.
In the total story of whether you think Apple has the ability to have a really sizable rebound over the next 6 months, because the year to date it's down 16%, and that's after a nice move yesterday.
So, I mean, I guess to Steve's point, so they're just going to copy Samsung. I mean, we already have a foldable phone. So it's like, this is where, that's not innovative. That's just copying what Samsung already has. And so, I don't know.
You hear people talk about the Samsung phone. I mean, so what?
Never.
Why is that?
It's just like a feature. It's just a feature. It's there. So you think about Apple, the vast majority of their revenues come from the hardware of people buying iPhones. And so the thesis a year and a half ago, which I disagreed with, I think Steve disagreed with it too, is that iPhone 16 was not going to be exponential. It was going to be incremental. So now iPhone 17. So how are you going to get us to speed up? Like iPhone 14, very happy with it. How are you going to get the Globe to speed up that cycle? It's not going to be with a foldable phone. And so I think with Apple, this is a great company. They buy back their stock.
Target Daily. Let me just check out Target Daily.
Somewhat of a quandary. This is a late
Daily.
stage company that really needs to innovate, and they have very big, you know, revenue numbers, but they're not growing. And so I think a foldable phone is a nothing burger. I think buying back shares is still overdone. And how do you innovate? How does a hardware company innovate when all of the innovation is coming from software? And I think that's the big question with the stock. I still own the stock. It sold half in December, but I just think investors do need to understand. We've seen this playbook before: Eastman, Kodak, Polaroid, IBM, Cisco. You know, they really need to do something they haven't been comfortable doing in the past.
Comparing Apple to Kodak? Oh boy.
You'll let us know when you sell the other half. It sounds like you have 1 foot out the door on the second half of your holding. Certainly doesn't make a big case behind it.
No, it doesn't. Look, I think we're always searching for some fundamental catalyst. I think Steve really nailed it. A lot of the story so far in 2025, when you're looking at these mega cap companies, it's all about Meta, it's all about Nvidia, it's all about Microsoft. There's a clear delineation. Then on the other side, there's concerns surrounding Alphabet. We know the concerns with Apple, and they haven't performed. Well, sentiment and positioning right now probably for Apple are as poor as it has been in many, many years. And for a trade, I do think, I said it yesterday, I think you could buy this for a trade. I think it probably goes 220, 225 easily. Doesn't mean 6 months from now it's the leader, but you're going to kind of get a little bit of a better feeling surrounding that sentiment because you got some clarity yesterday that maybe they have a roadmap in front of them as it relates to the AI strategy.
Target, Amazon trying to push through this area. Amazon.
Do you not agree with it?
Well, I would have liked to have seen them innovate on their own, not have to go to a third party.
What difference does it? I don't understand
Target.
what difference it makes.
It doesn't make a difference. I don't think it makes a difference to the business model. I think it makes a difference to revenue. I think what we had wanted over the last 6 months is for them to be competitive with the other mega cap technology companies in an AI strategy. And just because we weren't satisfied in that regard, to your point, it probably doesn't make a difference for the share price.
Here's why it makes a difference. It doesn't make a difference today, but it makes a difference going forward. Because as AI continues to improve, and as OpenAI and Anthropic continue to innovate, and Meta and the others on AI, Apple's not going to be innovating on it because they don't have those people internally. So you see the major.
But if they're doing the deals with the innovators, what difference?
New York Fangs. Okay.
For those upgrades, I'm just because they
Yeah, looks good to me.
First. So OpenAI is going to deploy those first. Microsoft also has a call on what they're doing as a large shareholder in the company. So it's always the innovators who get first dibs, and then the ones that are buying from them, depending upon the check.
Apple's not going to do a deal with one of these companies and then watch whatever terms they pay, watch the innovations go to somebody else.
Well, they're going to have to get there with it. Well, I don't think that's true. They are not in the premier negotiating position right now, unless they want to write a significantly larger check, and then you can ask, why not buy Perplexity, which is phenomenal AI in search.
Well, that seems to be where everybody's talking about. What if they did do that? What if they did do that? Gene Munster was on Closing Bell with us yesterday, said they should buy Perplexity. Alex Kantrowitz was at WWDC with us, said they should buy Perplexity. If they buy Perplexity, are you going to be happy with that?
Yeah, I would be. There'd be some dilution because of the price tag. But yes, I would be happy with it. They've got to use their cash for something. If you recall, I wanted to buy Netflix. What was a $50 billion market cap? Think of what that would have done for them. How many more eyeballs? Look, it's got great products. Once you're in it, you're locked in. But believe me, the foldable phone, as Brent says, is not the key. I've seen foldable phones from Samsung. I'm sure we all have. They're unwieldy. The form factor, once they make it equivalent to this, and this is going to go lighter, then people aren't going to want it. It's a gimmick.
Brent, I saw you raising your hand over there.
Yeah. So it's like I want to be balanced here. So why do you buy Apple?
Okay, Robinhood, still seeing flows rising on Robinhood. SPY.
Because we're all still using our Apple devices. So
Okay, hedging flows turning up on SPY.
and where Apple dominates everybody else is security. And so if you think about this AI assistant, ultimately, once again, you have Alexa, but you have the app on your phone. And so people trust Apple. And so if they can get Siri, whether it's an acquisition, what have you, buying talent like Meta's doing, where we
Okay,
can
we want to see this hedging flow continue to push higher, that purple line.
to be able to make plane reservations, to look in our I do think that's where ultimately this company can execute, but it's a timing perspective. And so I think that you do need to think that Tim Cook is going to pull it off because I do
Okay,
think
SOXL pushing higher.
Yeah, let me sum it up this way. I need a reason to upgrade from my 14 to a 17. They didn't give it to me for the 15. They didn't give it to me for the 16. I'm still waiting. I'm happy to hold this through the 20 as long as it still works.
But I think that's the point. The ecosystem retention is remarkable for this company.
But you need
They'll
to
sit,
grow
but
through
we'll
this.
sit there and we will wait, and they will pay you to wait because they'll buy back their stock.
So Tesla is another stock I want to look at today. It's looking to snap a 6-day losing streak. It is back above $1 trillion in market cap. Speaking of mega caps that have not performed well, down more than 20% year to date. Kev, what's your take here? Their deliveries missed. Dan Ives said they were way better than feared, which maybe matters more than anything else, and why the stock is reacting today the way it is.
Seems kind of pathetic that we're getting excited because they were way better than feared. So if you're looking at this as
When
one of
feared
the
was pretty bad, when actual's pretty bad, they're down also.
Okay, Bull, Webull still pushing. Webull.
lousy. Luckily, we have only a 2.5% position in this. It's underweight the various indices. I think that this is always a reminder to me, like when you're sitting in high school and you think of like the smartest kid in the room, you play it for baby you. But they don't always have the same strengths.
I love the props. The only one who hasn't given me props today is you, Scott.
Much like some people don't always have
You showed up in that sport jacket. That's probably the reason why. Continue, please.
try to learn how to read the room.
Can we go on Musk, please? I don't want to. Just tell me the story.
I'm speaking specifically about Elon Musk. Whenever he's fighting with Donald Trump, that's bad for the stock. So if you're a CEO, take care of your shareholders and focus on that. So this is a company that we love for robotics, self-driving, and all of the other things that come along with robotics. But for right now, if you're looking at it on today's news, it's not a buy by any means.
Bryn, what do you think? You've been the most high-profile shareholder of Tesla on this program.
Yeah, I mean, I think 250 to 260 to 360 is the range. And so you buy it down there, let it run and sell calls. I think that I've said this before.
All right, so hedging flows are flattening out right now. Markets are just kind of taking a break.
And so I think that you have to believe that, robotics, that they do some combination with XAI and Dojo on their Grok on their Dojo with all of the GPUs that he's building. But I do think that investors are going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But from a trader, once again, 260 to 350, you can drive a truck through that. That's why the call premium is so high. And so I would assume Kevin, like myself, like to sell calls on this when it gets
Okay, S&P is trying to turn up. Futures trying to turn up.
Until we start getting some new revenue stream clarity.
Okay, let's look at 0-day. See how 0-day fared. Okay, so we got a little bit of upside potential on 0-day.
Amazon's target goes to 250 at Truist. Meta's target goes to 740 at Baird. Nvidia's closing in on $4 trillion in market cap. Joe Terranova, you're answering the question first. Nvidia. Over the next 6 months, it's up 16% year to date. It trails Meta. So I don't care what your answer is.
Okay, Nvidia.
Okay.
Meta.
God, he's so freaking obnoxious.
While they were all over.
Okay. Hedging flows.
Based on what?
Hedging flows biased to the upside.
Well, I know you're talking about the PE, but I mean, what's the Nvidia's overvalued?
Yeah, I think it's
Meta's overvalued.
I believe it is. Yeah. Well, I'm fine with that. Alphabet's not, but there's a fundamental issue with Alphabet, which is search, and that I think is going to keep a lid in the stock. But Meta is just making investment after investment in AI, and I think that's going to continue to pay dividends.
I know, but these companies are all buying Nvidia's product.
They are, but Meta's also making their own chips. Amazon's making their own chips. Google's making their own chips.
Okay, so bias to the upside for now.
Dig into the dominant market share
17.
So eventually that will start to hit Nvidia, and they've already been producing chips.
Bias bullish. All right, so looks like everything else is going to go.
What's your answer?
My answer is Amazon, but I don't think either of these two stocks are overvalued. I think you can buy Nvidia, I think you can buy Meta, and certainly you can buy Amazon down here. This one's relatively underperformed its peer group. You've got AWS, which is incredible. You've got Prime, you've got advertising. They're getting into robotics, satellite. It's just a very diversified company, certainly led by AWS.
Bryn, what would your answer be?
Oh, NVIDIA. You know, NVIDIA's been basing out. It broke through that 145, 150. All roads lead to NVIDIA. Meta's spending money. They're all spending money. They may be buying chips, making their own chips, but NVIDIA is not making chips. They're making 70-pound to 1-ton tech stacks that people are using for data centers. And so I think this breakout you can get if the market continues to rally. NVIDIA, you know, goes to 200. So I'll go with Joe with NVIDIA, $200 price target.
Well, we'll watch the $4 trillion level. Watching the banks too. Bank stocks are at a 3-year high. The biggest banks are raising their dividends. They're announcing buybacks. That's after the stress tests went by with flying colors. Goldman's dividend goes to $4 from $3, and every bank on this list is raised. I don't need to tell you the levels because they don't really mean anything to you if I do that. But what about the bank stocks here?
I'm maintaining the positioning that I have certainly in Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley is a name that I owned previously in the last several years. Unfortunately, I stepped away from it. I'm looking to get back into that once again. I think all of these money center banks are in the sweet spot. I think the regulatory reform is real. The clarity surrounding what taxes are going to be looking like. And I do think you're going to see an uptick in M&A. The one thing about the banks is I would watch the regional banks very closely, because if you're looking for the indicator that what we saw yesterday is going to be something that's more than a 24-hour event, it's going to be represented in the regional banks first and foremost.
Citi raises targets on a bunch today. Citizens Financial to 57 from 51. Huntington to 20 from 19. Regions to 27 from 26. U.S. Bancorp to 59 from 55. And you own all those.
I own all of these, and they have not worked in the last quarter. The momentum has been waning significantly, and we need something to act as a catalyst. Maybe that will be a series of rate cuts in the fall. Maybe it's going to be regulatory relief. I'm not necessarily sure what specific catalyst is going to come from, but I am telling you, it will be a leading indicator that the rotation is going to be something a little bit more durable over the course of the year.
Kevin, the other day you made the argument that in this kind of market, you let your horses run. Those were your exact words. Now you're trimming Goldman Sachs, which has been a thoroughbred. Okay? Why are you doing that?
Well, one thing I want to point out with Goldman Sachs on the plus side is that they raised their dividend by 33%. They took it from $3 to $4. That's very powerful. We have a 5% maximum position, so my horses can run only so far. We have a rules-based strategy. It got to be a 6.5%, 7% weighting. I love the name. We have a full position in Goldman, a full position in JP Morgan. But in active management, when you have a stock that's up like that and you run your process, you've got to follow it. So it's not different this time. We love the name. I've got some free cash. I'll sell into strength any day of the week.
Weiss Goldman's target to 775 at B of A. It was 700. 715 at Evercore. It was 630. There's a lot of momentum as Joe was starting to show off around these stocks.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody knows where I stand with Goldman. I'm nonplussed by upgrade price targets because they just want to stay on board. I don't blame them. But the story is the same as it was when their target was 700. Look, this is all happening without the capital markets really opening up, particularly on the public side. And with rates being where they are, limiting M&A activity. So think of the momentum in fundamentals, forget about stock price, when that kicks in with all of them. And you can look at any of the large bank charts, they pretty much all look the same, with the exception of the spike in Citi that we've recently seen. But so I don't think you have to be an expert bank analyst to just pick one in this sector. And I continue to have Goldman as my preferred play.
All right, other winners I want to talk about. Robinhood, Bryn, hits a new all-time high yet again. Mizuho puts it on its top picks list. $99 is the price target, so they're going to need to raise that, obviously, because the stock has hit $100 today.
Right, I think it's up 20% in 2 days, right? Vlad was in Cannes talking about tokenizing SpaceX and I think OpenAI opening up crypto in Europe. And so I do agree with this note. The company has caught the zeitgeist of finance. And so the chart looks parabolic, but it is what it is, like a Palantir at 130.
All right, Broadcom continues. Broadcom, we got an upward bias on the hedging flows. You can see hedging flows. This is telling you exactly what dealers are doing.
That doesn't matter. What do we expect? Well, we expect that we're probably going to move fluidly.
Just real quick, Scott, you know we love this name also.
This range.
Juniper is going to be out of the S&P 500
This range
because
is
of the
probably
Hewlett
going to be
Packard
pretty fluid.
acquisition, and there's a
This
high
is probably going
probability.
to be our good support. And then this area right here is going to be messy. We don't know what's going to happen, but there's an opportunity there because we could potentially look for a reversal. And what do we end up seeing here in the chart itself? We see that did hold as the initial. Let's change this color real quick. Let's go to blue. It's a nice blue color for everybody. We can see that this positive gamma bar here acts as a pretty decent support initially. But once we break down, we're off to the races. There's nothing stopping us. That void that we recognized here goes up in price action. We can see it. Now, not only do we see that, but we see something crazy right here. This, when you're looking at this should immediately be, oh, not seeing the annotations? Okay, hold on. We were working last time.
Listen to JT over at Spot Gamma. He's talking. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. There goes Broadcom. Broadcom on the move. Broadcom. Nice move here. Ooh, what a nice day. What a nice day here.
Okay. We will have to go into the dashboard then. Actually, let's just go to the next slide real quick. I don't know why annotations aren't working. They were working just fine last time. Let's just go through what exactly we see, because it's Hero, right? So we can see exactly what we were going to see right there. That dip in NVIDIA where we pick up this element that we pick up right here in Hero at about 11:10. We can take a look in Hero and see exactly that. Let me go back to presentation mode as well. And we see that there's a change in user behavior right there at that 11:10 mark, right? We see that not only did we break that void, but all of a sudden now we're starting to look, okay, what's next? What's the flow going to be? Where can we go? So at this point, we can clearly see that a change in behavior comes from what's initially with a big block of calls, and we see price immediately reflect. Now, if you know we're in negative gamma, we're potentially going to move strongly through negative gamma. Our direction is potentially positive. Where is your potential location that you want to target? It's probably going to be this strike right here because we're below it, and this really, really stands out as a potential target. Now, as the day passes, if we can't break that target, that's probably where we're going to pin for the day. And you can be pretty confident in that because in order to break above it, we're going to have to break through that gamma point. And we can see this clearly in the price action as well as in the options flow itself. We see that puts completely die off once we get to this level and user behavior changes again. Now only calls are currently responding, and we could just fade calls because puts are not responsive at all at this moment. And this helps you with a lot of these topics on how to look at these elements and how to trade with them. Now, I mentioned Tesla before. Let's kind of go quickly back to some of the things that we saw with Tesla. Yeah, so this was one of the expiries. Okay, let's go to the dashboard and pull it up. And we'll go ahead and maximize this. So we should be on the dashboard right now. Everybody should see this. Now, we know that at the time, on this particular day, this is Friday when we had the expiry and everything, we have this larger block of positive gamma right here. We can watch this block move through time, and we can estimate where this potential wall of positive gamma is going to be, and it will potentially be a ceiling for us. You can watch through it, right? So let's go through the 30th, the 31st. You can see it's kind of still here. And then we go into today.
Okay, hedging flows continue to rise.
Back to
S&P.
last week, we look at it, we can see that block is there, right? So we can see that this block of positive gamma it's decreasing. So we know that there's less positive gamma above price now. So if we start breaking above these levels, this is one of the reasons why Tesla can run, right? we start breaking above some of these levels, all of a sudden there's a lot less gamma above us. It's a lot less positive gamma to really top us up and condense our price action. So this becomes a really good element. And again, once you come down here towards these other areas, you get these staggered strikes. These staggered strikes are really great areas for pivot. And in today's Discord, I covered a little bit of this and some expectations with it, and it's hit pretty much dead on today. So I'll try to pull it up when we have time. But let's kind of get into a little bit more of the questions and the Q&As here. So the narrow slice. What are we talking about with the narrow slice and why focus on narrow? Okay, so this is a good question. This kind of goes back to open interest. If open interest is the total universe, I don't hedge. You don't hedge. So the total universe isn't great for hedging purposes, right? If we're looking really narrow in that very narrow gamma slice, right? Because we're looking at the nearest expiration and the nearest tenor at the money, and we're trying to focus on that intraday price action. So we have to slice that down into elements that we know are most likely going to be hedging, and that's why it's the narrow slice there. How do you interpret the positive and synthetic negative OI? So if we're going to talk about positive and synthetic negative OI, so let's go into OI itself. Are you talking about this? Because when you're talking about open interest, you're talking about the actual positions of calls and puts. Okay, so that's different. So if you want to interpret this, I would recommend going to the total again, because this is what you're going to see. Now, this brings up a very good point. Once hedged, a long call and a long put reflect the exact same for every subsequent hedge, right? So if we're delta neutral, and there's a long call above us.
Yeah,
It's a long call above us, and I move up. That's positive gamma. My hedging direction for market makers should be down, right? Now let's say it's a long put. It doesn't matter. Price is still moving up. That's still positive gamma. The element of market maker action should be against us, right? So if you're going to look at positive and negative gamma, you really should look at the gamma and not necessarily the put and call. If you're going to be looking at the put and call chart, you want to focus on what exactly you're seeing there to know which one is going to be potentially more impactful. Annie, I look at high-low vol points and use these to select strikes. If I'm selling a put, I will try to find a low vol point below the price. I'm thinking that price might get sticky at these low vol points, allowing theta decay to help my position. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be thinking. It doesn't necessarily need to be a put though. In some example, actually, like in this particular Amazon example, for me, I wouldn't necessarily look for a put. If I did look for a put, it would be more of a fly, and I would look to also sell volatility here, right? Or if I'm in a covered call standpoint, right? Like if I have shares of Amazon in this case, I would be probably very okay with selling a potential upside call right here, or maybe even right here, just outside of that low volatility point, because we're currently right here, right? So this would be like 20 or 30 delta, very, very probable depending on your expiry. So that's a good way to look at it. And that's exactly what you want to look at. You want to look at the low volatility as areas where you don't necessarily want to be exposed to theta, and you want to look at higher volatility where you do want some exposure to theta, because that potential move can really help you out. Didn't that negative gamma bar cause increased push higher to the negative level or to the next level? So you're probably talking about this particular area right here in this Amazon example. Not necessarily, and here's why. So we know that there's a positive gamma here, we know that there's negative here, and positive directly above, okay? So imagine the hedging influences, right? This large strike is going to have a lot of gamma that needs to be hedged on, because it's one at the money and it's massive. Two, this positive or this negative strike is smaller. So its contributions.
Okay, we're starting to see a peak in S&P.
However, directly above it.
Starting to see a peak in hedging flows.
Now, this gamma is actually larger in size than this gamma, which indicates that this position is influencing this position. You can infer a little bit of resistance from this upper position, which is how you can see like, okay, we broke above it a little bit, but we didn't have enough flow to really push in and pull. And that becomes really, really crucial when you're looking at these. Gamma is great to give you an if-then. If we're bullish, this is what I'm looking for. If I'm bearish, this is what I'm looking for. Amazon's a great example here. However, you still need flow. Spot flow and options flow.
Okay, we're starting to peak on the flows here.
I hope we do have the ability to kind of keep an eye on those potentials. And you can see Tesla here has pretty low options impact flow. This particular thing looks at positioning itself from the synthetic OI model against previous stock volume. So current selling volume or heavy selling volume will probably pull this down, showing that options have less impact. So you can kind of see that. Is synthetic OI too low to impact the stock price? And how can you tell if stock is impacted by Equity Hub data or not? So I just kind of actually went into that. This is going to be a great example, right? Right here in the options impact area. You can see a lot of where this is going to be. In addition, just having a better understanding of what you're seeing within the chart is going to help you out a lot there, right? So in this particular case, if you look at it, there's really no consistency with the gamma. And we know that Tesla's a volatile stock. We know that it has a high implied move just in general. So we know that these strikes all matter. But let's take a look at something like Mara, right? A much smaller stock, $17 stock. This stock is going to be completely different, right? Because its expected move is probably only $1, maybe $2, depending on your expiry, right? So you're expecting to stay in this a little bit more. So your options impact is probably going to be a little bit higher. Also, your L positive gamma here. So again, it's going to compress realized volatility. It's going to mitigate some of the spot movement. It's going to cause a lot of dampening flows here. And you can see that reflected in the option impact number. The synthetic OI screen, what do the curves tell you that's different from the gamma bars? Great question, great question. So the curve itself, in this particular case, the purple curve or blue curve, depending on what your screen settings are, is the total gamma line. Now the total gamma line just means cumulative gamma. That means all the gamma that's currently priced
Broadcom still pushing higher.
in general across the market. Now you can use this to get a sentiment of the actual sentiment of the market. So in this particular case, this would show that Mara is currently in a positive gamma environment. How do we know that? Well, if we look, all of the curve is essentially in positive gamma. We see the total line is 6.3. So this is positive gamma. This is a great way to visualize the positive gamma versus negative gamma environment.
NVIDIA continuation. Tesla's starting to take a little break here.
Options positions owned by market makers for hedging will always appear in the OI. Every option, period, if it's open, will appear within the OI. That's why it's important to look at the synthetic OI also, is because we can really see some of these positions move intraday. Like we saw in Tesla, right? We know that Tesla has more of a bearish story currently right now, although it's currently kind of positive because it's a little overdone maybe. And we can kind of see that this was a very positive near-term environment. And then once this kind of decreased, we can see that it's shifting. And then we can see that it's shifting even further the next day. And then even further today, right? So these levels are going to kind of shift. So the synthetic model is always going to show you the exact market maker gamma. Total OI is going to show
NVIDIA continuation.
Interest, whether it's market makers or you and me.
Okay, NVIDIA continuation.
The tickers with the highest negative gamma above the current price, and the tickers with the highest negative gamma below the current price. So scanners are something that we're really interested in, but in order to get scanners going, you really got to build out the models, right? You really got to have everything visualized. You really got to have all this other stuff, because then you're going to have scanners that are going to start pulling in all this information.
Okay, NVIDIA continues.
Really interested in. Me and one of my cohorts that I work with pretty much every single day, we have a list of 200 scanners that we're wanting to do. So it's in the list. It's just about getting time and the dev time for it. So in the time limit on Equity Hub, market maker positioning, is the next OPEX and quarterly expiry for longer durations, days, weeks. So this particular one is going to be based on the lines are going to be based on total gamma, which is all gamma that we're currently measuring within the synthetic OI. Next expiry gamma is going to be literally the next expiry. So if it's a 0 DTE option, it's going to be the next one. If it's an equity that's a weekly, that's going to be the next one. So those are the ways to look at it. Monthly is going to be the monthly expiry, and then these are just subtractions. So if you are trading diagonals, call I think that means calendars. Fly condors, selected based on volatility expectations. How would you use the peaks of positive gamma and negative gamma to position those spreads? So for that, you're looking at a volatility trade. Let's take a look at Amazon again, because it's kind of like a really good peak the other day. I think that picture was from this. Yeah, this is a good one, okay? So as we're kind of coming into this peak, this is Friday, right? This sets up with a really strong positive gamma. So you could structure a fly understanding that coming into it. So let's say Friday, you know what the expected move is based on IV, okay? You can position around your expectations of this positive gamma and where.
Okay, it looks like NVIDIA wants to go some more. S&P on the move.
And that's basically how I would look at that particular one. And this would have been a really
Okay,
good case.
S&P coming up against.
I don't know if I would have carried it to expiry because you can see we're really here at the 225 level is where our close was. But if you'd have put this fly on at like the 220 and you'd have carried it for several hours, you probably would have made quite a bit of money. We can take a look at that later if you need to. When buying and selling spreads is 25, 30 delta ideal to initiate position. So it depends on what you're looking at specifically. So if you're looking at a directional play, I would argue that potentially being one strike in the money and then a strike out of the money or whatever your spread is likely going to be better because you're going to have less exposure to theta decay because you're at the money and your highest extrinsic is going to be at the money. So ideally, you're probably going to want to be there unless you're moving through a negative gamma area and that's what you're targeting. If you're targeting that, then yes, you would want a place where you could, such that you're going to get the most convexity. In general, for P&L standpoints, if you want just the most P&L gain, you want to be at the one standard deviation of a curve. So pretty much that 16 to 20 delta is pretty much your best range. I wish I had annotations, but let's just say that this
looks
is
like it.
curve and not a
$1.
Right? That first standard deviation is going to be right here, right before it really starts to ramp up. And similarly, the other part of that wing is going to be right here as well. And it's just a standard probability distribution. So that's what you would look at. When we were pointing to the positive gamma, I mentioned about selling vol. Can we elaborate on that? Yeah, so this is a great example right here. We were just talking about it. The potential fly option in this case, right? We see a lot of positive gamma here. Typically, we expect that to be a price action. Well, IV might not be priced that way. So we could look at selling volatility or selling premium in a controlled way. I would utilize a fly in this case or a condor. And you could utilize that to sell this bit of volatility knowing that gamma is probably going to trap you in this general area right here, depending on how much you get. Now, the difficult part is how much premium you're going to get, right? Because I don't remember exactly what the IV was going into Friday, but this is a good example of how you can look at it.
Okay, we got NVIDIA. Question was, will NVIDIA break out? Most likely will. You can see hedging flows continue to rise, ramping higher. The blue line, the teal color line is next week, next expiration.
It's meant to be a visual. It's not meant to be something you really harp on analytically, okay? What you want to take away from this, if you're in the green, expect options to probably dominate flow. They're going to be probably very controlling, and you would need a lot more spot flow, actual shares traded, to potentially move options more. When you're heavily red, let's take a look at Tesla. Okay, let's look at Tesla, I believe yesterday. All right, I got a lot of days in mind, so it's hard to remember all these things. Yeah, look at Tesla, 2.79. This tells me options aren't driving us right now, right? Like this is not something I'm stepping in front of the semi-bus for because it's just melting down yesterday, we saw, right? This is a good indication, and that's how you would use that. Can we please go through the SPX Equity Hub dashboard? So we're not going to cover the SPX dashboard specifically because that's more of an indices product. We're going to cover that more in indices, even though it is an Equity Hub. It's there mainly to round out the product.
Okay, Amazon looking good.
Something that we're going to cover more because it's also going to align with
NVIDIA hedging flows suggesting a breakout.
in a different section. After getting through your slide deck, it would be helpful to go through the live dashboard and watch. Yeah, so here we go. Let's look at Tesla. Let's come into today, and then we can pull up what I said in Discord. Give me just a second. If you ever want to know what somebody's saying in Discord, you can just type from and then their username, and you can get all of the messages from them in the Discord channel.
Broadcom continuation.
Pull up some of these messages earlier today.
Broadcom continuation.
This should open up into the browser, and then we were looking at
Really good day today. Double yesterday's P&L. Really good day.
okay. So the question or the actual statement here, when LL1 asked in Discord today, was kind of like to give some input on the actual images for this. We move this over real quick, and we're looking at Tesla. So in this particular case, what I said was the staggered strikes at 295, 300, 305, and 310 are likely to help adjust or price adjust to those levels. I'd look at those targets for potential pivot points, which is something I mentioned before. I'd also look at skew to see if you could potentially trade a calendar. And I would look at potentially selling maybe like a calendar put and then having a long put, because that potential short put would potentially expire. We expect some muted price action in this area just based on this kind of staggered strike pattern. And let's take a look at what we kind of got here in Tesla just in general. You saw the image here, which was earlier, kind of keeping up with it. We expected the 305, we expected the 310, and we expected our upper end to be 315. Right? That's kind of what we talked about. And then you can see pretty much that right there. You can also see this rejection when we get back, right? Where did we reject to?
Broadcom still rising.
That pivot level. You can kind of use these levels as strong levels and understanding that if you're flipping around strikes a bunch, your price action is probably going to be very meaningful. It's probably going to bounce from level to level to level to level. Your overall
Broadcom looking good.
In this case, it's bullish or class tag, but that's kind of a way to look at that. For Amazon, do I agree that a broken wing butterfly expiration August 15th is a good trade? So if I'm looking at a butterfly, I would definitely need to be looking more at the
Broadcom.
options chain directly, and I'd want to look at, just
Still going. Broadcom looking for it to get back to yesterday's high, maybe even Monday's high at this rate, the way it's running. Volume looks really good on Broadcom.
more focused short term is probably better for this. What is the red line on the screen again? So you're probably asking about this one right here. This is going to be the next expiry line. So if you mouse over this line, you can see that it says next expiration gamma line. This just means the total gamma that's expiring this week for this particular instance. If we were on SPX, a day would be the thing, right? On the expiry date for single stocks, if there are significant positive gamma above price going into the close, should we expect some pressure to the upside as dealers unhedge? This gets into a little bit of the weeds. There's a window where that could potentially.
Qualcomm starting to
typically going to be more towards
flag out. Qualcomm.
in that last 10 minutes. Because you got to remember, that last 10 minutes is that entire frenzy of trading. And we also know that 0DTE options are mostly closed before the end of the day. So the gamma profile really changes very quickly in those kinds of times. So there could be a little bit of an unhedge.
This is Target. Target still looking good.
Into positive gamma. The closer you get to expiry, the more gamma is even.
Broadcom, nice big bounce on Broadcom at the 9 EMA.
It's even more sensitive, like the absolute peak here at that expiry.
Nvidia looking good. Trending 921.50, 200-day, all stacked.
Is there a way to understand what strikes have expiring contracts that shift to the curve? Toggle minus next expiry. So you want to look at this. Is there a way to understand what strikes have expiring contracts? Okay, so directly, no, we don't have the ability to parse on what the gamma this currently is, whether it's today or next week's gamma. That's something we're currently looking at. Next expiry is just what you see here in the line. One of the things that we want to do is we want to get next bars available. There's just a lot of things that we want to kind of throw into it. So feedback is really where those things are going to be important. All right, Matt, I trade calendars and diagonals for earnings. I use total OI model. Can you show an example of how you would use total OI versus next expiration in colored lines for setups on short legs? I understand the gamma bars, but how would you use the line for this? So the line I wouldn't necessarily use for that particular thing because you're looking at a very specific strike, right? If you're looking at a specific strike, cumulative gamma isn't what you want to look at. You want to look at local gamma. You want to look very locally to the strike or around the strike.
Tesla looks like it wants to go. Tesla ticking back up a bit.
You typically don't want to look at it the way you're looking. You want to look
Broadcom at the high.
J11235. When you talk about the most common Gex curve plot, like the bell curve, another one going from top to bottom, another one going from bottom to top. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I think you just mean just a standard curve like this red curve is showing up. But in general, this is just typically what this means is we're probably going to be here. Now, again, Tesla's a little bit different, and we're sliding down to here into negative territory, but it moves around a lot. But in a lot of instruments, especially like SPX, you'll see that this is typically
S&P trying to push a bit higher.
although that's even more difficult now because we're in a very different regime when it comes to models. The 2025 is just a different world ago. In the synthetic OI model, what is my price target for the move of the underlying?
Tesla just watching.
If you're looking for a price target, you would never use
Broadcom consolidating at the highs. Broadcom.
So if you're in SPX, for example, you'd use the SP or spot gamma's implied move would be a great way to look at that. But if you're looking at the actual underlying, you really want to look at the expected move and then the expiry or the duration of the option you're looking at, because that's going to tell you what that expected move is. And then from there, you can see how it relates to the specific gamma you're targeting. And you want to be more near term when you're using the synthetic OI models. You want to color
That was Broadcom taking a little profits off of Broadcom.
going out, 3, 5, 10 days. So would you sell premium when in the red on options impact? No, not typically, because options impact, what that's telling me is that options have no impact, right? Like if it's red, that's telling me that options have very, very low impact on spot, and spot is controlling all price. At that point, I don't have a good area for me to position, right? So I wouldn't directly use this strategy to do that. I wouldn't use this at all for that particular thing. If I wanted to do that, I would look just at the Blossom price.
Broadcom, Nvidia looking for that breakout.
When you look at MGM in the synthetic OI,
Okay, looking at S&P 500, it's climbing right now. S&P is climbing.
positive gamma. That's what we see right here in the total gamma picture, right? Pretty much, this tells us that like we're pretty much stuck here, and we're probably not moving a whole lot. We also see that straight away that options are probably having a pretty good impact. So Kilo is probably going to be a little bit more helpful here. Now, part of the issue is that we're in positive gamma, so it's pretty hard to say that we're going to move strongly. If this does have dollar-wide strikes, and it's just positive all the way, I would expect really, really choppy price action, no matter what. Let's take a look.
Broadcom pulling back in a little bit. Qualcomm is hanging out at the high. Qualcomm.
Every time we move up, we pull back a little bit and we digest. We move up, we pull back a little bit.
Webull continues. Webull just keeps going.
Hopefully that helps. Brendan talks about subtracting next expiry from total to see if there's upside or downside. So what Brent's looking at in this particular case, and I don't use it specifically for this, but this is what I would assume that it is.
Bitcoin at the high of the day. Bitcoin. Big move on Bitcoin, right? Frank, I know you're on this.
You can see that overall we have this 2-hump element in the total gamma, but if you look at the next expiry, so this week's expiry, we're shifted lower, significantly so. The valley is much more negative.
Big move on Bitcoin.
Not quite positive. It's barely positive at 7 million.
Yeah, looks good. CONL.
So when you're looking at these two, you can see that as next expiry.
Okay, looking good. CONL.
We would probably have more positive gamma, right? Because as this negative comes off, we know that the net is positive. They should have a net bump in positive. What do we get when you look at that line? You see it's a net bump in positive, right? So you would expect that this would probably be positive, provided that these positions expire.
CONL looking for a follow through. Looking for this dip to get bought.
11225. Can you talk about what dealer does and how it can impact price? So yeah, we talked about that with this particular slide right here. But right here, right? So in positive gamma environments, we know that market makers are trading against price action. So in this example, where price is moving up, right? So positive gamma is above us. So let's say it's the 6,200 level, and we're at 62,195 or 61.95. As we move up, market makers are hedging against us. So we meet that move, right? It's just lower.
CONL continues to rally.
Pushing back against us. Pushing up again, pushing back against us. So it's going to decrease overall realized volatility. Whereas negative gamma, we're going to see it increase realized volatility. If that 6,200 level was negative gamma, we'd blow right through. You can see this a lot more common once we kind of break through the condor. You'll see us like go right through that short strike and then slam right into that positive strike and then just kind of do this for a little while and then maybe break above or kind of reject back, right? But we never really linger around that negative strike. Right?
Amazon's starting to fade a bit.
Into the positive or directly back until the end of the day when Trump can potentially pass. Do call walls change update right at the cash open? The cash call walls in all of those models, all those levels, update in the morning around 3 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay, Google looks like it wants to go some more. Google looks like it wants to go some more.
There are some
S&P at the high of the day.
So scanners are something I'm going to talk about here. That's going to be a completely different section. We're going to cover that as well as Compass. Can we talk about the Delta tab in Equity Hub? I'm not exactly sure what you mean in the Delta tab. Unless you mean, oh, I think I know what you mean. You mean, maybe here? Yeah. Okay, so what this is doing is this is going to take your delta from your options and it's going to showcase some of those. This isn't a particular way that I utilize this, but what it's showing you is how much delta needs to be hedged at these particular levels.
Okay, SPY. I got the 620s, so we're getting very close to in the money. SPY.
Because it shapes my expectations. And by just having more expectations, I can, you know, go into a trade or exit a trade because it violates my expectations or both my expectations. Eli Lilly. I haven't looked at Eli Lilly in a while. I'm naturally long Eli Lilly right now. So let's go to the put call impact in general. Okay, so we are very negative in general, but let's take a look at it a little bit more narrow. So let's look at like 850, I think is probably
UNH still drifting lower, back down to yesterday's levels.
So in this particular strike, last close was 775. We're all the way over here. I would say that locally,
So it looks like UNH is going to take longer. Looked pretty good yesterday. Futures pushing a bit higher. Futures trying to push through the high of the day. We were talking about NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trying to break out. You can see that this expiration, the blue line, and next expiration, the teal line, are still rising. Price actions, the white line. Watching S&P, hedging flows are starting to flatten out a little bit. We got a little bit of resistance overhead.
A good example of why these strikes, when you're in positive gamma, are potentially areas where you're looking just to reject back, right? Did we break above 785 at all? Nope, just held 780. So we have been latched in place this entire time. These three strikes. So that was easy. Is the positive gamma and the negative scale? I know what you're asking, J11235. The scales are not the way I would ideally like them. We have some feedback on that. We're going to iterate on that. It's something we're definitely taking a look at. Can I take a look at SPY? I'm not going to take a look at SPY because SPY is going to relate more to SPX. I want to stay quickly on equities that aren't going to have a big reflection on the index. For that MGM example, in this situation where you'd look to sell an iron condor or an iron butterfly on that,
Tesla just sitting here going sideways. Tesla.
very much look at something like that. I don't know what premium you're going to get for that. I don't know necessarily the role.
Tesla still moving sideways.
28% IV. I mean, that's not awful. So I would probably lean more to a calendar or
SPY pushing up against the highs of the day. New highs, new all-time highs.
And you could potentially work with that a little bit more. Can I take a look at MSTR? Okay, so MSTR, the stonk of all stonks. I don't know why you're yelling at me now. Okay, so now MSTR, in full disclosure, is going to have a very different reflection just between spot and options. It's also a very different ticker because it's utilizes debt obligations completely different. It's not a great proxy if you just want to be into Bitcoin, but if you just want volatility, it's your baby. So taking a look at this, we can see our last close, 373, excuse me. We can see kind of positive.
Okay, Google's trying to break out. So is SPY.
In order for me to be bearish, just straight up looking at this, I would need to see significant hero flow. If I don't see significant hero flow, I'd probably be looking to buy a dip and probably try to cancel out probably around 380 if we push up, or look to see if there's any interaction to maybe get some continuation to this 385.
Tesla moving a bit higher. Tesla.
There we go. So we did get the continuation we looked at. 385, we got right there. Let's see what happened in here, because this is a big move, right? Like I told you, it's the stonk of all stonks. Let's take a look. Let's save that tab. MSTR. Look at that.
Coinbase continues.
When things start getting ugly around 385, we're here. Look what happens in calls. They just start increasing dramatically, right? So by knowing that information, now you might have so if you're in this place and you might have reduced some of your profit here, your runner, you're gonna let him run. You're not gonna close him. You're gonna let him run and you're gonna
NVIDIA. Okay, I'm getting alerts on NVIDIA. What's going on with NVIDIA?
That thing ran all day. Glad it worked out.
Got some alerts on NVIDIA just now.
Coin, another really good one. We covered Mara, Coin, and Master now. Let's look at the put call on that chart. We don't care about that yet. Okay, again, kind of, we saw it already. Sorry about that. We cheated. This is kind of similar though to the Master, right? So it's a very positive gamma right here. We're looking at overall positive gamma. Also, next expiry, we see that it's decreasing. Negative gamma, that means we could potentially have some chase action, right? We want to position in a way that we can benefit from that chase. So potentially rolling runners or capturing those things. Obviously, we already kind of saw the price impact here. Sorry, we cheated. But you can see how in these negative areas, we move strongly through it. You can really see that in the live price chart here. And where are we rejecting that? Well, we're struggling right here at this kind of like no man's land of gamma. And
NVIDIA.
We could see this 335. Right? So if you have high positive gamma at one stripe, but the expected move suggests a big move away from that stripe, I rely a lot on the expected move. The expected move is where the expected move is. That's where volatility is priced. I'm a volatility trader by heart, so when I look to trade things, I'm always cognizant of how I'm paying for theta, or theta is paying me, and am I buying volatility or am I selling volatility? And those are the two big areas. If there's just one positive gamma stripe, and I'm expecting a bullish move or a bigger move, I'm probably not going to reflect directly on that bullish stripe. Now, there are cases where
SPY trying to push a bit higher.
and we can kind of cover this in a different thing, but it requires different strategies that are a lot more complicated.
SPY.
This is Rami. I was looking at the mRNA next expiry and monthly expiry. After the next
All right, hedge flows continue to rally.
but after the monthly gamma did not change compared to the
62.25, we start to run into a little bit more resistance.
Right? It's the most recent options, and those are typically going to move a lot.
Okay, SPY's still going here.
In the end of quarter last week, right? So we're expecting a lot of movement. And that's kind of what I was showing with Tesla. We expect a lot of movement in those positions. Now, why one changed and why another didn't change, it just depends overall. The smaller positions will probably change a lot more regularly, but those monthly positions, they're probably more entrenched, right? Because again, monthly positions are monthly, right?
All right, that's me selling some SPY into strength.
That's just the nature of options, right? And this reflects also in what we talk about all the time, the JPM collar, right? That's a collar trade in a quarter. It only trades every quarter, right? Even though it has one rolling every month. Similarly, pension funds, those are monthly. Those come into a position, they don't move until the next month, right? So there's a lot of flows here that just kind of work that way. If we get a chance, can we explain how these can be applied to future trading? Eli, we can talk about that a little bit more in the Discord in general, but basically you're going to want to look at the same concepts, right? If you're expecting positive gamma to mute upside, you want to reflect on that in general, right? You want to be aware of that. However, futures traders don't have to worry about theta. You have to worry about delta. And if you got the direction right, and you're confident that that level is a level that matters and it matches with the gamma, and you're just waiting, then you just wait, right? Because you don't care about theta in that case. But if you're an options trader, and
Qualcomm pushing a bit higher.
you
Qualcomm.
want to consider, if you're going to take your time getting there, potentially flying that off or selling a call above it in order to mitigate that and turn it into a spread. We look at CCJ. I have never looked at CCJ. I have no idea what we're going to get into on this. But let's go into it. So last close at 71. ID rank $21, or ID rank is 21%.
Okay, here's the Dow Industrials. Dow Industrials.
ID rank is 20%. I've never really heard of it, so it's probably
These all look pretty good. Dow Industrials.
And in general, I'm seeing that options impacts are probably going to be positive, and I see that we're in positive gaming here. I'm expecting that this is probably going to consolidate quite a bit, and I would expect that to hold for this expiry probably. If you look at the negative gamma, or if you look at the next expiry though, those flows, if they start changing in later tenors, you're going to want to pay attention to this, because the positive gamma you see here is not this expiry, it's next expiry. And then let's just pop in and see what it did today. Kind of nothing, kind of what we thought, right? So this is kind of a good example here. Now, optimizing this and knowing where to sell a strike and what volatility and like how much premium to get, that's tough, right? That is where you gotta start really like getting into the weeds of things. But if you know, or you have an inclination that it's going to consolidate around here, now you start to have, okay, what trade's going to put up? So that's how this can really help. I mentioned that 2025 is a unique environment. How is utilizing spot gamma tools differ in a normal environment? So the environment doesn't really affect the spot gamma tools at all. I would say it affects traders more than anything else. So if you're a buy and hold trader, it was probably really tough watching April 1st come in. But watching April 9th come in, or April 11th when the tariffs went away,
Oh, that's
and
big.
From 4,900 to 6,200, you're probably really happy again, right? So that's what I mean by a different environment. As far as the tools, though, you can see that it doesn't matter if it's positive gamma environment or negative gamma environment. You can pick something away from each of these charts. Just
What's that?
looking at this particular chart, right? We see that
Sure.
we're currently involved in a positive.
Did you get scared when you opened the door?
We know that based on IV, we're going to have consolidated price action. We have a smaller expected move. And all of those things coming together, we know we're probably going to go between 71 and 73-ish.
Oh, wow.
71 and 69, right? So we can kind of get that understanding. And then we can look at structuring the trade around that kind of. If I rely on the
All right. All right. I've been listening to Spot Gamma talking about the Alpha platform for the last hour or so, I guess. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a little after 1 o'clock p.m. on the East Coast. Just watching the S&P at the highs. Currently looking at the Dow Industrials. Anything that's above the 20-day, I'm more interested in, especially if the 20 and the 50-day are upward sloping. Looking for dips to buy. So many stocks look really good. Caterpillar, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Home Depot, Honeywell, McDonald's, not yet. NVIDIA looking good, looking for the break to the upside. Nike looks good. United Health needs to do a little bit more work. Insurance is off a little bit. JP Morgan, I wait for a dip on the next buy. Apple breaking higher. A little bit of consolidation. Amgen back above the 20 and 50 day. So all of those look good. All right. Tesla pushing higher. How did the interview go?
We just talked for a little bit. He just asked me when I'd be going back to school, and he asked me about like designing a logo for him.
Ah, okay.
Is it too loud?
No, you can just close the door. Okay. All right. Google breaking out. Google's making a move. Google's making a move. All right. Let's take a look at Google. We've been looking for Google to follow through. Nice bounce off of the 21 day. Looking very strong.
Are low. They're locked in. They've turned out. We've got profit margins near all-time highs.
All right. S&P pulling back a little bit.
Come down. So the risk is not the P's are high. It's understanding how they got here and if those conditions, rates spiking.
Okay. That last move higher took some SPY off the table.
P's will go down from any level if those three things happen.
You're always good at looking back over business cycles and market performance. So
I'd be taking some profits off in the strength we have. This will be 2 weeks into new highs, 2 weeks higher without a pause. That's been the average lately. 2 weeks up and we pause for a week. Maybe sell some premium if you're interested in doing that. Okay, Webull, Coinbase moving higher. Bitcoin holding the highs of the day.
Profitability is not as strong, and I think that's going to persist. Do I think unemployment or employment's going to fall? Employment's going to contract sharply? No. Major macro impulses that are negative right now? No. So if we get more of this glacial slowdown in employment, it's going to give us rate cuts, and it's not going to surprise us, and it's going to be more or less the same. So, I think we think of recessions, we think of 07 was the real last cycle recession. That's not what we're staring at here. So a little employment softness is going to keep rates lower.
Yeah.
And so I think it's an okay backdrop.
It's very interesting. We promised people a few names, so maybe we can get specific. A couple that would benefit from the retail. Did I see Uber on the list here? Uber.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So
Okay, Nvidia is still pushing up against the highs. Nvidia. I'm probably going to take a little bit more profit off the table. NVDX, I've had that for a few days now.
we think about earnings season starting, and we're going to see that positive translation from the
Google's still pushing.
in larger companies. We're probably not going to see that so much in smaller caps. If anything, we'll probably see more of the negative impact of uncertainty and tariffs in smaller companies.
By the way, I know you have to go, but just as we see the Russell, the last couple of days showing some life, and now we're finally talking about rate cuts.
Google pushing. I'm going to go ahead and take some Thursday calls off the table. That's me selling Google.
tell a broad-based earnings recovery. I don't think that asset class is going to sustainably outperform. This is probably the 9th or 10th. I think ultimately will be the small cap head fake. That comes from that.
We would have to stick a landing, like what was that famous Kerry Fault land thing? So perfectly stuck economic situation would have to develop in order for it to.
Yeah, it's possible.
It is.
But yeah,
So we've been fooled 9 times before. Michael, thanks. Appreciate you coming. Good to see you. Michael.
All right, Google, I just sold some. We just caught the high tick, it looks like, on Google. Okay. GGLL. All right, Google, I got GGLL shares. I'll leave those alone. That's more of a long-term play on Google, GGLL.
Old news. I think it continues to be important, but we're in the technology aside from Bitcoin and these crypto-only tokens, and that's what we're trying to drive. Fundamental utility of the crypto technology.
This is the exchange on CNBC.
Okay, these are working, Coinbase and Bitcoin. Okay, Coinbase continues. Okay, I like Google. Longer term, I have GGLL shares. I'm going to add to those soon. But I took some profits on calls that expire tomorrow. It just right there. So I literally top tick that. Okay, Google did dip on that right there. So I top ticked it. I literally got out there on that candle, on that reversal. Now we're starting to bounce. So it looks like people taking profits. Coinbase at the high of the day, Coinbase. Can I help you, miss?
Welcome back. Bitcoin marching back toward its all-time high. That was around 112,000, and we're just 3K below that level right now. But with prices dropped back in April, some big buyers.
Maybe it's time for Target to get a new CEO.
Companies bought more Bitcoin than ETFs did. So will this be a lasting trend, or is it just temporary fat boosting prices? Today, Emma Keel wrote that story. She joins me now. This is fascinating, and I sympathize a little bit. I think it was Scaramucci who said this. He goes, "Look, if you as the investor want Bitcoin, just buy Bitcoin. Why do you need to buy a company that buys Bitcoin?" Wait, over to you and what trends?
Yeah, well, thank you. So we looked at data that shows collectively grew their Bitcoin holdings at around 18% in Q2, while Bitcoin balances tied to ETFs should grow 8% in the same period. And then you said this is the third quarter in a row we've seen Bitcoin buying by corporate treasuries outpacing that of ETF. Of course, evidence of the regulatory relief that the crypto industry is enjoying try to pursue the MicroStrategy playbook, becoming a Bitcoin holding company to reap similar. With the uncertainty we've had in the market this year, this trend is not a total surprise. Institutional buyers seeking exposure to Bitcoin through ETFs, that's a different game from public companies trying to accumulate in order to increase shareholder value. So these corporate purchases aren't driven by the macro trend or by sentiment. Is this a lasting trend, Kelly? Probably not, based on the conversations I'm having. It's a unique moment in time where
Okay, Coinbase, a little dip there at the high of the day. Bitcoin still trying to push. Bitcoin's holding at the high of the day. Google pushing back up. So that little dip got bought.
turn their attention to these companies.
Did you pick up on any traditional companies putting Bitcoin on the ballot? I mean, there's always been rumors, like, is Microsoft going to do it or some of these other ones? Or are these mostly crypto players, people in the space already?
I think it's mostly the latter. Looking at this moment, this opportunity to take advantage of the public markets to be able to do something like this because it just doesn't work without the public market.
Interesting. Today, I appreciate it. Today, Michiel, you can read more of a piece on CNBC.com. Well, Bitcoin isn't going away. Lately does seem to be
Okay, the hedge flows did pop back up there. Even though we are fading a bit, we're running up against some supply overhead. Let's see Russell talking about booking. Let's take a look at booking for Russell. BKNG booking. A lot of positive gamma. That speaks to prices not moving very fast, but 57, 57.10, 5800, 5870, peaking.
Are getting bank licenses and have declared an intention to apply for the same account that we applied for and have been waiting for more than 5 years, almost 5 years. So while the administration might be
Supply right here, booking.
has only granted 2 clearing accounts in the last decade.
Google, I did sell the previous peak. Now markets that third candle I've sold into that wick. Google is showing tremendous strength today.
But to see that excitement shifting to crypto as infrastructure, which Vlad Tenev talked about on Monday, kind of feels to me like crypto going mainstream, which is the next step towards it kind of becoming more boring.
All right. Microsoft fading, Google, Nvidia, Tesla, Broadcom, those are looking okay.
We issued the first bank
Alibaba.
back in March, working with Vantage, and completed transactions for a Mexican trucking company volleying US dollars back and forth across the border in the span of about 3 minutes, something that would have taken days under the existing technology. Do you think that as this all kind of shifts to the underpinning,
Google's still going.
again, it is a better mousetrap for a lot of the ways we've traditionally done cross-border payments and that kind of thing. But what does it mean for the future of Bitcoin itself? I'm very curious about this. You know, it's still perceived by many digital gold. Everyone wants a piece of it. Apparently, public companies.
Alibaba continues to fade along the 50-day.
Bitcoin will last as long as we've seen it.
Google looking really strong.
Now that crypto is just becoming an infrastructure layer, why persist with the kind of
Hedging flows peaking out a little bit, right up against resistance 62.25. SPX.
We have a relatively stable banking system and relatively stable currencies, but Bitcoin, frankly, we wouldn't have as much enthusiasm for Bitcoin, wouldn't have had up until this point, if there weren't so much money printing and so much debasement of fiat currency around the world in the developed
62.25 is resistance.
countries. But frankly, the fact that Tether in particular was able to tap into emerging markets really, I think they recently said they've served 430 million active monthly users, a stunningly large number.
Coinbase looks like it was a little profit taking on Coinbase, similar to what happened just now on Google. Coinbase rallying right back up to where, right back up to the high of the day.
President Trump and Secretary Bessent are embracing that.
I guess I'm just wondering, is the next layer of crypto that becomes infrastructure to facilitate demand for dollars, not for Bitcoin per se, and for stocks? I mean, that's what Robinhood is doing, is using tokens to give European investors better, quicker access to U.S. publicly traded and private companies.
Absolutely. And in order to get the benefit of tokenized stocks, you have to have tokenized dollars to be able to settle the dollar leg of those transactions. And that's where Vantage and Custodian.
Bitcoin, new highs.
When I see these projections of Citi, for example, said in its optimistic case,
Bitcoin, new high of the day.
1.7 trillion by 2030. I think that's way conservative, because when you look at payment volumes, that's far less than 1% of payment volumes. I actually think that stablecoins are a big threat to the dominant role that the big banks play in the ACH market.
Yeah.
JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, between the two of them, have more than 50% of that market. And Vantage and Custodian can work together to deliver better, faster, cheaper, and relatively low friction integration with a better payment rail. We think that can disrupt that ACH juggernaut. And why
Bitcoin, Riot pushing a bit higher too. Coinbase moving higher.
we know we can beat that by bringing better, faster, cheaper technology to the banks themselves.
No, I agree with you. I would take the over on stablecoin usage. And, it's not as if the value of a stablecoin is going to appreciate. Just people are trending what we're saying. That's why a Circle does well. That's why, because they just see that higher volume, you take a toll on whatever the activity is happening, you have a good business model. But again, it all feels like crypto 2.0 or 3.0 or 4.0 to me, and not, necessarily the whole like holding Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, but it's an on-ramp, and we're working very hard to
Let's see.
extract the complexity of owning a digital asset, which means controlling private keys, unless you own it through a wrapper like an ETF, or you just heard today a story about the Bitcoin treasury companies. I agree with Anthony Scaramucci. If you want to buy Bitcoin, just buy Bitcoin.
Right.
You can teach yourself how to self-custody. It is complex. Paradigm put a really interesting story out yesterday that among the younger generations, they have crypto accounts before they have a bank account. And that's not unusual. And they're going to be much more comfortable managing private keys.
Tesla continues to grind higher. Tesla.
Is to abstract away that complexity.
Okay, Tesla continues.
You don't need to care for sure. You have a traditional bank deposit or a tokenized bank deposit in your account.
Yeah, it's like
Tesla, 5 minute on the left, daily on the right. Back above the 200-day, at the 50-day right now. All right, SPY is trying to go. S&P is trying to go.
Coming up, Alphabet shares are riding their longest monthly winning streak in a year as Google uses its search engine dominance to promote its AI chatbot. We'll see if that moves the needle further in their direction in the AI adoption race. Those details are.
All right, Frank, we'll see you later. Enjoy therapy.
Yeah, I hope it passes. We got the rule book coming up, and I hope it passes. I think it will, and frankly, I think it should, because this is a good piece of legislation. I always say, it's a good piece of legislation because the Democrats hate it so much. They don't like it because it actually empowers families by, letting them keep more of their money, giving them school choice, making sure our border stays secure, and making able-bodied people in our welfare system now have to work if they're going to get your tax dollars. So I think it's a good bill. I hope it passes.
I know that Congressman, obviously Democrats tell us that they hate the bill and they've not been part of this process, but what is your message to Republicans who are on the fence? We spoke earlier with Congressman Greg Murphy, for instance. He's really worried about changes to Medicaid having a detrimental impact on some low-income people in his districts in North Carolina. There are others like him. This needs to be worked out in the family. What do you tell your colleague from North Carolina in a moment like this?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a 50-50 vote in the Senate. The vice president had to come break the tie. I don't know how many other changes we can make with that kind of a balance. It seems to me we're there, and it's time to pass this legislation. The other thing I know is politics is a lot like athletics, a lot like sport. Momentum matters. And right now, all the momentum is on our side. I mean, we've got a secure border that's taken place under President Trump's leadership. We had the successful operation in Iran. President goes to the NATO summit and gets all the NATO countries to ante up more money, 5% for our defense over there. I mean, we're on a good roll, and now we're gonna stop this bill with such a small majority on both.
Microsoft continues to fade. Microsoft fading, Meta fading, Snowflake fading, at Broadcom at the high.
I think it's a good bill. Let's get it done. Let's move on to the next side.
Well, President Trump certainly would like to see this done. He would like to see it done in the next few days. Congressman, do you see anything that the president could promise your colleagues who are not yet hard yeses on this bill that could assuage them aside from changing the legislation itself?
I think you just point out what I just talked about. Talk about how good the bill is, the key things in it. I mean, again,
Promising pursuing another reconciliation package or executive orders to address some of their concerns.
All that's fine, and we can get to that in the future. But I think you focus on what's in this. Any one single
Netflix rolling over some more, taking a break, consolidating. Amazon pulling back now a little bit.
Exchange yesterday, we have the S&P hitting an all-time high, and the Dow's lower. Let's get to Dow 2 with the closer look at the day's biggest movers.
Here's one of the reasons why the Dow is lower, Kelly. Bad news first. Right now, you have to look at shares of health insurers like Centene, Molina Healthcare, Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield, parent company Elements, Dow, also Humana. They're taking a big hit, and that's being driven in large part because Centene pulled its full-year forecast after data from an independent actuarial firm showed lower enrollment rates for health insurance marketplaces. Now, Centene said it now expects a shortfall that will shave adjusted profits per share by $2.75, and also said it's seeing a rise in costs for the company's Medicaid business. All of that is driving a negative halo effect in other insurers as well, so keep an eye on that, especially Dow, which is currently down about 4%. Meanwhile, on the positive side, you're seeing shares of Tesla right now rallying to the tune of just about 5%, being driven in part by fresh quarterly deliveries data that showed the electric vehicle giant delivered 384,000 units last quarter. That's, by the way, a 14% decline over the same period last year, but it was roughly in line with analyst expectations. So keep an eye on Tesla shares. And we're going to end with a check on shares of Apple, which are up just about 1.5% right now. There has been some recent commentary by both fundamental analysts and market technicians pointing to a possible inflection point for this underperforming stock. Viewed today, analysts at Jefferies upgraded Apple to a hold from a prior underperform. They're citing things like better growth for iPhone sales volumes in April and May, also more stability in demand for the Chinese market. Now, more on that and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get all the detail and context around those big upgrades and downgrades. But watch those 50 and 200-day moving averages for Apple. I'll send things back over to you.
Always love that. Thank you. Let's get to Christina Partsinevelos now for the CNBC News Update. Christina?
Thanks, Kelly. Well, the prosecution and defense is on Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial have submitted their arguments to the judge on whether Combs should be released on bail until his sentencing if the judge decides to release Combs. A source tells NBC News he plans to walk out of the courtroom through the front doors. Combs could face up to 20 years in prison after being found guilty of 2 counts of prostitution earlier today. Meanwhile, in an Idaho courthouse, a hearing is underway in which Brian Koberger, the former criminal justice doctoral student charged with the murders of 4 Universities of Idaho students, is expected to submit a guilty plea deal to avoid the death penalty. His quadruple murder trial is set to begin next month. And Del Monte Foods has filed for bankruptcy and is looking for a buyer for all of its assets. The 138-year-old canned food giant said today that it secured more than $912 million in new funding that will keep it in operation during the sale process. I'm sure you have a jar at home, right?
So maybe the corn?
Yeah, everybody has the corn. Yeah.
Never use it.
Just collecting dust in the corner.
Just in case. Christina, thanks. Coming up, the private sector lost 33,000 jobs in June, according to ADP. It's a huge miss on expectations for a gain of 100,000. And we'll see if tomorrow's government jobs report officially shows the same. We'll get a little break next.
All right. I'm just doing a little exercise.
4th of July, getting ready to vote.
We're gonna know, I think we're gonna know in the next hour. The rule vote's the key vote. If we can pass the rule vote, then I think we're gonna pass it on the floor. If we don't pass the rule vote, then, we'll have to see. But I gotta head to the floor right now and vote for I think we're on the previous question, then there's an amendment, then there's the rule vote. So we got 3 votes that are happening on the floor now. I'm gonna head to the floor and vote. But if we get past the rule, I think we're gonna be fine.
And we'll let you, Mr. Chairman, go to the floor and vote. Just one more question for you. As the head of the FHFA, Bill Pulte, today suggested that Congress should investigate the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, in part for what he said was recent testimony to the Senate about the central bank's planned renovations to its headquarters. Do you intend to open such an investigation?
We're everything's on the table. We haven't discussed that specifically. We'll take a look at that. Part of our constitutional duties to do oversight of the executive branch and our committee. We do oversight of the judicial branch as well. So we'll take a look at all that. But yeah, the oversight's an important part of our, again, constitutional responsibility as members of the United States Congress.
Let's make you late for work, Congressman. Jim Jordan, Republican from Ohio. He chairs the House Judiciary Committee, now headed back to the floor to take part in the procedural votes that will lead to the rule vote. This is going to be the big one for the kids. Jim Jordan just mentioned that's going to give us a good
Google
sense
at the high of the day, just consolidating.
The floor vote for the so-called big beautiful bill to follow. That could presumably happen tonight, tomorrow, and I guess theoretically on the 4th of July, unless they're going to be here for the weekend. We'll find out.
Yeah, there's frankly no telling at this point. A lot will be dictated in what happens in this third vote in the series as House members convene on the floor, knowing a number of them had great difficulty actually making it to Washington in time due to summer storm related travel delays. But it really is going to come down in all likelihood to an incredibly tight margin, no matter what way you slice it, knowing that in this specific House of Representatives led by House Speaker Mike Johnson, he is both unafraid to allow a rule vote to fail, but he's also unafraid to leave a vote open.
That's right.
Until he can actually whip the number of members needed in order to get something to pass.
This is a delicate balance. Did you hear Roger Krishnamurthy drove 14 hours from Illinois to get to this vote? There's going to be some bleary eyes by the time this is done, because it could be a late night as we feel our way through this process. Stay with us. We have a lot more straight ahead here on the fastest show in politics alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
Bill Rocco here, owner of Competition Farms, along with my brother Anthony, my niece Kathy, who after 29 years in business, moved to a popular location right across the Hilton Grand Mall. We still offer the same great.
So what is the real strength of the economy and what tomorrow's official jobs report show? Steve Leisman is here for the breakdown. Steve.
Second is 180.
Obviously indicates a stronger second half for deliveries in the Model Y refresh cycle. And we often hear from Dan about this, and they clearly view Tesla as more than just a car company. Kevin Fitzgerald still constructive on Tesla. They see long-term upside from self-driving, the robotaxi, integration. They've got an overweight rating, but obviously they do not have a target as high as Dan comes over at Wedbush. They've got a $355 price target. So I hear your point about the rose-colored glasses right now. And then, of course, Alex, we're kind of in a little bit of
Amazon fading a bit.
So if there's nothing really to detract from the optimism, it's hard to kind of push back on the trend, is what I see. That's true. That's like what's been the case with Tesla. Prices just proven historically where momentum swings like a pendulum almost. And it does feel like when it swings optimistically, it's very hard to get in it. Today, it's encouraging snapping a 6-day losing streak. At least as it stands right now. Obviously, we have lots of time left in this session, but I appreciate it, Dan. All these posts of morning movers. And now, before we go, as we do look to trade Tesla, example purposes only, of course. I mean, this is a name where you don't need an investor, you don't need earnings. I mean, we always have news in Tesla, so I appreciate it.
Also, I think you make a good point there as well, which is the stock is just sold off 10%. Perhaps it is sort of already priced in this negative news in the last several days leading up to this event. I look at an intra-bullish strategy, though. I think when you do see a stock rallying on something that could have been disappointing, that can actually bring confidence into investors when it comes to a particular name like Tesla, which, to your point, really does seem momentum driven. And if momentum is swung to the bulls, perhaps there's a bit more to go. And so
I looked at selling the 300, 295 put vertical in Tesla. Now, it only goes out to July 18th, looking to stay ahead of earnings. Tesla's always one of the early reporters of these big mega cap companies, usually in the second or third week of earnings. So we're due towards the end of July for earnings, July 18th, staying ahead of them, at least from what I can tell. 300, 295, looking for $1.50. That'd be a 30-cent on the dollar credit. $5 wide spread, you can make $350 risk. Break even 298.50. So hold the line at 300. This one has a chance.
Yeah, this one is an interesting way to play, of course, into some of the recent volatility. And yeah, I mean, I know we talked about the momentum swings, but I mean, we're still actually lower on the year. We're still off of highs by 35% and some change. So it's been a phenomenal
And
recovery.
only a good 50% or something off the pre-election levels. So.
Yeah, exactly. So volatility is definitely a key nature of the game for Tesla. Seeing shares rally on an overall mixed second quarter, we'll call it. But we'll leave it there for our discussion today. We have next time to perhaps take your Tesla on the road as we are talking some trends to watch for this upcoming travel weekend. As 4th of July does tend to garner that focus at the airports as well as on driving. So we'll be discussing what trends to watch in the space coming up next.
You're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles. Growth, value. That's all. Questions by chatting with the education. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand.
Markets just seem to be stuck here for now. Microsoft starting to turn. Microsoft turning off the low. Not that interested in Microsoft. Maybe Apple. Maybe Apple on the dip. All right, watching Apple on a dip. I don't see any buy order blocks, so I'm kind of like less interested on Apple at the moment. For a long setup, I like to see a buy order block at this pivot low right there. All right, so I like to see a buy order block right here. Okay, we don't have it yet. We did have not really a buy. That was at the close yesterday. There was a buy order block right there. Not exactly the setup I'd be looking for. Apple's something that we've been holding on to for a few days, a couple of weeks in some cases. What else? Meta has pulled back. Let's see what Meta's doing here. Meta pulling back. Okay. Meta. Let's see what Coinbase looks like. Coinbase. All right. Let's look at some of the Dow Jones components like Cisco. Looking for buy order blocks at the low. We got a buy order block, but notice we ran up against the supply from earlier. Okay, so we had supply right at the open. We dipped, buy order block. So if this gets back through 68.75 or so. Cisco could run back up over the next couple of days, maybe next couple of trading days. Not that interesting. Broadcom. That was a buy yesterday, dipped even further yesterday. So I bought Broadcom yesterday. Let me go to the 15-minute. Broadcom bought some yesterday. Broadcom bought some yesterday on this pivot right here. Okay, so I bought Broadcom yesterday on this pivot right there, and it wound up drifting a little bit lower, but then closed back above where I bought it. So I decided to keep this one and looking for this to take off to the upside. Okay, we got back to this, almost this profit target here. Let's see what that looks like. Same level. So we're looking for the same level on Broadcom right here. No overhead supply. Not a lot of supply here, so maybe this continues. We're at the high of the day, so I'm looking for a BNC pivot. Netflix might give you something. Netflix off the low of the day could get ripping here. I don't see a buy order block, so I'm not that interested, but Netflix could run 20 points here. Maybe a trade, maybe cheap calls for tomorrow. Let's see what Netflix does over the next few minutes. Netflix. Okay, 1,300 for, let's see what next week's calls look like. Netflix. Okay, 1305s are going for $1.26, $1.25, 1300s. Can we get the 1305? That was the high of the day. That's a 12 delta. A 20 delta is 12.97. We could get to that. That's $2. 12.95 is a 23 delta. Maybe I'll buy some of these. Buy. There's no buy order blocks though, so this has to get through this supply right here. I'm looking at 12.95 calls on Netflix for a reversal. It could just trap bulls here and roll back over. So just watch the 12.85 level if it breaks through here.
Everyone wants a golden rule, right? If I follow these directions, I'm guaranteed to get a good deal. But the reality is there are great deals available any day of the week, any time of the day. So
Looking for Netflix to bounce. Looking for Netflix to bounce. Let's see if this runs. See if Netflix can run off of this level here. Watching Netflix.
if you can take your vacation, even a big vacation here for Asia in the last 2 weeks of August or in September, you will save about 30% on both your hotel stay and your airfare. So flexibility on when you go is probably the biggest driver of savings for most Americans.
And for those who are getting away, versus last year.
Netflix gathering some momentum here. Watch Netflix for a bounce. Looking for a move back to 1,300. Cheap calls, cheap 1 DTE calls. Wow. Really?
Yeah, definitely. Can imagine that this will be probably equally, if not more, of an nightmare than the airport. So just choose your battle, I guess, when leaving the home this weekend. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your Katie Bird, lead economist at Copper. All that great travel advice as well as things to watch for this coming weekend. Now, coming up next, we are looking at the share roughly. So we'll be back in space quantum following this news right now, highlighting the continuous right now what some losers in quantum computing.
Okay, looking for a Netflix to rip higher. Looking for Netflix to go. Netflix. Netflix. I bought the 12.95s. UNH. What's UNH doing? Okay. UNH trying to bounce. Krista. It's unfortunate because the taxes are so incredible. That's crazy. What do you need, baby? You need these? You want some more treats? You're going to get fat. You're not going to be able to fit in those jeans, kitty cat. Those jeans are not going to fit you anymore. Okay. All right. Looking for Netflix to run here. Looking for Netflix to run. $12.95s. Okay, Netflix looking for a follow through off of the low here. See if we can't get a nice little pop. Broadcom high of the day. ABGO Broadcom. Broadcom high of the day. Nvidia is still trying to break out. Come on, Netflix, you can do it. You can do it, Rob Snyder, Water Boy. Let me look at the New York FANG components. Dollar was looking at this earlier. Okay, nice little bounce. New York FANG. Okay, nice bounce there. 200, 100, 50-day, accelerating away. Okay. Okay, RSI is still showing strength of trend for the New York FANG components. Okay, MACD is sideways. Okay, we're embedded. Stochastic's embedded. ATR is trying to turn. Okay, looking pretty good here. New York FANG components. Okay, Netflix. Netflix is trying to push here. Watch Netflix for a push through this area. If we can get through this supply, we could see a little short covering all the way back up to 1300, which is what I'm hoping for. Okay, S&P continues to show strength. There goes the S&P. S&P. Nice pop in S&P. Nice trades there, Frana. Nice trades. Netflix. All right, let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
To the rest of this space, George, because it's not necessarily at this point like all of these things created equal, even though they tend to trade somewhat tandem. Like we got news from IQ, there are really big developments right now in Texas as far as legislation being passed for continuous build of quantum. So, I mean, what else do you watch outside of Virginia today? Because obviously the broader space. What's working, what's not within quantum?
Well, I think, across the board, there are so many companies right now, it's hard to keep track of them. But there are many names, and some of the names we've talked about, and I brought this up, it's they don't have any reference. So for what that's worth, I think you're going to find those companies are going to, manifest into additional equity offerings, dilution, but they can also provide great beta, if you will, from the standpoint of moving higher quickly versus on the opposite side, moving down quickly. I think Rigotti itself is very volatile, so you have to be mindful of that. The company's, like I said, generating around $9 million in sales last year, but they lost in terms of net loss is around $140 million. Net cash around $209 million. So for what that's worth, it's about a year and a half's worth, roughly speaking, of cash to burn. You have to consider dilution risks, but I do suggest that legislation is very important because if these companies are getting federal allocations, grant money, that could certainly offset any needs for revenues, at least maybe the next year or two. So I do think that's important that if you look at these companies projections wise, go about 1 to 1.5 years out. So you see sales growth improving about 1.5 years out, which I mentioned here for Rigotti, it's improving by double 2026. These are based on the estimates. That gives you something to go off. But other than that, you have to consider there's still other risks, there's still other opportunities because this whole ecosystem of stocks and technologies are still evolving. And we've seen the evolution of companies that really haven't generated much revenue, if any, continue to move higher. We talked about Archer and Joby, some of those EV electric people take off the mining companies. They've done very well and they're starting to generate sales this year.
Yeah, and this will be an exciting space to watch as I do think it ties very much into some of the AI enthusiasm regarding advanced technology and where we'll see things shift just in the next several years. So appreciate that great breakdown on overall quantum stocks, George Tillis. That'll also do for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. We're closing just right off of all-time highs in the S&P 500. Good place to leave it. Launch list is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash move to your brokerage account. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to Schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
All right, these New York bangs are just staying put right where they've stalled at the high of the day. Watching Apple turning here. Apple turning. Okay, let me buy some Apple. Apple's starting to turn. Looks like that could be a good move here. Apple. Okay, I'd like to see some buyer blocks, but other than that, Apple looks pretty good. Maybe for next week, Apple for next week. Okay, Apple watching. Looks like it's going to turn here. Apple. Could maybe some cheap calls for tomorrow. 40 deltas, 87 cents. $40 deltas, 87 cents right now. Apple, I'm going to buy a couple of those.
Welcome to Watch List. I'm Nicole Pevelides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange, a record-setting day on Wall Street. Once again,
Apple looking good, looking for a bounce. See if this goes anywhere. Netflix, no follow through yet.
Tom White will join us with the Options Corner, and he'll break down recent news for Uber, Reddit, Qualcomm, as well as 3 real trades that he found for those names. Then we'll take a look at several tech stocks, beyond the Mag 7, as well as Futurum's recent AI 15, showcasing the next names to disrupt the AI space. We'll review the June jobs report, which is released tomorrow. And today's ADP employment miss, does it give us indications about tomorrow's report? We'll ask our guests. Meantime, here's a quick look at the markets. I know the S&P 500 new records. Right now, the S&P is still holding on to gains of about 20 points, 6,217. That's up 1/3 of 1%. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 gaining more than 0.5%. Also, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, well, that's down 56 points. Starting with green point at one point today. The Russell 2000 is up 1% almost. Oil and gold are mixed. Oh no.
S&P pulling back.
47 a barrel on oil. That's not up there. It's up $2. And gold right now gaining about $10. 10-year bond yield 4.29. Bitcoin 109,875. Also got a pop in the last couple of hours. So that's about 4% now. And the US dollar 96.47. Well, that hasn't been doing much at all. Just sort of sits there. All right, but before we bring in our first guest, we want to take a look at a few of the top stories in today's market. Constellation Brands posted its first quarter results after the close yesterday, missing street estimates on both the top and bottom lines. The alcoholic beverage maker saw revenue fall 6% year over year, citing non-structural socioeconomic factors. Constellation sees its beer business grow flat to up 3% for the year, while projecting wine and spirit sales to fall between 17 and 20%. Shares of Constellation Brands are down over 30% year over year. Apple's upgraded Chuhold from underperform today, citing Apple's strong iPhone sales volume, seeing its strongest growth since the third quarter of 2021. The analyst believes tariff-driven pull-in demand and share recovery in China drive June quarter revenue and EPS growth of about 8% and 10% respectively. Jefferies says that Good third quarter results could keep the stock stable in the near term. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Joe Hedgener is with us, CIO at Astrozoa Capital. Hey, CEO, thank you for being here. Joe, some of your thoughts here on the market action today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I think the biggest thing we've been looking at in the last few days, and I guess in the last few weeks, is we're laser focused on interest rates, not just in the United States, but globally. And some of the most recent news coming out of this U.S. Trump administration has been putting a decent amount of pressure on the long end of the yield curve, whereby the 10-year rate and 30-year rate has been rising. This could be for a number of different factors. At the same time, the same administration is talking about potentially some kind of a shadow chair. We're talking about installing a Fed chair next year who may be cutting interest rates aggressively. And one of the things we're trying to think about is, sure, Jay Powell can stick to his guns over the next 6 to 12 months, but who's coming next and what's going to happen then? What's the world going to look like in 12 months from now? And the shape of the yield curve, I think, is tremendously important as it relates to risk assets, stock markets, real estate. It really is the basis of a lot of different sub-asset classes.
As you see the S&P and NASDAQ 100 hitting highs this week, do you feel that there is opportunity to move higher? I know that, nobody really knows what it looks like in the next 12 months, but do you feel that there is some bullishness in the market that could make us have new highs in the back half of the year?
Yeah, I do. I think that the momentum is really there. And if this administration follows through on a tremendous amount of fiscal spending and the market starts to price in interest rate cuts, that's tremendously stimulative for the economy. And, I would kind of, akin it to almost like a game of musical chairs. At some point, the music's going to stop. And we want to be really well prepared when that does happen. But I think it's early days. We're just now starting to cut interest rates. We're just now talking about
Coin, a little profit taking here, Coinbase.
And so the second half of this year could potentially be something along the lines of a 1998, 1999 style melt up in risk assets.
In the meantime, we're still concerned about the dollar lately. Obviously, it's been the world reserve currency. It's been higher, it's been lower. There's nothing really to worry about at the current level, but worry about the competition. At the same time, within your global hot takes,
S&P bounce.
this is what, not a prediction, maybe it could be a surprise. Euro does not exist in 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hot take, but I honestly think that the probability of the Eurozone not necessarily disintegrating, but looking nothing like its current form, I think the probability of that is actually very high over the next 10 years. And what I mean by that is 10 years about the European debt crisis. The aftermath of that crisis was started to percolate a lot of these populist governments in Germany, in Italy, in Greece, in France. I mean, you just look at where we're at today from a political landscape standpoint. Whether you're in Northern Europe or Southern Europe, there's a very big kind of populist that's skeptical of the Eurozone and Brussels, in particular. And there's good reason for that, right? I mean, Germany isn't going to be bailing out peripheral Europe, again. They're going to tremendously become unpopular practice in the aftermath of the European debt crisis. If you fast forward to today, where we are, a lot of these metrics that got us to the first European debt crisis 10, 11 years ago are worse now than they were in 2011 and 12. With debt to GDP ratios, productivity, demographic trends, all of that's actually worse. This hasn't been a problem because interest rates have been zero for so long. And a lot of countries were just able to inexpensively gorge on more and more cheap debt. In the last 12 months or so, the long end of the yield curve, whether it be the United States, Japan, or the
Apple trying to make higher lows, higher highs. Stocks are just sitting here for now.
So I think at some point we're going to have somewhat of an existential moment where there's going to be something along the lines of a second European debt crisis. And I think that is the catalyst where potentially a lot of political factions who are anti-EU or skeptical of the existing infrastructure and establishment could potentially have a lot of sway. I mean, you look at AfD in Germany, Marine Le Pen in France, right? Meloni in Italy. And I guess the last thing I would say there is, the demographic trends are also quite for a lot of those nations as it relates to their productivity and growth. So in 10 years from now, I think it is actually quite likely that it doesn't exist in its current form.
Yeah, wow. Thank you for that. I'll ask you a couple more questions. Maybe you can give me some short, quick answers because we only have, a minute or two left, and I do have a lot of questions. You talked also in your hot takes, and then I want to get to some of the other things like gold. Legacy auto manufacturers are going to go the way of the BlackBerry. What's that mean?
Oh, goodness. So the first and foremost, I think I would point to the technology, technological change. Internal combustion is going to be around for a long time. But a lot of these incumbent manufacturers have taken out a substantial amount of debt, billions of dollars of debt, in order to finance the production of lithium-ion EVs. And it's already on the wall that's kind of first-gen technology. There's a lot of development as it relates to kind of solid-state batteries and what that 2.0 version of an EV looks like as it relates to being able to charge quicker, have a longer range, etc. And these companies, their level of indebtedness, whether it be Ford or GM, etc., the level of indebtedness they've gotten to in order just to create lithium-ion EVs is levered enough to where they're not going to be able to raise tens of billions of additional dollars to retool their existing supply chain for the next gen technology.
Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about the inflation-linked bonds, gold, Bitcoin, banks, mortgage credit. I know equities you said you like. Tell me about some of these other opportunities for investors.
So I am a little skeptical of cryptocurrency versus the rise of quantum computing and just what does quantum computing as it relates to encryption power and disentangling encryption, what does that mean for existing kind of blockchain technologies? But the idea of a hard asset, a hard scarce asset, I think is very relevant in the current framework of dollar debasement, right? If you had $100,000 sitting in your checking account 5 years ago, it's worth about 25% less now than if you just sat there in cash and you didn't invest in kind of either hard assets or equities or something that would go up with inflation. I think dollar debasement very much continues over the next year to 3 years.
Okay. Joe, thank you. Joe Hedgener, CIO, Astrozoa Capital. Thanks. Good to see you, Joe. Thanks. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by. He'll highlight unusual options activity today. Investors are looking to trade on the recent news.
All right, Apple trying to go now.
The S&P 500 hits record highs here on Wall Street on July 2nd. Ahead of more news that's coming out tomorrow.
Whether you're an experienced investor or
Okay,
just
Apple looking for a pop.
Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
Tesla's still hanging in there. Broadcom. Meta is bouncing. Meta.
Like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching to start learning.
All right, looks good. Super Micro, looking for that to follow through. Market's still chopping around. Hedging flows still sideways. Notice stability. Back in April, stability was around 1 or 2%. Now it's back to 82%. Okay, so the higher the number, the tighter price action is going to be. I'm not looking for big moves. Apple looking for a follow through. Netflix looking for a follow through on a bounce. Needs to get above this area of supply right there.
That's a good start, right? Because we've only got two trade deals done, though, if that comes to fruition. But, you know, they're going to be working more on the trade deals into next week's July 9th deadline. That's going to be key. But then, you know, the market kind of pushed aside the fact that the ADP jobs report was minus for the first time since May of 2023. And this might be those items that we talk about relate, you know, parlaying into what the Fed talks about.
Microsoft still drifting lower.
Robust jobs market, right? If people are employed, they're going to spend money. That's going to support the economy. Now we're starting to see those cracks widen a little bit. But at the same time, I think there's optimism on the flip side that, hey, if the jobs market continues to start to
Okay, Dow Industrials. Nike leading. Nike, big move. Nike, despite not the best earnings. Nvidia, Amgen, nice follow through on Amgen.
CME FedWatch tool, but I think there's almost a Fed put built into this market a little bit. I don't know if that that helps, but we're, you know, a little bit frothy on valuations, a little bit frothy on
Amgen looking pretty good.
basis, but it seems like you can't stop
Back above the 200-day.
especially in a boring summer market here.
Amgen. Google, just off the high of the day. Google.
Than we had going in. It was a combination of higher earnings outlook and some valuation recovery. And the reason I bring that up is because that tells me I don't think that you would be that, I don't think investors would be that bullish about earnings if they felt that there was a heavy hammer of tariffs coming down the pipe. And so the way I read the markets is the consensus for now is that wherever we land on tariffs. it's
Caterpillar,
not
good day on Caterpillar.
The market could be wrong about this. We know
Well,
very
but the
well.
power law just calculates you. Treasury yields are rising as investors digest weaker data, the jobs market, and weigh the impact of President
Goldman
Trump's tax
Sachs,
spending package.
American Express breaking out, American Express, Boeing trying to do something, Merck, Doji, that's a Dow Jones.
All of those factors at play and the big non-farm payrolls tomorrow.
Hi, Tick Alert plus 800.
Hi, Tick Alert.
Interesting day for a variety of reasons that you pointed out. Big, beautiful bill. You know, yesterday, briefly, a 10-year traded around 418. You can see how it's jumped today.
Albemarle, First Solar, having a good day. Moderna,
In terms of low rates, at least
turning back up. Coinbase, looking better. Tesla, hammer for now on Tesla.
small business job loss starting to make some traders a bit nervous. So
Estee Lauder, NXPI Semiconductor, AES, On Semiconductor, and STX following through.
2 years
Apple pushing higher. Apple.
Now, let's look at the 10-year. The 10-year just keeps moving higher. So what's going on here? Look at that 210 spread. It just bounced back and steepened. And what's going on here is simple. A possible weakening labor market is going against what we learned in JOLTS and several other points like initial jobless claims. That would definitely make a difference to the Fed. It would hasten the Fed's easing campaign, but it might not keep long rates lower because of inflationary expectations and uncertainty in the future. And finally, Fed fund futures gravitated towards the upside. When they rally down, that means more easing. But look at the D's contract. Yes, at 8:15 Eastern, it reflected what the 2-year did. But now it's almost come back to unchanged. And that's the point. In front of the jobs number tomorrow, investors just aren't sure if today's report is giving us a clue about tomorrow or it's just a one-off. Back to you.
All right, Rick Santelli with the bond report there. Thank you very much for that. Now our next guest had actually coined the phrase bond vigilantes back in the day. He's closely watching yields for sure, also the jobs picture, and of course the Federal Reserve. Let's bring in the aforementioned pioneer of the bond vigilante term, Ed Yardeni, the president of Yardeni Research. Ed, this is an environment where it's surfacing again, that term, bond vigilantes. But they don't seem to be nearly as effective of vigilantism as the original bond vigilantes that helped you coin the phrase.
Correct. Well, you know, they were most active in the 1980s, and then in the 1990s, inflation came down, and the administration back then, the Clinton administration, recognized the power of the bond market, and they actually maintained fiscal discipline. This time around, the concern is, of course, that deficits remain huge, that the outlook is not getting any better, that Trump's bill is certainly not going to reduce the deficit and will probably increase deficits and the debt. I think that's kind of most of the projections. And even if it just is neutral, it still means we're on a fiscally irresponsible course. But Trump and his Treasury Secretary have basically put out there that they're considering financing a lot of the debt in the Treasury bill market, and they'll then wait until they can replace Powell with somebody more to their liking, which might be Bessent for all we know. And then the new Fed chair will lower interest rates, and then they'll refinance everything in the long end. So that's kind of the game that's being played right now.
I mean, it's a game. If it is a game, there is one side that's predictably the winner. There's a reason why they say don't fight the Fed. Much of the current environment right now of this vigilantism or lack
Google's
thereof,
starting
or
to fade a bit.
ineffectiveness
Google.
of it, is because there is a new operating structure in the markets where the Fed is way more active and has way more firepower than any of the bond vigilantes could ever hope to combat.
Sure. Well, I think not only that, but the Treasury is playing the Fed's game, right? They're doing they may do yield curve control, which means issuing more in the bill market, less in the long end, keeping the long end down until they get a Fed chair that's more to their liking. But Rick Santelli had it absolutely right. We had a very similar environment in the late last year where the Fed lowered the Fed funds rate by 100 basis points, and at the time, I said I didn't understand why they were doing it. The economy seemed resilient to me, and it proved to be resilient. And you know what happened? The bond yield actually went up by 100 basis points. So I think we may be looking at that kind of scenario now, or as Rick suggested, if the Fed were to lower interest rates, or if the Treasury were to play this game with issuing more bills, the bond market might be very concerned that we aren't out of the woods when it comes to tariff-related inflation. And imagine that the Treasury does its thing, or the Fed somehow decides to lower interest rates because the employment number is weak tomorrow. Put all together, and the bond market might react badly. In which case, we'll be talking about the bond.
Tesla.
Yeah, joked that I wish that they would trial balloon it and float the idea of a rate cut just to see if the long end goes up or not. Float the idea of, a hike or a hold and see what happens. I mean, on some level, the market's there to tell us.
There goes
Why
Tesla.
wait till you do it until you do it for real? Do you think that we can guess from the market behavior lately? And this week, a number of different people have said they think it's a positioning or pushing the Fed to cut. Weak dollar, falling interest rates. I mean, are those hallmarks of a market that actually thinks rate cuts would be more appropriate here?
Yeah, I think a weak dollar certainly suggests that the foreign exchange market is expecting to see interest rates coming down. But this economy has frustrated all these forecasts of multiple rate cuts by the Fed
Tesla.
for the past 3 years.
Tesla trying to break out. Tesla.
The market has frequently thought that we were going to get of rate cuts.
Tesla trying to break out
from the Fed once the Fed stopped raising rates, and we didn't because the economy proved resilient. The economy did not have a recession in the face of the tightening of monetary policy. So far, it doesn't look like the economy is going to have a recession from tariffs. And now that there might be a little less concern about tariffs and the stock market's at record high, the consumer could come back and surprise us once again with a strong economy, and any talk of a rate cut just would not make sense and would be, as Rick said, would be boost inflationary expectations.
And I'm going to go out on a limb here. Based upon the commentary you just gave, it sounds like you're constructive and even bullish on the macro environment for the stock market. If that's the case, what's your prediction for the stock market and what leads us to the next?
Well, I'm using 6,500 by year end. I have to admit, I started out the year with a even more optimistic outlook of 7,000. But at this point, I'll settle for 6,500. I basically remain bullish during this entire correction, but I have lowered my expectations for year end. But I think we'd all be pretty happy with 6,500 by the end of the year, and that would be based on the economy continuing to grow and maybe grow faster in the second half of the year, assuming that the tariff issues become increasingly something in the background rather than the foreground. And
Tesla pushing higher.
Could perk up a little bit here, but I think we're going to be surprised.
Webull continues to ramp higher. Webull.
And I think the bond yield should be around where it is now, 4.5 plus minus 25 basis points. So that's the world looks pretty good to me right now. I don't see why the Fed needs to lower interest rates, and I don't think they will. Not at the July meeting, and then we can all focus on the September meeting.
All right. The macro picture seems rosy for Ed Yardeni. Thank you very much. It's always good to see you. We'll see you again soon, sir.
Thank you.
Next, check out briefly topped the $100 per share milestone. It's having its best week since April. I think it might be the best performing name in the S&P this year. And
Tesla still
insiders are
pushing higher,
buying up
Tesla.
shares. The big reveal coming up in Market Navigator.
Okay, Tesla pushing a bit higher. Tesla looking good. All right, I'm gonna get the rest of these New York fangs to turn up. Maybe get some short covering into the 230 pivot. Looking for a bounce and a follow through.
Does it actually cut Medicaid from old sick people as well?
So the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that it would cut 11.8 million Americans would lose health insurance.
But are those healthy young people who just don't pay for it?
The projections don't break down exactly who would lose coverage. but you would expect it would be a mix of people. In general, when they have done one of the elements of this is work documentation programs. When they've tried that through pilot programs, sometimes the red tape of having to do that constantly makes it harder for people, particularly people who change addresses and are disorganized, to continuously comply with that. Separately, there are provisions that would reduce the amount of federal funding effectively going to states, and they would have to do things that then cut back Medicaid. There's also clearly going to be problems with providers like rural hospitals not getting enough money because they're losing the coverage for some of their patients. They've tried to partially offset that with a rural hospital fund, but the rural senators argued that wasn't enough.
All right. We really appreciate it, Mike, just giving us the latest and kind of where we are on this. Bloomberg News team leader for the Capital Influence team, Mike Dorney, joining us in our DC bureau. We're going to stay with news out of DC, something investors are watching very closely, the trade and tariff news. We did have President Trump earlier out on social, continuing to kind of tease and perhaps tee up some news on other trade deals maybe coming ahead of his July 9th deadline to do a deal or face much higher U.S. tariffs. Earlier on Truth Social, the president saying it will be a great deal of cooperation between our two countries. He's talking about the U.S. and Vietnam. He says the terms are that Vietnam will pay the U.S. a 20% tariff on any and all goods sent into our territory and a 40% tariff on any transshipping.
Vietnam pays the tariff. That's awesome.
That's right. In return, Vietnam will do something that they have never done before, given the United States of America total access to their markets for trade. Actually, I think I kind of flipped the sequence of them, but nonetheless, it looks like some progress. The thing is, it does
Tesla looking for a rip higher.
in the United States.
Are getting much of the spotlight these days for good reason, deservedly so. But a lot of attention is also falling on a financial services company, a fintech name, whose stock has been soaring and breaking records. That mystery chart, the company, is Robinhood Markets. And my next guest says there are some valid reasons to be bullish on that stock, despite the fact that it hit a record high again today. So joining us now is David Miller, the co-founder and chief investment officer at Catalyst Funds. David, this Robinhood trade is not under the radar. It's now like, I think it's an $85 billion market cap company, which makes it worth more than many of the most well-known banks on Main Street in America. But why is Robinhood now a story that has even more upside, in your opinion?
Well, so there's several reasons that I'm excited about Robinhood right now. So in my Catalyst Insider Buying Fund, where we focus on companies that have heavy insider buying by their top executives, we saw a $1.9 million purchase by Christopher Payne, director at Robinhood. So that's pretty interesting. You look at why the stock's rallying today, I think that's primarily on rumors associated with an index edition. You look at what happened over the past week with some events that they had in Europe and the tokenization of stocks on some of the new markets that they're expanding to globally. They've added UK markets. They're adding Spain. They probably will be adding Germany. And in some of those countries, they don't have no-fee trading in Germany like they have here. So there's
Snowflake
a lot of
and
room for continued
Meta
expansion,
not following
huge
through.
subscription growth on their platform.
Snowflake, Meta, Microsoft, all at the lows right now. Netflix, no follow yet, no follow through yet. Broadcom kind of flagging at the high. Apple trying to do something. Apple's trying to do something.
Some of the biggest financial firms out there on the current trajectory that it's on, and what are the biggest stumbling blocks for it?
Absolutely. Over the past year, the company has grown revenue roughly 60%. They did over $300 million in earnings on over $900 million in revenue in the last quarter. They're taking on global.
Snowflake still fading. So is Meta, Microsoft. Okay, Apple trying to do something here. Apple just sitting here. Tesla just grinding upward a bit. Futures, S&P just grinding higher. I got 16, 20 calls. I'll take some more off as it approaches, maybe goes in the money. Like to see that go in the money.
We'll see you again soon, sir. Kelly, I'll send things back over.
Maybe next time for inclusion in the S&P 500. Before the break, it went down to 17. Health insurance pulling full year guidance says healthcare costs come in way higher than expected, and shares are down almost 40%. More Power Lunch next.
Okay, Webull doing really well. Webull. Okay. Okay, it's 2:34 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Wednesday the 2nd, looking for some 230 buyers, institutions, like when they come in and see what they like and they start buying. Okay, Microsoft's starting to turn. Netflix is trying to turn. Netflix is trying to make a higher low at this point, maybe a higher high, get above VWAP. Got rejected at VWAP twice today. 3 times, actually 4 times. 4 times it got rejected at VWAP. Netflix looking for buyers to step up. Palantir looking for that to turn. Palantir making higher highs, higher lows. Palantir. Coinbase and Coin. Both of those are looking good. Coinbase and CONL, both looking good. Okay. Okay, Meta and Snowflake aren't cooperating. They're sitting at the lows of the day. Okay, let's go look at the Dow Industrials for Jim again. Farmer Jim. Wanted to check out some of those stocks from the Dow Industrials. Still some of the tech names like Apple are on the Dow Industrials. Let's go to the candle glance and see what all these charts together looks like. We're interested in stocks that are above the 20-day, like Caterpillar, Apple, Amgen, American Express, Disney, CVX, Chevron, Cisco, Honeywell, Home Depot, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. All of these above the 20-day, so I'm interested on dips now. Many of these have run over the last couple of weeks. 3M is looking good. Merck back above the 20-day. Microsoft coming back to the 20-day. This is exactly what I'm looking for, right? What Microsoft is doing. I'm looking for the next dip to the 20-day that gets bought. Okay, Nike up on earnings. End of last week, we got NVIDIA above the 20-day. All of these Dow Industrials, for the most part, look good, with a few exceptions. United Health is back to yesterday's low on sympathy with a lot of the healthcare providers pulling back, like Centene, etc. Okay, Walmart. Okay, Walmart, Coca-Cola. Okay, let's look at Home Depot. Home Depot. Hurricane season, Home Depot. Home Depot looks pretty good. If it can get through the 200-day overhead at 387-ish, 386. If Home Depot can get through that area, more than likely we'll start to see more upside potential in those home improvement stocks. Palantir looking okay. Goes to Amazon. Amazon turning. Okay, Amazon just turned back up. Amazon. Amazon. Let's see. BC pivots going now. Okay, Amazon looking good. Maybe do some Amazon again. I'll take another trade on Amazon. I've just been day trading it. Amazon. Okay, have some calls already. Okay, Amazon. Have 225 calls for the 25th of July. Looking for that to go. Okay, maybe we get Amazon to follow through. Okay, watching Apple. Watching Tesla. Apple. Okay, we got supply just overhead at 212, 212.50. That's the call wall, Apple. Okay, we got a buy order blocks, higher lows. Looking for a follow through on Apple. Still haven't seen it yet. Netflix looks like it's going to fade again. So I'll go ahead and take that off before I even get close to my stop. It doesn't look like it's going to work. Netflix. Okay. Netflix. Okay. Netflix, I'm going to be out of that. Netflix, I'm out. Netflix out. All right, done with Netflix. It doesn't look like it wants to follow through. Apple starting to fade. That's not following through. All right, these stocks are just not getting a bid at the moment. Coinbase continues to push higher. Coinbase continues looking very strong. Very strong day for Coinbase. CONL flying. What is that song? Fly, Robin, fly up into the sky, whatever it is. That's Silver Connection, right? Fly, Robin, fly. Silver Connection. Yeah, that was it. Fly, Robin, fly. Fly, Robin, fly. Back in the day, that was a big one. Silver Connection. Yeah. All right. So Coinbase is still going. Obvious where the money's flowing. It's into stocks like Coinbase and CONL. Those are going. Boy, these things are ripping here. Coinbase. Mm-hmm. 50, 52. Can I get the 50, 52? 50. $50, 50, 55.
Consolidated. I look at the ratio between gold and silver. It came down, but still hasn't really broken what I consider to be critical levels where silver becomes an
Mhm.
That's all related to a couple of things. One is the direction of the dollar, the direction of interest rate. We still have a tremendous amount of government spending. We still have a huge debt. That's where those concerns are coming in. Silver is interesting because it's more of an inflationary indicator when it starts to have industrial use. In terms of oil,
Okay, S&P 500. S&P 500 still seeing hedging flows pushing up a bit. Flat at the moment, slightly turned up. Okay, S&P continues. What a great day. What a great day. Fly, Robin, fly. Up to the sky.
a very bullish sign for oil. And then you have to ask, what does that mean in terms of the dollar? Get to all your other
Yeah, Apple's VWAP is pretty flat. Looking forward to break out of the trend just because of the last couple of days. Okay, watching that hedge flow here on S&P. Want that purple line to turn up.
is a very reliable ETF. Liquidity. It's probably the most popular way to trade silver outside of doing futures. The only thing that I actually caution people who are going to trade ETF, whether it's USA for oil or UNG for natural gas or SLV for silver, is to look.
Okay, what is Target doing at the moment? Target's at the high of the day. Target, high of the day. Okay, here's Target, high of the day. Nice bullish candle yesterday. Unfortunate, UNH had a nice big candle yesterday too, and it's right back down to the low. So right back into the range, getting whacked back into the range. Okay, so we have to wait a little bit longer for UNH. Looked pretty good yesterday. UNH, Target looking good. Target, nice follow through. Target, I'm looking at this being 175 again. That'd be nice. Target, love to see it at 122, 121, the 200 days overhead. So I got a 20-point move overhead potentially out of Target. Love to see that happen over the next few weeks. Meta pulling back. Snowflake pulling back. Oh. Oh. All right. Peter Thiel. What? Thiel, huge institutional interest in Bitcoin.
Is up even more than yours. I think like 3,000 or 4,000% in the past 5 years. And these kind of leveraged, Bitcoin holding companies are popping up all over the place.
Bitcoin at 109 and change. Bitcoin 109,432. Back to 110.
Sell shares and borrow in order to buy Bitcoin.
So the model of Bitcoin treasury companies optimized is essentially.
Okay, Target looks good. Tesla just grinding along. Tesla. Okay, nice hammer at the 5,200 day. The base on base pattern. Coinbase. Tesla. Grinding. Come on, Apple. Apple flat VWAP. Not going anywhere. Apple. Apple looking for it to run. VRNT, take over noise. Okay. VRNT.
States, but it's just here's an opportunity where Trump has been very vocal against the CHIPS Act back in 2022. And the, what is it, 30 like
VRNT.
all of the government aid, and then here you go. Here's another opportunity for more tax.
VRNT. Shares gain after report says Thoma Bravo in talks to acquire.
Wouldn't you want to do everything you can to get 100% a year?
And that's why it's great so far at TSMC. I think it was under President Trump's first term where they really announced that they were going to expand manufacturing. And Intel with their Ohio plant, and these companies have found Samsung. So it's working to a certain extent. It's just a matter of the timeline, finding the workers to qualify.
Thoma Bravo in talks to acquire the company.
In terms of how to operate the more advanced lithography equipment from, let's say, ASML.
Well, we also got news today, right, on the Intel front, speaking of making stuff and foundry operations and everything else. Can you take us through what exactly is happening with Intel and why its foundry operations, its manufacturing capabilities are back focused?
That's because it's in a Reuters report saying specifically the most advanced technology that they offer, a manufacturing capability called 18A. So even if you don't understand because chips can get really complicated, think of it as each generation of iPhones. 18A, they're planning on no longer offering this manufacturing process to external customers at the moment. And some would say that's really bad news because here's Intel, the turnaround plan that has yet to be seen, and here's another hurdle. However, Lip-Bu Tan, the new CEO, is going to be focusing on an even more advanced one, which is the 14A. Bring them up to par with the TSMC. But you can see in the stock's reaction, which is coming off the earlier lows that it was originally down about 5%, is that the market is just maybe perhaps investors fed up of the back and forth, the turnaround plan that is taking much longer than anticipated, these hurdles. And think the foundry business lost $13 billion last year. If they decide that they're going to no longer allow 18A for external customers, that is a big loss, a write-down. Precisely. But it's not the end. You have the bulls I've seen online saying there's 18AP, which is a very specific one that could still be available, and 14A could be even greater and really allow them to catch up to TSMC. But it's a wait and see.
That's interesting that he's going with the moonshot approach here.
Well, he's been cutting costs like crazy too.
Yeah. Christina, thanks. Appreciate you. Christina Parts Nevelis. So a major internet infrastructure player dealing a major blow to learning. We'll bring you the details.
Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Okay, Prano, I bought some 2250s just to see if this goes. If it goes, great. If it doesn't, no love lost. If it goes, VRNT. VRNT. Apple starting to push. Apple's starting to push a bit higher now. Apple. Let's see if Apple can get something going here. Apple trying to get going. Got supply just overhead. Okay. Amazon. Little bear flag on Amazon. Meta, low of the day. Snowflake, low of the evening session. Microsoft at the lows of the day. Netflix trying to make a higher low. Okay, Apple trying to go. Apple trying to go. Apple's starting to get up. Get up. Get up. Get on up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Specific number that we got. Instead, we think it's overall a sign that given the job market is slow, what we're seeing in worker sentiment too, with the cluster employee confidence index.
All right, Apple's starting to push a bit higher. Apple. There we go. There we go. Apple's starting to gear up. Apple.
I think it's still probably a little bit too early for him to be significant impact on jobs growth. Certainly, there are different sectors where that could be more true or less true.
Fly, Robin, fly to the sky. All right, Coinbase trying to make a new high. Coinbase. Apple still pushing. Here goes Apple. There goes Apple. Apple going. Apple's going. Nice trade on Apple. Nice move on Apple right there. Apple. All right, we're running up against supply. Can Apple run right through this? Apple, can it come through this, get back through this supply? Stupid. Okay, nice move on Apple. A buy order block. We got supply very nearby, so we need to see this jump through this area and take a shot at the high of the day. Looking good. Apple going. Apple going. Looks good, Apple. Apple. Okay, looks like Slack is giving us a hard time uploading images right now for whatever reason. Okay, Apple going. All right, it's pushing up against the supply.
This is
a level again higher than investors are expecting. We have Vital Knowledge saying that this is better than the reciprocal rate applied to the country in April.
Okay, Apple, nice push.
Although we have Truist saying that, this latest guidance of companies ranges largely embed the 10% rate. So they do expect some downside to many outlooks. But for now, stocks are in the green. All those, Nike, Lululemon, Gap, and Williams Sonoma, WSM. Yeah, they're all in the green.
Apple, nice push. Go, go, go. Go, go, gadget, Apple.
I go there and pay the high price because I assume it's made in America stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I buy a lot of things for cooking, right? And I know, like, if I get Le Creuset cast iron pans, they're not made in the U.S. But otherwise, if I'm paying a big price, I want it to be, made like high quality stuff.
Oracle and OpenAI. Yeah, cool. Oracle. Been very strong. Oracle on the gap up from earnings. Okay, Oracle looks good. Oracle.
I think the stock of the day shares are plunging the most on record since they IPO'd in 2001. So basically, the company shocked investors when they reviewed their profit outlook on rising risks from Affordable Care Act plans. So Centene appears to have been really caught badly off guard by the impact of government actions. And again, of course, this is an ominous sign for investors because the purpose of insurers is to price for risk. But lately, they've been blindsided by those very risks. So you see shares dropping by 40% today, and others are also affected. Molina, Oscar Health, so the industry is just really badly beaten. Great stuff. As always,
250, 260.
More conversations, check out Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, winners, losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Let's mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. OpenAI has agreed to rent a massive amount of computing power from Oracle data centers as part of its Stargate initiative, underscoring the intense requirements of cutting edge.
Okay, so I bought some.
So to meet this demand, 4.5 gigawatts.
I bought some 250s. Oracle bought some 250s. 250. 260.
Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes
For September. 245 to make 755.
you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
A handshake on a trade deal and a stare down over the budget. Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York. I'm Romaine Boss.
And I'm Scarlett Ford. We're kicking off to the closing bell here in the U.S. Who says nothing happens in the holiday week, right? There you go.
All right, I bought the 250, 260. 245 filled. Okay, thank you for that, Corey. Oracle. Okay, so Apple looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and take some profits on Apple. Apple, maybe we get a further pop out of this. Apple. We're right at supply. See if we can't pop through this area.
On trade, investors shrugging off the prospect for any real drama around that July 9th deadline. In fact, the president himself out with a social media post saying he's brokered a trade commitment with Vietnam. And that news, believe it or not, did take the S&P from flat on the day to back to record territory. Tariff-exposed stocks like Nike, Wayfair, and Shark Ninja leading that corner of the rally.
Yep.
The consensus view among almost everybody was that tariffs would start to impact the day.
Okay, here goes Apple. All right, so we mentioned some calls about, I guess, around 1:30, 2 o'clock, something like that. Apple looking good. Apple flying now. All right, Netflix also looked good. I took it off. It looked like it was gonna back off. Maybe Netflix goes now with an hour to go. Let's see, Netflix. I had the 1302.50. Netflix 1302.50. We're gonna get going here. 1302.50. Netflix 1302.50. Let me see what that looks like for tomorrow. 1302.50. Okay, it's right where I sold it, basically. 1502.50.
All right, let's continue to talk about economic
Buy.
because despite Trump's tariffs,
Single.
inflation has yet to see a real pickup. We had a 2.7% print in the first quarter in core PCE and a projected rate of about.
Okay, there goes Apple.
April through June period, but that could change in the next few months. You can see here, Fed Chair Jay Powell.
There goes Apple.
Policymakers anticipate seeing the impact of tariffs later this summer. That is reflected in these economists' estimates as well. They forecast core PCE, which is of course the Fed's preferred inflation gauge.
There goes Apple. Boom. Exactly what we wanted to see. I took some off into strength. I'll take some more off, and I have some further out in time. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Nice day on Apple. Thank you so much. That's a beautiful. I got the 25th of July. Got 25th of July calls. Okay, all of these are cooking right now. These are going. Okay, looks good. Woo, there goes Apple. There goes the S&P 500. S&P. S&P going.
Environment, and what we've been expecting is this stagflation-like outcome in the U.S. where you have growth slow.
Tesla. Oh, look at Apple. Look at Apple. Oh, shit.
Looking at the summary of economic projections is right now they are more concerned about the inflation side. Median dots haven't shifted materially over the past 6 months or so. The average dot has shifted higher in each of the last two summary of economic projections for 2025 and 2026. So to us, the sensitivity on the Fed is not
That's an ABCD pattern, by the way.
we are expecting to see it. Perhaps it's
A B C D.
That of course is going to play out big time on the short end of the curve. On the long end of the curve, it's something also playing out. Obviously, that also has to do with inflation, but much more on fiscal issues.
ABC.
Give us your perspective, not on what U.S. bond investors
ABC.
are expecting, but what foreign investors
Looking good. Looking good.
are they really pulling back?
There goes Apple.
It's interesting, Romain. I just got back from a trip to Taipei.
Apple.
And while the number one topic of discussion was the U.S. deficit, what it means
Apple. 305. Going. 305. Okay, let's see if we can get Netflix to run. Be nice to see Netflix run.
Data conundrum we have here in the U.S. where the soft data is very weak, but the hard data has more or less held up. And so the big point we have been making to clients is when you go back and look at throughout history what large budget deficits have meant for the curve, it's a steeper curve.
I don't know what's going on with Slack. It's acting weird. But there goes Apple. Apple going.
Conversations are happening now and could have a bigger market impact in the future.
Do you think those decisions will hinge on how the big
Okay, Apple.
I think to a certain extent,
Apple.
investors are already pricing in the one big beautiful bill, at least in
from
some form, whether it be 2.8 trillion added to the deficit or 3.4. The idea is we're going to see more supply from the U.S. and there's concerns fiscally really across the globe, as you highlighted with the UK today. And so when I think about what that means decision making wise, from do I buy a 10-year security now to hold for the next 10 years? Do I think yields will be lower or higher over that time frame? I'm thinking a lot harder about the prospect for yields to remain lower. And I think the budget deficit and government bond supply globally is a huge consideration, but I also think the ultimate destination of the Fed and other central banks' policy rate is a key consideration as well in terms of where inflation shakes out with this new isolationist type world that we're living in.
So Zach, putting that all together, where do you want to be in terms of investing in fixed income?
So we've been advising clients to move up in quality and shorter in duration, and admittedly that's been a tough trade. After the worst of the volatility following Liberation Day, it seems like risk sentiment has improved despite a pretty rough geopolitical backdrop. And so when we think about how this all impacts the second half of the year, we are expecting the strong technicals that we've seen so far to give way to more fundamental concerns. If we don't see tariffs show up in consumer prices, I think we're going to see it in margin compression in earnings over the course of the next couple of weeks as we get Q2 earnings reported. And so I think that becomes a bigger driver and more of a market concern in the second half of the year. So we still like.
Okay, there goes Apple. Bam.
I am curious of that.
Bam. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Maybe a little bit more activity when it comes to corporate spreads and widening out there. Is there some balance?
Okay, get Netflix to run. That would make my day. Make my day if Netflix can get going.
There's just still a lot of liquidity in the system. When you look at money market mutual funds, we really haven't seen them drained much. And even though the Fed's been doing quantitative tightening for 3 years, we haven't seen bank reserves come down either, as a lot of that has been absorbed by the overnight reverse repo facility. And so that's another thing that we're focused on in the second half of the year. Perhaps markets that have been awash with liquidity, that starts to shift once we get past the noise from the debt ceiling and the passage of the one big beautiful bill.
Zach, gotta leave it there. Zachary Griffith, head of IG and macro strategy at Credit Sites, kicking us off to the close here on this Wednesday afternoon with a focus on the record highs in the equity market and a focus on the continued creep higher in Bitcoin. A big question about whether we're on the brink of another boom in that space. A discussion up ahead with Anthony Pompliano, founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management.
Plus, Bitcoin's not the only thing rallying today. Shares of Tesla also higher following a 6-day slump in spite of a big miss on second quarter deliveries. Why investors and analysts think vehicle sales may have bottomed.
And from EVs to the future of work, a discussion about AI, how it's transforming the global workforce, and a big role over at ServiceNow. A conversation with Jackie Buchanan, Chief People Officer at ServiceNow. This is the close on Bloomberg.
Okay, nice pop on Apple. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit more off into this strength. Apple. That's kind of a rare thing to say, you know, taking profits off on Apple, right?
Some of us dream in color, others in black and white. And some dreams were in silver, and others with stars.
Okay, nice move on the S&P. Congratulations. Okay. 25. Okay, look.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by
High tick alert.
unlocking the power of Thinkorswim.
Tick is bullish.
Putting your trades into focus on the Thinkorswim desktop.
Is trending 60-minute time frame.
Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization.
All right. Looking for Netflix to go. Let's see if Netflix can go now. Let's see if Netflix can get something going. Netflix, looking for it to pop through this little area right in here. Okay, got like a little trend. Little squeeze going on. We got some supply right there, volume. Looking for some volume to pick up. All right, what is this stupid commercials?
And the Max 7 had much higher margin increases. So I think that's going to be a big part of the story too in the second
What do you guys think? You really believe that it's time to lean into the losers of the first half and think that there's going to be a catch up, a reversion, a rotation, whatever you want to describe it as. But all those stocks that didn't do well at all are going to have their day in the second half of the year.
If you're looking out over the next 6 to 12 months, the way I believe this will play out is the Fed will look through a price shock. They will lower interest rates. You'll see international activity picking up, giving stimulus and lower rates, and you'll start to see a reacceleration in economic activity and a pickup in leading indicators, and that'll broaden markets. I mean, that was, if you think back, that was the setup coming into the year. That was.
Okay, I will send that to you in the room there.
Animal spirits. You're going to have a pro-growth administration from day one.
Qualcomm.
You're going to have deregulation from day one, tax cuts and everything else that was almost in the books. And then we have to rethink everything. But I
translated as delayed, not denied.
Delayed, not
You're
denied.
still going to get all of
You
that.
still get
You just had to wait longer than
Correct.
you thought.
And with respect to the bill that's coming, like.
Yeah, Bo, 1 second.
Tax cuts are getting extended, whether they have to do them by themselves or in some larger one big beautiful bill. So I'm not worried about personal income tax rates going up, but a good thing to pay attention to
Bo.
is with respect to the broadening rotation is there's
Bo,
components of that bill that
where
get
are you?
much less attention,
Bo,
like interest and
Bobart,
security. And so there's a
Bobart.
portion of that bill that's going to allow companies to deduct 30% not of EBIT, but of EBITDA, which is a broader measure which allows for a higher deduction, which benefits companies that have higher DNA, aka higher levered companies, which is small caps. And when you look from the bottom in April 8th, the IWM has done as well as the SPY.
Well, this rotation trade over the last 2 days has benefited the Russell more than anything else. To your point,
Yeah.
that's why it's up another 1% today.
Yeah, so I
And whether it's lasting is the question.
well, of course. Listen, at the end of the
Monday.
day, those companies in the S&P 500 are meaningfully better companies. I have dismissed the Russell 2000 as some sort of
Wednesday.
economic or market indicator for
Sunday.
the better part of 2 years now. I'm not going to change my tune now.
Monday.
However, there are tactical reasons to be optimistic on those names. But
Monday.
with respect to the rotation, I don't know why one would look at the laggards, if you will, because the companies that are leading, the companies that are leading are
Not all laggards.
No, but you know my point.
I
You're looking for the
do.
broad,
I do.
and you kind of
I
are.
look for the value. I look where there is
Well,
value.
you could call it value. We'll call it
Not
laggards.
necessarily. I will tell you, I don't think it's one or the other, winners or laggards. I actually think it's where you're going to see earnings go higher. Those sectors and stocks will go higher. And I do believe technology numbers are going higher. They just are. So you want to stay involved there. Industrials, there's no question about that. Dan and I've been talking about the grid and power forever. Those numbers are going much higher, especially if you look at the bookings, the backlogs between now and 2030 in that sector. So those two sectors, I think, still do well. They are not cheap, but the numbers are going to go higher. Where I'm more excited, we talked about this yesterday, financials numbers are going higher, especially after the stress test and all the buybacks that we heard.
Yeah, but are those
overnight.
value stocks?
They're trading at 12, 13 times earnings and 1.2.
Bull going again. Bull, bull, bull. Okay, Netflix, no follow through. Netflix, no follow through yet.
Here, and now you have dividends
Faking
on top
out,
of that.
faking us out.
And then
Apple, nice little pop there. Bull,
I'll give you that, Scott. Absolutely.
bull doing good.
I do think
BULL, bull.
expectations are so incredible.
Okay, nice
Stocks
rip.
have been revised so much over the last several years.
Nice.
So that now the bar is lower. So we may not be happy with massive growth, but the numbers are going to get revised higher, and that's where people follow the sectors.
Can we do like an April? Let's do like a 3-month on the financials.
And in the financials,
That was a good story.
in the financials, I would add, it's not just the big banks, although they're doing quite well. Look at the chart of Northern Trust is doing exceptionally well. We know I've mentioned the card companies, the exchanges, ICE and SIBO. There are a broad swath of names in the financial sector that are doing very,
Okay,
very well.
Webull doing well.
Something like Wells Fargo, they're going to buy 15%.
All right, so I'd love to see this thing get taken out by Robinhood or something.
$40 billion. That's a huge tailwind. Now, I want to see fundamentals, and I think we will see fundamentals improve. But if you have the combination, it's very powerful.
Everybody raised their dividend.
This group, I do like this group, and it's back to this normalization of the yield curve story. It's back to a pickup in economic activity story. Yeah, it's all part of the same trade. If we can get through this soft patch in the economy, which most indicators suggest that we will, we don't get a shock to inflation. We come out on the other side of this with rates going lower, the yield curve normalizing, steepening, and economic activity picking up. That favors all of this recovery type trade, small caps, value oriented, non-US.
There are some who we've talked to over the last 48 hours or so on this show. You look at 6,200 on the S&P, who say, well, you could maybe get to even 7,000 this year, and you can certainly get to it by the middle of next. Sound outrageous?
7,000 was my rough price target coming into the year. Now, fortunately, as a non-sell side strategist, I didn't have to revise that target down just to revise it back up, like so many of my friends. But yeah, I think 7,000 is still possible. But I want to just go back and say, yeah, right now there's a lot about which you would be optimistic. We're all talking about the economy and earnings and the prospects, et cetera, et cetera. But the tariff data remains still something of an X factor, and July 9th is not that far away.
That's fair. That's why the Fed's going to do the wait and see.
Yeah,
See what happens. But I wonder at some point, do you go with the idea, your base case becomes, you know what, not going to be as bad as we thought. And as Brian said, the market starts to place its bets long before you figure that out.
Well, you could argue the market's already placing their bets. The S&P, you blink, it's up 6% for the year.
I would say, with regards to the Fed, it really does come down to a balance of risk story. I mean, we're talking about jobless claims picking up. We're talking about how they would like to be lowering interest rates already. Jay Powell had mentioned that. We know we're going to get price increases, right? It's going to happen. Tariffs are going to lead to higher consumer prices. The question is, does the Fed look through that? And that's why I brought up inflation expectations very early on in the conversation. So long as the Fed doesn't feel as if they're losing credibility, if inflation expectations remain contained, then I believe the next move lower. Move is going to be.
We're looking at rates across the curve, a good portion of it. Does the bond market have one more moment to voice its displeasure with anything that's happening, and does the equity market pay attention to that?
I don't think the spending story is a problem for the bond market at all. The 10-year, as we discussed, and it's up on the screen now, call it 430, is not telling me that there's some debt crisis imminent, although admittedly the bond market never tells you there are debt crisis until it does. But I don't think the U.S. is on the verge of anything like that. We know whether it's 3.3, 3.8, or 4.4 in terms of increased trillion of spending. It's a lot. And we also
All right, looking good.
pay for all of that. So no, in that sense, I don't think the bond market's going to tell you anything. But again, if the next couple of CPI and PCE reports start printing 0.4, 0.5, and consumer confidence takes another leg lower, that may be a different story.
You guys agree?
Oh yeah, but ultimately, so could you have another sell-off in markets with the tantrum of the bond market with inflation? Yes. Yeah. The question is whether that's a cyclical move in an otherwise secular story, and I would view that as more a buying opportunity. I don't believe the Fed's going to view that as having to raise interest rates. The Fed is going to view that as a shock to prices that happens not all different than a drought or a war, a shock that happens to prices that are then going to moderate. And so you may have to put
Okay, so
incomes, but I would still
coming into the close, we still have a rising hedging flow.
Which is getting a little bit of a rebound today because of some issues overseas. You've painted that as a positive. Is there a negative? Is there a negative if it continues its slide? It's off to the worst first half of the year, or the worst start to a year in several decades.
I certainly would worry if the speed of the decline intensifies, but as of now, I think it's pretty contained.
Look at that, right?
It's pretty contained, but about 60% of the U.S. multinational companies in the S&P 500 have business overseas, and so I have said it's going to be a tailwind. I'm not sure I'm going to pay for that. I never really pay for currency, by the way, on the upside or the downside, but it will be a nice tailwind, at least from the headline point of view. So I don't worry about it too much. I'm surprised that with the dollar decline, energy hasn't acted better. Materials are catching a bit, but energy hasn't acted better, and that's surprising to me.
Well, OPEC's got oil has OPEC adding barrels to the market.
I know,
but real quick on the dollar, you're still up 30% or something from 2014 when the Fed was hiking and nobody else was. The dollar is still 60% of global reserve assets. Something like 85% of global trade is still invoiced in dollars. There's a lot of stories about the death of the dollar. I'm on the other side of it.
You were smiling when I was asking Steph the question.
Well, I mean, I'm with Dan on this. I mean, I've heard so much about the U.S. dollar losing its status, its place in the world. It was a very highly valued currency in an environment where the U.S. was really providing the fiscal support in the world. We had the exceptional businesses. You're starting to see some fiscal support outside the United States. Good tech businesses.
Still hungry?
You would expect.
You still hungry? Yeah.
From its very lofty levels.
All right, that was good stuff.
Let's see.
I enjoyed that. We'll leave it there. Thank you, everybody. Brian, step in there. Thank you. All right, from paper assets to digital assets. Christina Partsinevelos is tracking big moves now in the crypto space. There are many. It's a good segue for us.
I was wondering where you were going with this, but yes,
Coinbase.
the company behind the cryptocurrency XRP that you're seeing on the screen right now has applied for a national bank charter. Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse announced on X following a Wall Street Journal report. XRP, you can see, popped on the news initially just around here. It was about 12 p.m. See up about 4%. It's the latest effort though for the
Okay, Netflix looking for a push higher.
traditional finance. In fact, it's even not the
Okay, Webull, nice little pop there.
stablecoin issuer Circle. Previously,
Okay, Webull.
can see it's down about 7%. It fell in the news, though. It was already lower when the day started before the news broke. The crypto sector as a whole, though, really higher for the day. Robinhood hitting an all-time high. Coinbase among the leaders on the S&P 500. You can see Robinhood up almost 6. Coinbase up also almost 6. And a lot of this is hovering around Bitcoin, and Bitcoin hovering around $109,000. That's helping a lot of these things. Let's go.
Cena Partsinevelos. We're just getting started here. Up next, the tech trifecta. 3 big stories on the mega cap front today. We break it all down with Flexo Capital's Low Tony. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. We're back on the bell after this.
Okay, Webull, I'm going to exit half of this position at the highs. I thought it would take longer for this to happen. This was from what, Monday, right? Monday? Or was it yesterday? Corey, when did you mention Webull? Yesterday or Monday? Webull. Yesterday? Okay. Okay, I'll probably buy some dips. I thought it would take a lot longer for this to make such a big move. It's $2. $2 times 10 calls or 20 calls. I took taken 10 off here. Okay, Netflix is starting to go. Okay, Webull looking good. Let's take a look at Netflix is trying to go here. Netflix is trying to go. Okay, breaking above. I need to break above this supply right in this area. Okay, so if we can break above the supply at 1285-ish, 1284-ish, maybe we'll make it up to 1300. Watch Netflix here. Watch Netflix here. Okay, with 34 minutes to go. I'm taking profits off into strength. We got one more day. Is it half a day tomorrow or is it a full day? NYSE schedule. NYSE schedule.
Download the app. All right, welcome back. 3 big stories. We are watching the tech space today. Steve Kovac here with a rundown. Busy day in your area of the market.
Huge day. So let's talk about this Apple upgrade first. This is coming from Jeffrey.
Independence Day. Okay, so 2025, July 4th, asterisk. Each market will close early at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. tomorrow? Okay. Half day tomorrow. Okay, cool. All right.
For the iPhone 17, there could be possible price increases that could hurt demand in the back half of the year. Now let's switch gears over to Microsoft. That was the big story tech today, laying off less than 4% of its staff. That would be about 9,000 employees. Those cuts are global and largely affecting middle managers. A lot of efficiency gains, Microsoft says about this. But look, no mention so far that AI was a factor in those layoffs, kind of like we heard from Amazon's Andy Jassy. Now let's move over to NVIDIA, because this is related to Microsoft as well. The information reporting, one of NVIDIA's top customers, Microsoft, is slowing down plans for its own artificial intelligence chip.
that's some optimism there that for many years to come, and pretty much guarantees NVIDIA is going to have Microsoft as a top customer for some time now. And then finally, the new fiscal year for Microsoft, we should get some detail on capital expenditures for the next 12 months and how much.
All right, so taking profits off of the strength. When I keep saying taking profits off of the strength, I'm talking about short-term profits. Like I have some Netflix. I got back into Netflix. Back into Netflix here on this pop scalp. That's a thunderstorm I hear. You hear that thunder? Did it scare you? Scare the kitty cat? All right. Okay, there goes Netflix. There it goes.
It seems like that's the case at this point.
There goes Netflix. Boom. Knew it was going to do this. Just felt it. I could feel it in my bones. Today is one of those days where just everything seems to be working. Okay. Netflix. All right. Making up for the loss on the stop before. Let's go. LATSGO. Let's go. Netflix. Netflix. Go, go, go. Go, go, gadget.
It would if it were the case that we believe that the growth was stalling out for AI. In fact, is actually increasing. So I think with that bigger pie, NVIDIA will still play an important role, albeit even with increased competition.
Fly, Robin,
When you look
fly.
at all of these companies, do you have any pause in your belief that they can continue to do what they've done, whether it's from a public
All right.
equity
Can we get going here? Let's go. Netflix. Go, go, go.
the return on the
Go, go,
investment that they're
Netflix.
getting today versus what they think they're going to get tomorrow? Are you just as
Go,
optimistic?
go, Netflix. Okay, we got fair value gaps on Netflix.
Towards the end of last year and the first half of this year, right? We saw a lot of headwinds that pulled down not only big tech stocks, but the market in general.
Netflix fair value gaps. Looking for a follow through. Okay, we only got 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes to go to run this up. Shorts covering Netflix off the low.
Both shown in the case of NVIDIA. I think it's also shown in the case of Apple.
Okay, Coinbase profit taking.
Earlier, Microsoft's latest. I want to talk about that.
I was going to ask you about that next. So what do you want to say about it?
So what I would like to say is, even though nothing was said officially by the company in terms of the impact that AI had on those layoffs, I think that that could be a canary in the coal mine.
Oracle, nice follow through on Oracle.
The canary in the coal mine, I think, pretends what we're seeing with the advancements of AI, particularly around code generation. If we look back, Microsoft was
Okay, Netflix is about to go.
Copilot. They were able to really set the stage for auto generation. But that was more like predictive text, like when you're writing an email and it tries to figure out the next word in that email. We're in a completely different moment now with companies like Cursor, the startup that's one of the fastest AI companies to $100 million, did it in a year. What they're doing is they're completely redefining what it means to use AI. This is like the equivalent of, instead of line by line and word by word, they can actually use the context of the emails that you've received, and then companies like Cursor can write the email for you. So when it comes
Okay,
to
Netflix $7 off the low here. Off that higher low, Netflix is starting to go. Okay, here's Netflix. Sorry, Netflix is starting to go. There it goes. There it goes. Slipping up. Slipping up. Okay.
Of what it means to be a technology company producing software and integrating AI. I think no job is safe. It used to be, hey, go to college.
Gonna be plus 10 here shortly.
Get a great job and you'll be safe. I don't know that we're there anymore. I think even when you look at people that have the job.
Okay, here we go. Netflix is going.
Those jobs are safe.
That's a scary proposition that you lay out, that the fears around AI, that maybe this is
Netflix.
true moments of roles being either fully redefined or fully automated. And if a company that's right in the epicenter of artificial intelligence is telling you that and acting on it, gosh knows what is in store for everybody else.
That's right. Who else better knows, right? We see now that engineers on a daily basis are up to 70% of them are using AI as part of their daily workflow, right? And so what we see is the ability for these new tasks, before we said, oh, well, AI is going to do some of the more rote work, right? And they can do higher level work. I think now what we're seeing is a complete restructuring where it's going to be a new need for a new skill set to kind of oversee the architecture for the development of these models. But I don't know if we're going to see the need for some of these lower level engineers that are doing some of the more basic tasks. Now, we haven't gotten to the point where AI is able to produce code that's free of all bugs, right? Like they say up to, potentially 40% of the code generated might be bugs or duplicative code. So that brings a little bit of debt to the process where code bases may need to be completely redone. But AI is going to help there too.
So I'm thinking of like 18 months ago, we sat down with Mustafa Suleiman out in San Francisco. He, of course, now the CEO of Microsoft AI. He writes a book called, he was one of the co-founders of
All right, looking for a rip here,
a
and
book called The Coming Wave. You're telling me that the wave is here.
It feels like it. I think what we always know with certainty is these technological.
okay, buy order blocks and Ripper looking good. Microsoft turning now. Microsoft also turning.
You see Waymo's, the only thing holding back Waymo's is their ability to scale to all these cities.
To be continued, for sure. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, it's Low Tony, Plexo Capital here on Closing Bell. Up next, top plays for your portfolio as we kick off the second half. Don't go anywhere, Bell. Be right back.
Okay, looking for follow through. Netflix. Netflix doing well. Netflix. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Microsoft. Mm-hmm. Microsoft. Mm-hmm. Netflix. Looking for that follow through. Netflix. Come on, one more shot to the highs. Netflix. Netflix. All right, Apple looking for one more shot to the high. Susie, what?
Welcome back. Tech stocks driving the S&P 500 today to a new intraday high yet again. Our next guest says to stick with those winners in the second half of the year. Joining us now, Post 9's Michael Pappas of BIOS Advisors.
Microsoft live screen. Okay, Susie. This is what it needs to get through. It needs to get through 493, this area right here, 490, 493. Okay. So Microsoft is just above it right now. So it could go. Could go. Also looking at Microsoft, also looking at the flow. The flow looks pretty good.
Reinvented, and I think you're starting to see the labor markets try to begin to figure that all out.
You want to pay a price though, right? You look at the run that these stocks have had. You could show year to date, certainly off the bottom.
Okay, Netflix looking for a follow through. So Microsoft looks pretty good, Susie. It looks like it could keep going. Netflix. Netflix looking for a follow through.
I don't think technology will ever be too expensive. I think in the current environment we're in right now, you're going to always need it. You're going to keep reinventing people with technology. You're going to keep reinventing jobs with technology. I mean, just look at our whole world and the way we live. I mean, the devices we have, our cars, everything we do in today's world revolves around technology. And now that AI is coming on, you're going to see how is that going to affect the labor markets? How is that going to affect jobs? People are going to have to reinvent themselves. People are going to have to reinvent roles in companies. And that is just going to drive technology. I mean, I don't see how it slows down for the next 5 years.
In your notes today, you say as we approach the mid-year, uncertainty is at the top of investors' and clients' minds. I almost feel as though we're making the turn into the second half. We have more certainty at this moment, or certainly a lot more than we feel like
Microsoft.
we had just a few months ago. Don't you feel like the picture's getting a little more clear?
I agree. It's getting much more clear. I still think you're going to have, the rotation from growth to value happen a little quickly. And that's what drove the valuations down on the tech companies. But you're going to see a lot of these companies that haven't moved in 5 years because of tech driving the markets. You're going to see them step up and start to make money as well. Especially
Netflix looking for one more shot.
Financials are going to outperform. You're going to see pharmaceuticals. I mean, we're more independent on pharmaceuticals than we ever have been as a society. The baby boomers are getting older. There is more technology around pharma. So some of these sectors that haven't really moved are going to ride that technology wave as all of these start to move higher.
So you agree with some of the folks that we talked to at the top of the show, this big broadening trade that you think is going to happen between now and the end of the year, that's not going to be so top heavy? I mean, in tech and some of the bigger stocks, tech, industrials, financials.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to all drive it higher. You're going to, they're shrugging off the employment data today. Let's see what happens Thursday, and let's see if it becomes cyclical. If that becomes cyclical, then that is something to watch and to be worried about. But currently, the earnings are still strong, and last quarter, companies had really good, strong earnings. Third quarter, fourth quarter, if that keeps up, you're gonna see the markets go higher because they'll figure out the geopolitical issues. You're starting to see the trade tariffs start to get figured out. You're starting to see, they'll figure out this bill that they're trying to pass or don't pass. And all of that stuff is noise that's important. But the refocus on earnings and the refocus on where the markets are moving is probably the most crucial thing to watch, along with the unemployment.
You need the Fed on your side?
I think you do. I mean, I hate to say
you need them to cut rates this year for your story to work.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you're going to need them not only for inflation, but also to help banks and to help productivity in financial firms.
How many cuts do you need?
Look, I'd like to see at least one and maybe up to three. I mean, I just believe that we're in an environment now that any negative movement will derail something more quickly than any positive rate cut.
All right. Well, Goldman's gone up to 3, so maybe you guys will be right on that. We'll talk to you soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks,
Michael Pappas.
Take care.
Back with us here. Up next, we track the biggest movers into the close today. Christina Partsinevelos is back as well for that. What do you think?
Scott, we've got a major health insurer that's posting its worst day ever and dragging down the entire sector. Plus, footwear stocks surging. I'll tell you why after this break.
Okay, future's coming back in a little bit. Okay. Update. BRNT. That one's moving up as well. Okay. So we're coming into the last 16 minutes of the trading day. I'm your host, Cuzzavetti, coming to you from the closingprint.com. Been a good day. A good day. Hope everyone's having a good time. Pretty profitable day. If you took any trades today, congratulations. Most likely pretty happy. Okay, NVIDIA turning back up. NVIDIA turning back up. Okay, Microsoft turning. Microsoft edging upwards. Let me see what Money Magic's levels look like. Microsoft. Microsoft, we've got, what is that? 495, 500, 495, 500. Okay, so Microsoft looking good. Microsoft, 490, 500. Microsoft sitting on top the 9 EMA. Looks like shorts covering for now. Tesla fading off. Tesla fading. Didn't happen. Apple.
Data from 22 of its 29 states that could lower its adjusted earnings by $2.75. And that's why you're seeing other health insurers like Molina Health up 22%, Oscar Health 19%, CVS all falling in sympathy. And retail stocks like Nike and On Holdings higher. President Trump announced a trade deal with Vietnam, including a 20% tariff on items made in Vietnam, where Nike and On produce large amounts of product. And you're thinking 20%, that's still a tariff. It's still less than the 46% that was initially proposed. The stocks move diverged from distributors' feelings on the deal, though. The footwear distributors and retailers.
Okay, Snowflake trying to push a bit higher, coming off the lows. Shorts covering, most likely Tesla profit taking. Decent little move on Tesla.
You still ahead. Intel following today's session. We'll tell you what's dragging that name lower when we come back.
Okay, Microsoft coming off the low a little bit. Microsoft. So Microsoft's sitting right on the, what is it, the 9 EMA or whatever? Yeah, the 9 EMA. So not a bad entry here. We got buy order blocks. You got $2 or $3 to the upside. 50 Delta probably does well. Okay. Microsoft, I guess I'm going to pass though. I'll pass for now. Netflix. Been a pretty good day. Pretty good day. So 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. Pretty good day in the neighborhood today. Okay. Supermicro, SMCL, Supermicro. Looking for it to rip into the next few weeks, next few months. Looking for Supermicro. Okay, Microsoft looking a lot better here. Maybe I'll take some Microsoft. I'll go something closer though. I want to do 450s, Microsoft 450s. No, Microsoft 495s, Microsoft 495s. Okay. Go out a couple of weeks, 495. Microsoft 495s. Those are $5. 495 buy, 495 vertical. Do I want to do this? Let me see what the risk reward is. It's 2-to-1. 2-to-1. Okay, let me go ahead and do that. See if I can get in here. Microsoft. 495, 500 vertical. Okay, looks like it's going to tick a bit higher right now. Microsoft into the close. That's the limit. I'm right at the limit. It's not filling me. Not filling yet. July. Okay, there's some decent amount of volume here. 500. Looks like 505 tens. $495, 500 vertical. 2-to-1. For 18 July. Whoops, I didn't mean to put that in your room there. Money. Okay, let me just take that off here. All right, let me put it in the trading room first.
Tesla's popping. Rivian is dropping. We'll tell you what's driving those moves inside the market zone.
Okay, nice little turn here in Microsoft. Okay, looking good. Microsoft, nice turn there. Okay. And run that up to 495 in the next 9 minutes. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Nice volume. Microsoft. Nice volume. 8 minutes to go. There goes Microsoft ripping back up in the other direction. There goes Apple. Okay, Apple, pow, 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 pow. There goes Apple. Microsoft's ripping higher here. Susie mentioned it. We took a look at it. Thanks, Susie. Nice move there. Okay. Microsoft looking really sharp here. You got your buy order blocks. You got volume coming in. Buy order blocks. Microsoft Live. Microsoft Live there. You got buy order blocks coming in. You got 492 as the next resistance. 492 supply. Okay, nice little pop there. All right, let's go Netflix. Let's go Netflix. Let's go, go, go Netflix. Go, 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 Netflix. Netflix looks good. NVIDIA holding up very well at 157 and change, 157.06. Apple turning back up. There goes Snowflake with 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. We're getting a lot of action here. Getting a lot of action in the last few minutes of the trading day. There goes Netflix. Netflix starting to go. Microsoft started with a little short covering. Now we're starting to see some big action on Microsoft. Look at the volume coming in. Woo, volume. Microsoft, nice follow through. Big time move there. Qualcomm. Okay, everything looking good. All right, we got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. NVIDIA's flashing a buy signal. NVIDIA's flashing a buy signal off and on here. It's trying to get above the highs. It's like a triple top intraday. Not doing anything. Okay, there goes S&P. S&P is going. Boom. Very nice. Very nice.
Big picture, new records beget further new records. Usually, what are we on track for, like the 6th new high in the S&P this year? We had 57 last year. You got the Golden Cross. Technically, we're back in an uptrend. All that stuff, atmospherically strong.
Yeah, who loves building departments, Mondo?
That all fits together. It all makes sense in terms of
Okay.
High took alert plus 800.
High tech alert.
We run into a little bit of a complication in the macro story, whether that's the jobs number tomorrow or yields doing something uncomfortable. We'll have to see what that is.
Boom, there goes. 62.75. 62.75. Wow. Wowza. That looks really nice. Woohoo. Nice surge there. There's a $5,000 move right there in the last few minutes. Wow.
Not going to be net negative for the overall rally.
It won't. And now sometimes that choreography gets a little tricky. It doesn't always just go in a harmonious way. But what you do have the benefit of right now is that in general,
Quit while you're ahead, Frano. Yeah, I agree. 62.75. Can we close 62.80, 6,300? 6,300 tomorrow. Wow. Nice. Boom, boom, boom. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA. NVIDIA's turning up. NVIDIA's turning up. With 4 minutes to go, NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA moving higher.
Billions invested in development, major clients like Apple and NVIDIA remain committed to Taiwan Semiconductor instead. Intel's Foundry posted a staggering $13 billion in losses just last year in 2024. So Liquid10's solution is to leapfrog to Intel's next generation, which is 14A process and even more advanced manufacturing technology, which is expected in 2027. Intel believes
NVIDIA ripping there. Okay, going to take some NVIDIA off. I have NVDX. I'm going to take some shares off. I'll sell 250, 300 shares there. Okay. That looks good. NVIDIA. Google. Having a nice day on Google. SMCL. All right. Netflix. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Snowflake. Snowflake is going now. Snowflake is ticking up. Snowflake ticking up.
Tell us more about Tesla and Rivian today. Both of these numbers were roughly in line with expectations. When you look at them together, you might say, well, they don't look terribly impressive. And that's because you're comparing them with last year when we're seeing higher sales or higher deliveries. Certainly the case with Tesla, 384,122, Rivian at 10,166. As you take a look at shares of Tesla, why did they rally today? Going into today,
there were a number of analysts who said, look, we think
The reason Tesla's rallying, in my opinion, is that all the negative news is baked in, and the numbers were better. Okay, Google turning back up. Google. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go. Google turning up. Apple, one more shot to the highs. Shot to the heart. Okay, I have some 210s. I have some Apple 210s left for July 25th. I'm going to let those run some more. Those look good.
Nonetheless, there are more than a few investors who are saying, I want to see you get to that second generation, that next generation of vehicles. Then I'm going to feel perhaps a little bit more comfortable.
Nah,
Finally, take a look at the
don't want to do that.
Chinese EV automakers or EV players. Scott, the reason we're showing you this, XPeng out with big numbers for the first half of this year, just reinforces what we're seeing in terms of the growth for the Chinese EV.
All right, less than a minute to go. Okay, less than a minute to go. Google pushing back up. All right, nice trade today. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming up to the closing bell. That's the closing bell. Have a hard stop. Have a great evening. Take care. Got to run. Have a good one. Ciao.